JCB, straight up. Now tell me, is that the best song?
To yourself.
Oh, I can almost hear you.
Straight up now, tell me, do you really want to love me forever? Oh, I'm so glad you talked to the server. That conversation is I'm never ever giving the conversation again out of respect for anyone. Fuck him. He's a fucking whatever, and I'll say that anywhere. I'm done. And I
What?
don't
Who?
want to
What?
ever be around him
What?
again in my life.
Who?
Done with
What?
fake ass people.
Who? What? What now? What?
Stacey, I'm right here. I can hear what you're saying.
That's fucking bullshit, Jazz.
Are you talking about me?
Not you, honey. I can't even believe I'm crying. People are sick in this world.
Why are you crying? Who said what?
Because it's so dishonest. The dishonesty of people in this world is sick. Because people sat for 2 years and saw my life go unhanded to me. My personal life and everything in any way you can possibly, and even Brent said it, to such a disrespect that nobody's even seen before. And then the dishonesty to even act like it never fucking happened. I don't even blame anyone. I'm over that shit. But to act like it never fucking happened to me? Fuck that shit. That's dishonesty to no end. I'm done.
I agree what she said.
Fucking sick. I have no time for it anymore. Why would I have a conversation with somebody who can't at least be fucking a little honest? There ain't no reason to talk to these guys about fucking truth at all, guys, because they can't give it.
Fucking facts. Such
No
a
accountability. And Fallen, I adore you, like you're being sweet and all because it's supposed to look good and everything. Trust me, I've been through that too. If you've been around here, Jeremy, right? Long enough, my voice and everything. But in reality, I'm not going to be disrespected by anybody, especially on that server. And anybody that wants to sit here and act like shit is okay, that happens, or it didn't happen, they can fuck off. I'm down to the point of,
I'm agreeing
I
with
started
you.
realizing there is no point. These people, you know why they're dishonest all the time? Because they're dishonest human beings in reality. You want to get them to admit the truth about the world, they're never going to do that because they can't even admit the truth about themselves. They're fucking insane. That's the bottom line. We're talking to crazy people. And not the people who believe in the globe. I'm talking to the people that are sitting here on these servers acting like they're the globe defenders are fucking insanely stupid. Most of them. The ones that you fight every day. The same battle. And we want honesty. You're never going to get it from these people.
Stacey, was this someone that's in this Discord that made you upset? Or
Oh, yeah, but they ain't allowed to do that shit over here anyway. It's someone who has their own server, and you know I'm talking like the big dude. I don't want to mention his name anymore.
Can we get Jackson's Skype Rick unmuted?
I mean, Jess, like for real, like the honesty. I know you were around, but you weren't probably there for around a lot of it. But a lot of y'all saw some shit I went through. To act like that shit never fucking happened is ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I have heard some of it, and obviously
Yeah.
I'm on the other side. But no, I totally agree with you.
That's the only thing I wanted was accountability for that. To go around saying who's to blame, I don't give a fuck. It's over it. But to sit and act like it didn't happen, I have no respect for anybody anymore that says that shit. I'm not going to have a conversation about the earth, nothing. I don't want nothing to do with you because you can't even have your own accountability in your life, and the dishonesty is disgusting.
Was this over on the GP Discord?
Yeah.
Okay.
I finally squared it out with him, or tried to square it out with him, but you can't square out shit with someone who can't be honest.
Wait, Stacey.
Why are you upset, Stacey? Is Stacey upset?
Oh, yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm over it. Trust me, I'll get over it quick.
I only caught the tail end of the story, but I'm curious as to what happened. It sounds passionate.
Oh, a lot of crazy shit. The worst you can think of people trying to destroy someone.
Oh.
Was that what happened last night, Stacey, or the night before, if I remember?
Did it happen again? Yeah, I heard a little bit more too. They were doing more shit. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally disagree.
Stacey, do you think we're on a flat Earth or a globe?
I think that I'm not on a globe. I don't know what I'm standing on for sure, but it's sure in the hell's level. Look over, see, or anything about that. There ain't no curvature.
Apparently, light bends. I've seen light bending.
You've seen light bend in one little
It's
thing,
curved,
and it was
yeah.
in sugar water. It was in
Yeah,
sugar
yeah.
water, that experiment. That is not what I
Yeah.
live in. I don't live in a medium of sugar.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm just saying. I've seen light curve, but I'm not saying that we're on a globe.
Right. But light doesn't curve in that way. Not that they explain. No.
Because this guy, I was talking to this guy, and he said that he has this like some type of machine thing he holds, and it shows him where the light bends. And yeah, apparently like that's why you can see so far, even though it's you're not supposed to on a curved Earth. I don't know though.
See this machine, but the thing is, it's got to be an experiment proven in reality. And most of the refraction stuff you look up, you're only going to get so far. They don't even know about it. It's funny because you start talking about it, it can only go up to what, 200 meters. They haven't done any experience outside of that. I haven't seen it. We've been looking for it, and maybe a little bit further, but we're not talking 25 miles or anything of this kind of quantifying. So regardless, you're quantifying something and predicting something to do something. That doesn't mean that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Unless, of course, the thing that you're predicting, the predictions come true.
The prediction doesn't come true. You already saw the phenomenon. You're trying to predict what's happening and why that's happening, right? But you can't do that backwards.
Fallen, I'm
like,
curious what Avi thinks about the Earth. Does he have anything on that?
Avi?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would be interesting. You know, that guy, we should invite them there. I think be a good like collaboration between these.
Invite Avi or here?
No, I don't think he'll come here. We have to invite them there, probably.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Especially Stacey. She seems like she speaks with conviction. That'd make for like a good like stage.
I think that the ones that really know everything about refraction are the ones that go out on their boats, and there's no land anywhere 360 degrees around you, right? And you've got your naval ship, and then you've got your second naval ship, and the second naval ship goes to the horizon, right? And you've got no land. All you've got is the ocean meeting the sky, and for reference, you've got the second naval ship. I think they've been able to analyze how the atmosphere works at a distance because they've been able to utilize these two naval ships as like a point, you know, in a coordinate system, and they've been able to analyze how the atmosphere works with all their devices and measuring tools. And I think it's the people that haven't had the opportunity to do this type of research. The only thing they have to compare it with, you know, because they don't have the, you know, the money to invest in such a massive, you know, scientific research.
Yeah,
All
you
we
just don't
have,
know those people are actually trying to show the truth, or like they're genuinely trying to see the truth, or they're actually just trying to
I
deceive
think
you.
they know how this place works, and they know that it is flat, and you know that's a secret that they could only have found out on the oceans, you know, to really analyze how refraction works, by
Absolutely
comparing
agree.
the attributes that you know come in between the observer and the second ship. They can analyze the atmosphere in that way, and I think that's the only fair way to do it, because if you try and do it when you've got land in the distance, I think that's going to, you know, fuck up the experiment.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those attributes to the experiment that you don't want to be including.
But as you say that, we should have this information. Somebody obviously has it, right? And they're not giving it to us. And that in itself should already cause a red flag. Everybody screams refraction, but when you actually look into refraction, the people that even totally talk about it, even the professors, don't have much about it, and they don't even have the experiments to back it. It's basically quantification in a computer. It is insane if that's what we're going by.
Stacey, what are your thoughts on like this reality and God? Like,
Well, for
are you,
me,
are
I
you
don't
like
believe in
Christian or something or
necessarily
not?
a book. It could be true. Like the book, the Bible, or any book, it could be real. I don't
What
know.
do you
Somebody
think?
wrote it.
What do you think? Like the reality we're in right now. What do you think it is?
I don't know what it is. It could be a lot of things, honey. And this is the point. I don't know if this is even a simulation. God's
Well,
computer, how it is. You know.
you know that every single thing that you experience is all internal. I mean, there's external things that activate the internal responses, but everything you
Correct.
experience is created from the internal, from your brain, right?
Yeah. Correct.
I don't know what reality is. I'm just glad Stacy's in it.
You're silly.
Well, I'd say that if the ground is negative and then we have sea level and then we have the air is positive, I would say if you wanted to look at it in that way, you'd probably be able to come to more of an idea of what we're looking at here. Because
You guys know that we're in
if
a video
you
game right now, right?
well, if you know anything about like how they say that every meter above sea level increases in voltage and it goes up like in quite large increments. Well, if that's the case, then that would protrude, sort of like getting into all of the land that's above sea level. And as you go up land, the land itself will be affected by the increase of this, this potential voltage in the air. And the land itself could, at higher altitudes, be putting off a different form of like a electromagnetic aura, and that in itself could be, attributing to and sort of deceiving us sometimes with our personal dome of perspective. When you've got this, because everything's frequency, right? And then I think that these frequencies can sort of interrupt with our vision, the way that we see things. It's not
There's
just pollution.
Fucking oath, yeah.
there's frequencies with sound. There's not with electromagnetism. Like shit has to be a conductor. I'm pretty sure granite, which is the majority of rock, isn't a conductor of electricity. So I don't know where you get that from. Maybe you've been listening to too many What's It Doesn't Get Shit videos.
I would
You
say
guys,
it's
okay.
it's maybe acting more like a cathode. It's probably, because everything in the rock is also, susceptible to the penetration of the ether, which goes through everything. Everything is
Penetration
most
of the
people.
ether. What the fuck?
Yeah, most people when they think about ether is that it's the air, and the air doesn't penetrate through everything, right? Like some things are, airtight, but the
Is the
ether,
ether your imagination?
no, the
Like, is that
ether
like
is
a realm?
something that it's like the background medium that penetrates through everything. There's nothing that it cannot penetrate through.
So what is your imagination then? What realm is that? Is that like below the ether or above the ether? Is it
It
like a
sounds like.
dimension type hierarchy?
Are you being
What
disrespectful
type
or
of question is that? It's like
Wait,
that's not even
are you
am
talking to
I just
me?
that's not even
misunderstanding?
it's not even on point to what I was talking about. You're just like it's like a what's the
Oh,
word
my
for
bad,
it?
my
You're
bad.
obfuscating. How do you say that? It's
I would
like
say it's
it's
above.
totally non sequitur.
It's not
Then my bad.
obfuscating, it's asking legit questions. So carry on.
Who?
What do you mean? Your thoughts above, below, fucking sea level?
Oh,
Where
Well,
am
I
I?
think he's talking
am
about
I
like
talking
what
or?
encompasses what. Like for him to say it's above, like are all those things controlled by like the imagination, or you might say just the consciousness of a person? That's what I interpret he was saying as.
You're saying ether's imaginary?
I think
No, I'm
what
not.
he's saying is
No. So basically, I'm asking like the ether's like a dimension type realm, right? Something like that. It's like a realm or a dimension.
No,
No?
it's the soup of information that is flowing through every single thing in the realm that you know of. It's an information source that you're able to actually access if you want to, and it also interacts with the physical world that we live in, and it has interactions on certain points of the earth, like ley points and ley lines and nodes. There's a grid that of energy that it interacts with, and that's why there is such important places all over the earth, because our ancestors know and knew where these places were and how it could benefit them in society overall.
How did you come to the conclusion that there's like an ether? Like, what was the biggest thing that made you like believe in that?
Well, if there was no ether, how else would consciousness be able to be faster than light? How else would
consciousness has a speed?
consciousness needs to have a medium? It definitely has to. Everything has to have a medium. You know, you can't go from A to B without having some way for that movement of it, whether it be instantaneous in two places at the same time or not. It needs to have some type of a foundational,
What
flow.
travels through the medium?
Yeah.
And
Well, he's just basically incredulous on you, Carlos. He's basically just trying to go down the line like you're imagining the shit.
Wait, me?
No,
what?
No,
that's what it sounds like.
You're putting words in my mouth, dude.
You keep asking questions that belie such a thought, so I don't know. Maybe you stop asking such questions like that, I guess. I don't know.
You think my questions are stupid or something?
It's like you're leading him down the road of saying that's imaginary or a realm or another dimension. All these kinds of things. It's clearly what he's not. He's not said that from the beginning. Though, right?
I'm just asking him what travels through the medium. Like, how's that?
Carlos, but because we're all on
what?
Hang on, Jackson. Because we're all on the planet Earth, it's really fucking huge. That's why it looks flat when you walk outside. That doesn't make it flat. The other thing is that light travels really, really fast. So when you think of something in terms of consciousness, and you think, "Oh, I wonder if my girlfriend's going to get me a fucking coffee at Starbucks."
Okay, yeah. I'm on what you're saying right now, yeah.
200 meters down the road.
Okay.
And she shows up half an hour later, and you go, "Where the fuck are you? You were supposed to be here half an hour ago." Not yeah, bitch, but yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I was expecting you to be here. And she goes,
"Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was half an hour late, but I got your coffee from Starbucks."
Yeah.
And you're going,
I'd be asking her what the fuck she's doing. What she was doing. Yeah.
I'd be going, well, that eventually, if it carried on, but then I'd be going, how did you know that I thought that you were going to get a coffee from Starbucks,
shit, yeah.
but you're half an hour late and it's a fresh coffee and you got the coffee half an hour later than I thought you were going to get it, but you did it without me asking you to do it. And so it's still hot without me asking. That is trippy.
Yeah, what the fuck? So what do you think that is? Like, is it like an intuitive? I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
I think maybe it has something to do with evolution, because flat earthers prove that evolution exists because they're a different breed of human. I don't want to say that here live right now, but I just did.
I can explain the coffee thing for you. She's just cheating on you and needed to cover it up.
I know. I can explain the coffee thing. You know, she's half an hour.
Oh yeah, that's totally how I talk. That's exactly. Yeah, thanks for fucking doing an accurate impression of me. Thank you.
Okay. So now she's half an hour late consistently, yeah, no, she's definitely fucking the dude in the next apartment. Okay, thanks.
Welcome.
Fuck's
Just
sake.
common sense. Just common sense. You know what I mean?
Well, I was just taking it as evolutionary intuition, and now you really fucked me up. Thanks, Nex.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, maybe if she's half an hour late, consistent, like every single day, she's probably listening to Flat Earth Awakenings, and she's a Flat Earther, bro.
And she must be at the very evolutionary state of evolution right at the start, because if she had any brains in her head, she'd mix up the half an hour intervals, and she'd mix it up. 9:30, 11:30, 2:30, 3:30. But same time every day, girlfriend.
Wow.
Shit.
What are you guys' opinions on staying a virgin your entire life? Or like maybe like, yeah, because like marrying and procreating and all that, right? That's like bad, right? Don't you guys think that's bad? Because I don't see the purpose of like sexual activity. Like, what's the point of that? You know?
Yeah, it's complete fucking bullshit.
It's legit like just like 5 seconds and it's like done. Like and you have to clean up and shit. Like, what's the point?
I
You
have
know, like
seconds.
just
I get hours. I get hours. There's something wrong with y'all if you're not getting hours. Okay?
Hang on, Stacey.
It's less than 5 seconds for me.
Stacey, just second. Jackson said 5 seconds. I'm going to say, are you fucking a world record holder? I'm going to say 2 seconds.
It's like it's like this like primal like fucking like stupid shit, you know, like it's like de-evolving humanity when you do that. Like, what's the point?
So not, and it is the most beautiful thing when a woman is carrying a child. It's the closest relationship I felt with the Creator, having some life living inside me. And if you could ever, you can't because you're a guy, maybe in the future. But as a woman right now, it's the only way you can do it, and it's the closest thing to this place, and it's beautiful.
You don't reckon that's Satan deceiving you because Satan wants like more life to come into his realm?
Yeah, this guy is a troll for sure. We know.
I'm not trolling.
Wait, we do know it. Okay, you can say whatever the fuck you feel like, but I'll just have my gut reaction.
Dude, just because your perception is,
it's just because I have so many more fucking hours at this shit than you do. It's like
I'm not like every other person.
Let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask you guys a question. What do you think Satan looks like?
He's formless, you know.
I'll tell you what I think Satan would look like if you ever saw him. I think he would look like the most attractive person you ever met. You know why?
Yeah, because he's the light bearer. He's an angel of light. Yeah, he can.
Yeah, like the point of Satan is he's supposed to embody like all the things we could ever want. Temptation, like garner of like
you're actually right, yeah.
Grandiose ideas. Like, so something that feels good or feels special is not necessarily something that couldn't be satanic, right? I mean,
what the fuck?
Wasn't that if you want to go down the book level, wasn't that why the angels were set in the first place? Because we could reproduce. God gave us that ability in the first place for that to happen. God wouldn't give you that if you're not supposed to do that.
But isn't it Satan rules everything physical? And we have physical bodies. Satan created our physical bodies.
Yeah, I was just going to ask who unmuted these guys, man. What the fuck?
Oh my god. So I can't even discuss now like things that I'm passionate about.
Incel? Like maintenance, I guess?
You're just saying that you wouldn't be here to even talk if your mother and father did not get together to produce you?
Yeah, 100%. I respect it. Like that I'm here, you know, but you got to put some.
And life is an amazing place. Even though there's a lot of destruction in this world and corruption and crazy, evil fucking things, are you?
And here's the fucking crazy thing.
I'd rather just strip my entire life.
And I'm not calling you that, by the way. The point was the question: if you're a good person and there's good energy here and love and all this stuff, and actually this place that was created for us is gorgeous.
I'd rather just trip on psychedelics 24/7.
Who said? I mean, you can if you want. That's your choice.
Hang on. Here's the real crazy thing. If you want to get on psychedelics, which
I like Jazza. I want to keep talking, Jazza.
Which no one needs to. But anywho, the evolution's all fake. the Big Bang's all fake. But what we were just talking about, childbirth and shit, is here's the crazy thing. None of us would be here if our parents didn't have a Big Bang.
Wait, a Big Bang? Wait, they had a Big Bang? Or are you saying that
none of us
they
would be here?
Are you saying none of us would be here because of if there was no Big Bang, or are you saying the parents
do you
literally
do you not know what the metaphor of that means?
I don't know.
Big Bang, it made us.
Yeah.
Well, the whole thing.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! We come from nothing. Well, we did come from something. Excuse the
I didn't take it that literally.
A Big Bang. A Big Bang.
Isn't that more literally than metaphorically? Because that's like a literal thing you just said. Like you literally just said like Big Bang. That's like a literal thing.
Man, I wish I wasn't born. I have like allergies and stuff. Kind of sucks.
It's like holy shit.
Yeah, I was born with the form.
You can get help with your allergies, sweetheart, if you go to your local. It has to be local place that you can get honey from for bees that are in your area, because that's how you can actually help with your allergies and everything. But it has to be in your area that the bees are at.
I've had honey when I was like good ass honey when I was little, and that didn't do shit for my allergies. Like nothing.
Stacy.
It has to be from your local area though, for the allergies that are in your area.
Stacy, that is fucking totally true, because I was when I totally fucking true. When I did my helicopter license fucking years and years ago, I used to get really bad hay fever, and I was standing outside a shop one day, and a little old Japanese man, he was standing outside a shop with the flowers were outside, and we have Manuka honey. I don't know if you get it.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, I think it's native to New Zealand, our area, and it's worth a shit ton of money. But he said because it's the pollen from the honey, he said take a teaspoon of Manuka honey every morning, and within a month you'll be cured. And he was like old Japanese. He was like, "Oh, take your Manuka honey teaspoon every morning."
Oh, okay,
that's pretty good.
Okay.
And I fucking did it, and I'll tell you what, I haven't had hay fever for fucking 20 years.
Wait, so you're telling me that's not even placebo? That's just literally like that guy's like a enlightened being or something.
I don't think but it makes sense. Like it's like an antidote. Like he's saying,
like a vaccine. How you would take a vaccine, right? Because the vaccine has the same type of stuff. So when you take it,
you can't even say that here.
Wait, Snacks, you're trolling. You tell
not the V.
You can't say the V word. Don't drop it. Thank you.
No.
Why?
He wasn't saying not the V.
House rules.
It's a.
I said it's the same as how a vaccine would do the same thing as the pollen.
No, it's an antidote. Like you get bitten by a brown snake, and the brown snake pumps its venom into you, and they pump the same amount of venom into it to counteract it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's anti-venom.
If you guys think that basic vaccines don't work, then I don't know what to tell you.
But I think basically we try to not use the V word in here. Just
why though? What do you want me to use then?
Wait, let me hear why. I'm curious about this. Why don't use that word?
But hang on, because I got to go. And I think Stacey, you agreed with me. Is that with the pollen and the hay fever?
Yes.
That this old Japanese guy said just have a teaspoon every morning of the honey that's produced by the bees in your local area, and within 3 weeks a month, I haven't had hay fever in 20 years, and I fucking put it on that old Japanese man.
Yeah.
Oh, just take Manuka honey.
And if you start getting them in an area that you're traveling, you try to find the honey that's in that area. It might be hard, but you actually can help your symptoms while you're there too every day. It won't necessarily get rid of it completely possibly while you're there, but you can at least help your symptoms. It's a true thing. I wish my brother would have did it growing up, because he had horrible times during the summer with allergies and shit. But I learned that in my 20s, and I was like, what? And I could cure a lot of things like that. But yeah, it makes sense though too when you think about it logically, right? My brother couldn't stand pollen. He would kill him around that time of year. But the bees were the ones doing it, and then they were also given the cure. Quite brilliant.
Yeah, and I had like hay fever when I was 17, 18, it would knock me out for a week. Just the itchy eyes and the sneezing and shit. It was outrageous. But I met this old Japanese guy, was like a fucking wizard outside a shop, and he was like, "Oh, take your own to local Manuka honey."
That's
and I did it,
sick,
and it fucking worked. It fucking worked a treat.
Fucking sick cunt. Do you guys know Ziz?
Isn't true.
The bodybuilder that died. That Chinese guy reminds me of him for some reason, like just sick as, you know. Just a light being of an inspiration. Makes everything better in your life, man.
Yeah. I see what you're saying there. That's kind of deep.
The lead singer of the Smashing Pumpkins, I think he claims he's still a virgin.
Yeah, so I'm the same. I can relate. Fucking.
I'm a virgin.
As soon as you ruin that, then your life just changes.
And by the way, I talked to Gio the other day on the server. I think it was yesterday morning, actually, for a little while, and we had a good conversation about like talking what you can say, code words, and all that. He's not too hung up on like, listen, if we say vaccine, because vaccines are real, that word, right? If we're talking about things that exist and blah blah, but we talk about the last few years, then we gotta code that a little bit because that stuff can get this server taken down. He's trying not.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the latest, vaccines.
Right, and I understand, but even that word is like a trigger word in general, because usually when you say that word, it starts this whole panel to talk about
that's
that
the other
area.
Fault, right? How they respond.
Well, you did say one thing like, well, that vaccines don't work at all then, and that's going to literally send people down a rampage. It just does every time, the way around.
I didn't say that vaccines don't work well. I never said that at all.
No, you were questioning it. Like you were questioning
No,
him.
like,
that's
not what I said. No, I said that it works the same way as Manuka honey. Yeah?
Yes, you did. And then later on, when people were talking about you can't say this and do that, and you said literally something about vaccines, or maybe it wasn't you, I'm pretty sure it was, it could have been Fallen. But one of you guys said something about what you guys don't believe in vaccines or like they didn't work, and that's going to have a whole different conversation.
No, I just meant the basic ones. Like it's obvious that they work. I'm not talking about the new ones. Like
the problem is if you want to talk realness on research, if you look up right when this whole thing hit the last few years, right, there was actually a Supreme Court thing that went down, right, where they actually, my brain, I'm trying to make coffee too. Let me get away from it. It's too loud. But they literally lost in court because they've never been proven ever to be safe or effective.
What about like scientific studies?
This is what we're talking about. It like there's little bit of studies that are given you, but actually proven the stuff that they're stating has not been done, and they lost in court. So when people say that these are proven to be safe and all this stuff and they're good, and that's not true. It's actually been shown in court. There's a paperwork on it. All the vaccines, by the way, not just 1, 2, 3.
Well, why do you think they would lie about that though? Like, what do they want to?
Well, they're not lying. They're admitting this. This is why I'm saying it right now, because they actually went to court for this. So they lost. The people aren't asking. The people are just taking because they think that
if it doesn't work, like why are they putting it out there for people to have then? Like,
well, here's the same thing. They give you pain medicine. It doesn't actually fix anything. It just helps solve some of your symptoms and pain that you're going through. But guess what else happens with that? Other problems that happen to your body because it's not good for you. So it's the same thing with anything that is not good for you. They give you something that's kind of good, supposedly, and then a bunch of bad. It's not safe.
Fucking weird, but that they would do that.
Same thing.
That's fucking like satanic.
Yeah, I missed what happened.
A lot of these vaccines have stuff in them that are not safe.
Oh, I've heard there's luciferase in the vaccine. Have you guys heard of luciferase?
But listen, I can't prove any of that. So this is why when people talk about that stuff, we can talk about it. But in reality, we can't prove any of that stuff. I actually don't know what's in that vial or whatever that goes into anybody. I don't know what you received. You could receive water. You could receive a bunch of shit that they say. Nobody knows.
Hey, Stacy, I took the vaccine. Should I be worried?
Honey, Let's not use this word that be now, guys, or we're gonna shut it down real quick because it's actually turning into a conversation.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying it's turning into a conversation about it now. So this is when we have to start using seriously code words. This is what I said how it does, and I did it myself, but we have to now turn to code words.
And I say the V word.
No, not when we're talking about this now.
Shit.
And hey team, I've got to go, but
Jazz, are you like a fucking? Do you live in New Zealand or like Australia? I can't tell.
You know, I'm in New Zealand. I'm not in fucking Australia. In fact,
Dude,
Sydney or Melbourne
do you live in
or
like
fucking
near
Brisbane.
Queenstown area?
I'm not. I'm an hour 40 minutes north of Queenstown.
Oh shit! I actually want to live there. To be honest, yeah, good shit, man.
Beautiful.
There's legit not one predatory animal over there. It's like pretty based.
Yeah, now we've got nothing that tries to kill us, but I'm terrified of moths and spiders. So even though they're not venomous, if I see one, I fucking freak the fuck out.
What about mosquitoes?
Mosquitoes, they try and kill you too, but they don't.
Fuck.
But they do.
Okay.
Bro, moths are beautiful though.
Yeah,
like, fuck spiders and mosquitoes.
I love moths, man.
No, when I was 9 years old, I was riding down an alleyway and a fucking fly flew into my eardrum, and it was the loudest thing I've ever heard in my fucking life.
Yes.
Ew.
Oh my god.
Wait.
Ew.
So, like, if I were to go out with like my family out of Queenstown area around the Alps over there, there'd be no danger, eh? It'd just be like a fairyland, like you're in heaven, eh?
Oh yeah, you can go up into the hills. You can flip over a piece of wood and not worry about a brown snake coming out to kill you, or you can.
What about people? Yeah, okay. What about people that hunt like thing? I don't know. People that go out with guns, they might accidentally shoot your family. Accidentally, because they're illegal over there, eh?
Yeah. No, you can literally paddle in the lake, and a crocodile or great white shark's not going to come and kill you.
What about people with guns though? There's literally people that wield guns over in the nature and that. Like, I'm generally being serious right now. Like, what happens if they accidentally shoot your family? Like, there's always a possibility.
You can literally have the wrong address for your Airbnb and knock on the wrong address, and go. And the next door neighbors will answer the door and they'll go, "Oh, fuck, no, your Airbnb's next door." And then they'll follow you over and have a fucking barbecue with you. And they'll bring the meat.
So I don't have to worry about people shooting you, right? Like, accidentally?
No. Unless they're crazy fucking
are guns illegal? Are guns legal over there?
No.
Oh. But you can get a gun through a license, right?
They are legal, but you've got to go through a shit ton of shit to get it.
Because I've heard of in the US, people that have accidentally shot people that they thought were like animals. Like, imagine you got your fucking 2-year-old, and then you just see it get splattered all over the ground because someone accidentally shoots your fucking kid. That you think it's like a baby animal.
Well, that was the saddest thing a couple of years ago. The 34, 36, 35-year-old female that was a gun advocate in Texas. We all need the Second Amendment.
People don't go hunting in New Zealand because there's no like many like large animals.
Oh no, there's shitloads to go hunting for. You just got to have you've just got to have the right guns. Nothing you can hunt is going to kill you unless.
What happens if someone I'm being serious. What happens if someone mistakes a baby animal for my 2-year-old or some shit?
Oh, well, then you go into jail.
That's probably because your 2-year-old looks like a fucking beast, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be rude or anything, but that's probably what it is. If they have hair covered in face or something like that?
I don't know how you could
keep them on a leash.
I don't know how you could claim in court that you're 2-year-old male with a fucking A3 painting and Metro colours outside a kindergarten.
Yeah. It's just there's a lot of retarded people, you know, like
Wait, has it actually happened that a kid has been shot thinking it was an animal?
Has there been one case?
Never heard of it.
Are there any cases, Gaza, in New Zealand of anyone being shot by someone else? In like nature, accidentally? Or not even accidentally?
There's been a couple of hunting accidents over 20 years. But my favourite one is my mate helicopter pilot was flying on the west coast, and he saw we have what we call chamois here. They're like mountain goats.
Oh yeah.
And they're like climbing up a rock face. And they climbed onto like a bit of a rock, 6 of them. And my mate was doing flights up all day, all morning, and he noticed these 6 chamois, these mountain goats, were still on this rock face with like a 600-foot cliff below them. And he pulled into a hover beside them, like a couple of 100 feet away, like not to scare them. But he had 6 Australian women on board. And he said, turn your cameras to the left and take a photo of all these chamois, these mountain goats on the cliff. And he didn't realize that they got all scared by the helicopter, and mountain goats they're supposed to climb, they obviously got stuck there, and they all fucking jumped off the cliff to their death.
Okay.
And all the Australian women in the back started crying and were like, take us back, you murdering bastard.
I mean, that's pretty hypocritical because they eat, like, they consume meat every day. So it's like...
Yeah, but he didn't realize that that obviously got themselves stuck on this bluff.
I just don't know why the people would be crying. I mean, that's pretty hypocritical.
Yeah, I mean, far out. Humanity's been through a whole lot worse than that.
Was it like a very steep cliff? So they like definitely died.
Oh yeah, no, it was a like chamois, tar, mountain goats. They can get through anything. They were definitely stuck.
So wait, dude, are you trying to say that if you eat animals, you obviously can't care about animals? Is that kind of what you're saying?
No.
Well, no, I'm basically just saying...
not you, the other guy.
No, I'm saying if you're going to cry about mountain goats in nature getting killed, I mean, you eat them every day, right? So it's pretty hypocritical because you're the reason.
No, it's not. Because if you eat them, that's like for a purpose. If they jump off a cliff and you didn't mean for them to jump off the cliff,
can I eat disabled humans?
That's a good point, man.
Can I eat disabled humans?
Why would you even say that?
Because I'm saying you basically do that with animals. Animals of the same sentience as a disabled human.
Are you a vegetarian or a vegan by any chance?
He's a virgin. That starts with a V.
No, I'm a virgin, not a vegan.
You got to go, Jazz.
I'm sure he's a virgin.
You know, Stacey, I'm pretty sure I've told you this helicopter mountain goat story before, but
yes, yeah. It's time, man. Like, listen, mountain goats, I've seen them. It happens in nature, but I still feel sorry for an animal that dies at any point in time. I want to save every animal, even if I eat an animal. And I actually probably wouldn't have ever been, growing up in a life where I was eating animals. It was my choice in the beginning. I didn't know. My parents gave me. I still hated it growing up, thinking I was eating a chicken or any of this stuff. It makes you feel awful. So, yeah, I'm an animal lover. It really actually irritates the shit out of me. So, no, there is no connection. I hate eating meat, even though I love it. I'd like to get away from it, but I don't know about that. And maybe one day. If I had to kill it, I probably won't do it.
Trolls left her anyway, so it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Thank you, Lord.
Same here, Stacey. I wrestled a rabbit to its free life the other day from somebody that was trying to kill it.
Now we should care about that.
Would you save a rabbit if a moth was attacking it, Jazz?
If a moth was attacking it, I would commandeer someone else to attack the moth.
Yeah, right.
and then I would rescue the rabbit.
And then you would, exactly. I think the rabbit was already rescued at that point. It probably took off, but cute. But he's like, I did it.
Even if if I commandeered someone to kill the moth and they were running in the same direction, as long as they were 100 meters behind me or 100 feet, I would follow that rabbit in order to save it.
Yeah.
Dude, I really want to mess with the dude right now from. Was he actually from Australia or New Zealand or whatever? Right? Like he's from your area, right, Jazz? But I wanted
Who
to
was
to
that?
mess with. I wanted to mess with them right now and be like, dude, they were sad because they didn't get to eat them. That's why they were sad, bro. Like,
Yeah.
it seemed like a waste, right? They jump off the cliff. Don't become state.
Oh, yeah.
You're right.
How were they like,
I
we're not
love it.
trolls? How were they like that, though? That doesn't make sense. I'm like, you guys are trolls. They're like, no, we're not. What are you talking about? Hey, can I get confuse a 2-year-old for an elk or something like that? Didn't that happen in your country? Like,
Stacey, your voice is so nice. Like,
yeah, we really need Stacy here because we're gonna ask.
I know.
We're like, yeah. Oh,
just
God.
stop.
Anyway.
I know.
Right,
It's crazy. Stupid.
It was Stacey's next, so I got to go. We'll catch us next time.
Absolutely,
Tomorrow.
honey. Have a good day. Or night.
Right
Yep.
there.
Bye, Jessa.
You two catch up.
Bye, hon.
Dude,
All right there, kiddo.
no.
Love your voice, Jazza. Love your passion. You come on our show.
He's got a good heart, man. People give him shit, and why are you friends with Jazz? Because he's actually a nice person to talk to, and it's cool. And he's actually quite honest in many ways with me. So, yep, I appreciate it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. He may not agree with the globe with me, right? That's okay. We agree on most of the other shit, though. That's what's pretty cool.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure it's only because you're a chick. Just saying.
Maybe. And you know what? I wouldn't doubt that too sometimes. To be honest.
I mean, Jazzy used to like to talk to Poncho too.
We need more women though from a compassionate, what we are, right, side. It's just a lot of us women aren't.
Is that what your kind is like?
Right. Though you sometimes I am not. I am cutthroat, right? It just depends the day. But we're also spicy. Like, get us going. And we have like authority in our voice because we feel what we're talking about, not just explaining it to people sometimes.
You just get confused. You think you got authority. I'm just waving you away. I'm just like, just get out of here, you silly
snacks.
I'm just.
I know, but definitely trolls. Been through
if women are upset, you can just tell them like, it's okay. Don't worry. Your feelings are irrelevant.
For fuck's sake, I came in here crying this morning. Good morning, guys.
Don't worry, it doesn't matter. It's like, oh, okay.
I'll get over it, guys. Just give me a second.
You're invalidating my feelings.
I know. You invalidate my feelings, bro. I laugh at my own self, and people can't laugh at themselves. Some, at least. They're so bored then in this world.
Makes you a better person.
It does, I think.
Possibly. Huh.
Try. If you've been around long enough, you've been through some shit, you've seen a lot of shit, and you're just like, why?
It was way cooler when I was like, I don't have any flaws. What flaws? Like nothing stinks that I do,
Amazing.
I had that age. Does everybody have that age? Hopefully everybody does. Some amount of years where you're like, I do everything pretty much perfect. I don't know.
I still do. No, I'm kidding.
All right. Yeah, never grow up.
No, I'm constantly making mistakes, and I really wish I would stop making them. I was talking to God about a month ago going, God, I'm not good at making choices. Can you just push me through the door that I'm supposed to go through? Because I see like 10, and I will always choose the wrong one. Push me through the door, Lord. Even if it hurts, I'm okay with it. Because sometimes you don't want that door, and it's a little bit of a struggle, but then you get to the brilliant side of it. But for some reason, sometimes you choose the wrong damn door. Damn it. No, I know that my choices aren't the best.
Did you just mention cancer sticks? Is that what you were saying right now?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, so how bad do you want to quit those? Like...
Oh, cigarettes?
Yeah.
I actually only smoke 2 a day now. I was smoking a pack a day. But here's the thing. I've turned to right now to help myself vape. So it's still getting nicotine, still kind of the same thing, but I guess maybe less chemicals. I still don't want to it's still, I'm turning to something else, But dude, I'm on my way to quit. I gotta quit. Yeah.
Have you gotten to that point yet where, like, you not only hate the fact that you smoke, but you Like you can see how offensive it is on you. Like it actually bugs you after you smoke, kind of shit. Like you don't even like. I don't know. It got to a point where I didn't even like the fucking air in my mouth after I got done smoking a cigarette, dude.
This
You
is
know,
why I want
like
my vape because it tastes like shit. I'm going, wait a minute, why am I smoking this? This doesn't even taste good. And I stink afterwards. And then I turn to my vape. I'm like, oh, this damn tastes good. This is like strawberry kiwi. I got cotton candy.
the
And you don't have
fucking
that smell,
vape.
that taste or
Oh my
anything. Yeah.
god, I can't do those. I've never been able to do those vapes because I like the taste of like real tobacco, right? I like the
Oh,
sweetness of it. Like when you open like a fresh pack
yes.
of cigarettes that smell, right? Like I used to love that. Um, any of the vapes that I tried for years, right? The fuck, what were they back in the day? Uh damn, I can't remember the name of them. But
I can't
like
remember the
none
names
of
of them
them.
either.
Well, no, none of them had like an actual cigarette flavor. They always had this like it
Right.
tasted like I was smoking fucking tea leaves or something. I swear to God, like it wasn't like
Yeah.
cigarette. It was like I was smoking something else, and then like the vapor was too moist for me. You know, like when I would smoke a cigarette, it was like a dry, ashy heat that I actually liked. I don't know, it was weird. I wasn't so much addicted to the smoke or the nicotine, more of like the feeling of the expansion of the smoke in my lungs when I would take a hit. And I don't think you get that when you do the vapes because that's like what I was
The
missing when I
new
would
ones
try
are
the vape.
better if you haven't tried some of the new ones. I mean, I don't know the name of mine or they're not trying to promote anything, but they are still a different hit because if you hit a pipe, like weed or something, or if you hit a cigarette, it's still a different draw, even off of this vape. So all three have their own little way you have to pull it from them to make that, your lungs not cough or whatnot and all that shit and expand a certain way. But I know what you're talking about. My habit wasn't even nicotine. It was the fact of just smoking a cigarette. Anxiety. You hold a cigarette in your hand, you light it, and it's just a feel, right? I really didn't even care about the smoke anymore. So it was more just something to do in my hands. But when you take it to a vape, it's still not the same. I'm like, but for so many years, it's that cigarette in my hands, like fingers. That draw,
Yeah,
all that you get addicted to more than actually the nicotine. Yeah.
no, I know what you mean. Like the feel of the cigarette between your fingers versus holding like a container in your hand that you're like taking a hit off of is real way different, right?
And even back in the day, we tried to help my mom too quit. And she had the big pins, like this heavy, heavy pin that you're supposed to puff on back in the day. And it tasted like shit. I'm like, no one's going to quit if you have to do this. It's not even close comparison to holding a cigarette in your hands. And the nicotine patches, I'm like, I actually don't care about the nicotine. I'm not having nicotine withdrawals.
You
No.
see, the
Yeah.
the the first vapes that I remember hitting, what, like 5, 6 years ago, 10 years ago, um, was the ones that were still shaped like cigarettes. You know, like it came with a
Back.
single one, and then you had like a different head tip that you would screw on, and you only had two flavors. You had the normal, or you had the menthol. You know, like that was it.
Those were shit. Nobody hardly quit on those, to be honest. My mom had a $200 machine that was left in her house. Like, they got rid of it. It was like, she never used it. And it never looked like a real cigarette. And it was super heavy in your fingers. It never felt right. Even the puff didn't feel right. I'm like, why are you doing this, Mom? This isn't working. Is that going to work for you? And it never did, by the way. Seriously. She used it maybe 2 days. The old ones are different than the new.
It feels like you're inhaling air. It's not cool. I didn't like it. But no, the fact that you're kind of like to that point of you really don't like smoking
Yep.
sounds like you're getting real close to wanting to quit.
I know. I'm
Like it took
happy.
so long, dude. It took so long to finally get to that point. I
Hmm.
haven't smoked in coming up on like 4 years now.
That's beautiful. Yeah. I quit for quite a while. Started back up, then I quit again because you get pregnant. You're like, oh wait, can't smoke anymore. Damn straight, and you have a purpose, so it's even easier. By the way, you're like, I have to
Honestly,
do this.
never had that problem.
Yeah, of course you. I hope not, honey. I really hope not.
Hey, it's 2023. Don't judge me.
Exactly. Wait, what are we living in? Soon you all might be talking about it too. We have now, been able to structure a man where he can, oh God, please help me. If that ever happens, I'm out. If y'all are able to carry children at one day, I'm out.
That's what
Crazy
they're
world.
trying to push now. Like, I
I
can't
know,
believe
it's
there's
insane.
actually news stories where, like, man gives birth to child, and it's like, no, that was a woman that. No.
You're so wrong. I know, it's so up, man. And it's actually quite scary. People go, hey, we have to have, equality and be nice to people and all this stuff. But if we keep this up and how it's going down this road, right, and the kids and how I hear them speak, we're heading to a generation that's not going to reproduce children correctly.
That whole equality thing doesn't make any sense, because usually
No,
when
none.
a woman is looking for a man, they want a man, A, that is stronger than them, B, that is smarter than them, C, that is more resourceful than them. Like, what part about that sounds fucking equal? Like women date up. They don't date across. It's called, what's the term? Hypergamy, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's actually like a real thing. Fucking very real.
And that's where I fucked up is you start thinking you want certain things. It's like friendship, love, care. But they have to, yes, bring more to the table than that. Because let me tell you, I got tired of bringing it all to the table for 17 damn years. It's like not doing it anymore. But yeah, we need that other side. Now that I'm in a relationship and this man will sit after I do, after I clean and then I cook again and all that stuff, dinner, he'll go in there and start cleaning up the dishes. I wasn't used to that. I'm like, what? You're doing dishes? Wait a minute. Wait a minute, you're going to check the mail? Wait a minute, you're going to sweep the floor? I don't have to say anything? You're going to make the bed one day? Like, that's unusual to me because I'm used to holding it down, But there is that give and take and the strongness. Yes, he can help me. He can not put me under the car to do the work. He's like, I'm going to fix your car. So, yeah, damn straight. Now that I got a man that does like that, I'm in heaven. This is a man? It's like, this is awesome.
Yeah, that's what real men do. They help the women with the dishes and they do the stuff
Yeah.
around the house. They don't just fucking sit around and be lazy. Do
You should
something.
do it sometimes. I was working 15 hours. I'm supposed to go home and do it all. Hell no. I'm not doing that too. No. Yeah. Power to the men, right? Hold it down at home too. Because the woman has to work, right? Or something. Because I'm going to tell you right now, it's not easy if you have children to send your children off to daycare or anything. You might as well stay home. It's too expensive. So, man or woman, holding it down at home. That's a job in itself. Don't get it twisted.
Dude, some of these chicks that I see paying for daycare, like they're straight up working to pay for daycare. It makes no fucking sense. It's like, why don't you just not work then?
I actually quit my job before because I couldn't justify going to work and sending my kid to daycare. There was like only a slight difference in the money amount I would have, made or lost or whatever. So I was like, fuck it.
Right? That
Exactly.
along with like the headache and stress, totally not worth it.
Yeah, who's watching the kid? Is he okay? Are they fucking beating him?
Absolutely. But you get to be there with your child and actually raise your child in the way that it should be. Beautiful. So why put it in someone else's hands, especially if it's going to cost you that much money? Why? Unless you can, maybe some people do it because if they work, they can get help from the state more. Doubtful. Usually it's the other way around, this damn system. Sit on your ass and do
Well,
nothing.
if you're poor, if you're poor, you get a lot of friggin' benefits. Like it's hard crossing that line and from being poor to middle class or whatever it is. Like that line's hard to cross because if you're poor, you get food stamps, you get HEAP, you get help with child care, all kinds of government assistance shit. And then you cross that line and you make an extra couple $1,000s a year, and now you don't get none of that shit. It's hard.
Which is ridiculous because they actually keep the people down. Now, not the ones that are using the system, but it's like you should be helping the ones that are actually trying to get out here and work and still don't have enough to survive with their family. It's sad because you're like, well, I might as well not work at all. Sit on my ass and do nothing because you're paying me more and I won't lose my insurance and all this stuff. That's insanity. You're making a person Literally, you enable them to do what they're doing. Do nothing.
Yeah, like if you make like 30 G's a year, and you're getting all these benefits and shit because you're poor, but then you get a little raise at work, and now you make 32. I don't know the exact numbers, but now you make 32 G's a year at work, and you've crossed this threshold of not being oh, you make too much money. You make too much money. You know what I'm saying? And now you can't get these assistants. It's almost beneficial to not make that extra $2,000 because now you're losing 15 grand in benefits.
I know, Jeremy, as we all talk about, it's why the system's so fucking broken. This is why we have exactly what we got going on. It was perfectly
There's an
designed.
incentive to not work.
Dude, what you do is you denounce your citizenship, you go to Mexico, and you walk across the border, and then they'll give you everything again.
You could, though. It's
Follow
true.
me for
That's
more
a true
life
statement.
hacks.
Do you know how much money you need to make worldwide to be in the top 1% on a worldwide status? It's
Is there even a middle
35.
class anymore?
Yeah, I
Sincerely.
don't know. They've been trying to get rid of that for a while now.
I mean, actually, what you just designed, though, what you said, not designed, what you just broke down, though, we still have to have a poor, right, and a middle class, and then the rich are not even near us. But because that line, that little tiny, and now it's so tiny, it's unreal. There used to be a big margin between these three, but there's not anymore. It's very, very thin. You're either extremely poor in your system, making that, or make it just a tiny bit more, struggling, and I'm going to call you middle class.
Yeah, the middle class isn't like. I don't know if people think like it's easier, and it depends on what tier of middle class you're in, right? If you're just barely crossed that threshold, then you're probably struggling as hard, if not harder, than the guy that's beneath you in the poor class who's getting all the benefits. But if you could be
Correct.
upper middle class, and then you're like, you're chilling. You're probably good.
Stacy, I need help.
You admitted it. I'm just kidding.
I need help with something.
It depends what it is right now.
My girlfriend keeps saying that I'm gonna cheat on her, and she keeps crying, saying like I have cheater behavior and stuff like that, and I just don't know what to do.
Get a new girlfriend.
You need to think that. Is this a game to you, Fallen? Because you can be fun, joking, and try to be flirty because people do it. But to sit here and come in here and flirt with me on a constant basis, ooh, I like to get in her pants, and to ask me that question is ridiculous.
Stacy, aren't you
Think
married?
about what you do.
Are you married, Stacy?
Your business, but no.
Well, are you single?
Absolutely not.
You're not.
You
Well,
just went on a whole monologue about how good
that's
her
the
man is.
impression I
He's
got because I thought maybe you were married because you said that you had a child at some
Man.
point. So,
No. I lost a child, but it's okay.
oh, I'm sorry. Well, anyways,
That's okay. Just make sure it's clear in here. Things get spread out, and it's nuts. Very nuts around here.
well, anyways,
But why would
What?
you be worried about who I'm dating, if I'm single, or any of that? If you're really asking me that question, I actually don't think you have a girlfriend at all. And
the
this is
reason why I was asking,
He hasn't had a girlfriend in a while.
the reason why I was asking is two reasons. The first one is I was going to tell you why would I like try to hit on someone who's married because I was like I thought you were married or something. I guess I made a false assumption. But the other thing I was going to ask is have you ever like described that to your partner, the thing my girlfriend is doing to me?
no need to.
Plus, he doesn't have a real girlfriend.
You said you don't need to, Stacey.
Why would I need to?
So what should I do to make her feel better?
Maybe get offline and go hug her until you love her, and not talk to other girls.
All
Might
right.
be a start.
I appreciate your advice.
Do you have any kind of biblical background at all? Like, have you ever picked up the Bible? Do you give a shit about the Bible? Do you care anything about that kind of stuff?
I think the Bible is an amazing piece of literature, but what was the first thing you asked?
Just asking, like, if you
Do I have a
like,
biblical background?
yeah,
Well,
like, I mean, if you have studied it at all, kind of shit, anything.
well, I was in a private school when I was a kid, so I guess you can say I like studied it.
Okay. Well, there's something that really helped me as far as relationships with everything, right? Not even just with as far as with women, dude, with like every kind of relationship. And it's called Shalom in the Home, dude. Check that out. Just some advice on that, man. Because you're asking like what to do, right? And this dude's actually like a marriage counselor as well. So he's got a lot of insights into like couples and shit. And it's funny listening to him talk about couples because like the stuff he says, he's not wrong when he mentions like insecurities in relationships and stuff like that. Because that's kind of what you're dealing with right now, right? Is like an insecurity either because of something that you did that she viewed a certain way and is now responding to, or if you just flat out did and she's completely justified in feeling the way that she feels, dude. Either way, you need to deal with that, bro. Otherwise, you're not gonna have a girlfriend very long. But yeah,
A little bit of
sorry.
context might help, though. There was just one time where we came across like this random girl that was like getting bullied by like dudes because she had like kind of a, I don't know how you'd say, like boyish face. And I complimented the person and called all the people making fun of her morons, saying like she's conventionally attractive. And my girlfriend was bothered by that. She's like saying like she doesn't like the fact that I'm like saying other women are attractive. And that just started something with her where she kind of just was a little bit on my case about everything.
So, that video I was telling you about, Shalom in the Home, it actually, uh, he does go into how you can help with that, though, right? With that, even that situation, man. Because, first off, it all depends on how you feel about your girl, I guess, right? If you're willing to go at it to keep her, some people aren't. Sounds like you are, bro. I would suggest checking out his stuff, man. It's good. I would sit here and tell you what's in it, but I don't want to take up everyone's time giving you like a fucking hour-long relationship PowerPoint presentation because I'm no one to really give that, dude. But I can help point you in a direction because, dude, that situation does kind of suck. It really does. Because I get where you're coming from, man. Uh, like you weren't. It sounds like you weren't even like flirting with the girl or anything. You were just trying to give her like a boost of confidence while other people were fucking with her. It sucks your girlfriend wasn't able to see what you were really trying to do. If that is really what you were trying to do, you know. Uh, and I mean, you sound pretty genuine, bro. So I'll take your word for it. But yeah, it sounds like that's something that your girl's having trouble with, man. Like a past like insecurity or something. As far as I don't know, I don't know your girl's scenario, bro, because she could have had like some kind of weird issue with some past relationship with somebody like cheating on her. And it
And I want
started
to hear
out.
you when you flirt it with me and call me beautiful and want to have sex with me. Does your girlfriend hear you say that?
Oh, I didn't say any of that to you.
When we tried to get my pants all that comment over at the other server. Remember? But it doesn't matter. You didn't say me beautiful. Tell me how hot I am. Does she hear you say that? Because you're not just doing it to be nice to one person. You're actually going out of your way to go online and probably in real life flirting with people. Does she see that or hear it?
She saw something that I would not consider flirting, but like, well, okay, a couple things to say. I mean, clearly, Stacy, like any like thing that you'd consider me flirting towards you wouldn't work out because we have irreconcilable differences. Like, for example, I don't think the Earth is flat. You do. I'm like basically the antithesis
It
to you.
does not matter about that person's opinion. You may know nothing in the street about somebody, but you can still say she's beautiful, she's hot, whatever, and it's still going to affect your girlfriend. You don't have to have an actual connection with someone for it to still be flirting and disrespectful, though. Is she hearing you talk about girls all the time, like that girl's pretty, and telling me that I'm beautiful and all this stuff on a daily basis, following me around on a server and stuff? Does she hear and see that? Because if I was your girlfriend, I'm being sincere, and you really have a girlfriend, if this is happening, and I was hearing you do what you even do to me, I'd be gone. Because I would feel so unwanted and disrespected, and my worth is more than that. So for me, I'm saying if you're doing that and she can hear that, I don't care if you have a connection or not, it would be wrong and disrespectful. Because what you need to be doing is telling her how beautiful she is. I don't give a, my man tells me I'm beautiful when I wake up with black eyes under my, black circles under my eyes. I feel like shit. I know I look like shit. And I walk out of the bathroom and go, oh, hey, beautiful. That's where you tell. Give that stuff to her.
I tell her all the time she's beautiful.
But it's going to be meaningless if you say it to everyone else too. She needs to feel like she's worth it, valuable. She is on a pedestal in your eyes in a way that she's the most beautiful thing on earth. You love her to pieces. You can't live without her kind of feeling. And if you're not in that feeling in a relationship, maybe it's not the right one. I've learned that.
Yeah, honestly, dude, I really don't even know who you are, so I have nothing to say to that. Yeah, I don't know any of your interactions with Stacy. I don't know Stacy at all, so I haven't been around for a long time. I've missed out on a bunch of stuff over the last couple of years, apparently.
Yeah, you're like new again.
I know, it feels like I'm a fucking rookie again, dude.
Welcome
Do you
to
know
the
how many,
crazy world.
like, dude, do you know how many times I've had to go back to recheck something that I know I remember looking up before? Just so that I don't sound like a fucking moron and I can actually
Mm-hmm.
say it, like, with some half-ass confidence, dude. Like, because I'm like, wait, I remember something. I remember that this was the case, but like, am I mistaken? And then I go back and look, and I'm like, no, I was right. Like, it's still
Yeah.
their system is still broken. Yeah, okay,
I
just
mean,
check.
it took me like literally like a month to like get in the flow of tripping over my own words correctly here. After all that practice, I thought I would have had it down pat. No, still took some time.
Dude, you were still having to look up fucking recipes for word salad, bro?
I'm glad Witsit gets called for word salad a lot. Just makes me feel like I'm not by myself. I'm like, my people.
You're just like, I feel a kinship with you. With it.
Like,
It's
I
all right.
know, I know what this feels like, bro. Yeah, I've been there, been there.
But dude, it's just so funny when I'm talking to some of these guys on here now, and they're like, dude, they're like, what the fuck? Hey, like, what tests or what experiments have you done with this shit? And I'm like, bro.
And oh, it's so
Let's
funny.
start from the.
Somebody was talking about, oh, Brian Leakey was talking about mirror flash or whatever. You know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, I know. We kind of like, I was with you. We did some groundwork to make sure we could figure out how that would work out. You know, like there's pre-work that goes into a lot of this stuff too. You know, like nobody ever fucking mentions Nate Gonzalez or fucking Wendell. You know what I mean? So whatever. It's
Dude,
another world.
Were you there at Monterey Bay when we went?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Why did we go to Monterey Bay? Damn. Did you get to go on any of those?
Monterey Bay?
No, not Monterey Bay, but any of the like the observations where we actually ran the test. Or do you just remember it from like streaming it when we were?
Well, yeah, I streamed a couple of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really feels like I was there.
To like dude, like with the lasers, right?
Hmm.
Anybody that's fucked around with a laser, you know that when you see that perfect dot, like you're looking down that point of that fucking laser, man. Like you have eyes on that laser. And we were I have a picture, I have like pictures on my phone of that are screenshots from the stream actually,
Mhm.
where I was recording it with my freaking cell phone, dude, and you could see the perfect dot in the middle across the lake, dude. It's dope.
Yeah, we had that
For
before,
a
like in the
minute.
middle of the night, about 1 o'clock in the morning. Somebody was like, we got it lined up. And I was like, cool. Just wait till
Well,
the
yeah, it
morning
was.
when Nat Geo gets here. And then it was like, let's wait a little long. Let's wait until the refraction changes. Let's wait. Okay, now let's do it. Okay. Tricky guys.
Have you both been in this? Or at least on the servers and stuff too, doing stuff and being active and trying to. How long have you and Uber and Sax been doing this?
Snack longer than me. I didn't get into this until the end of like 2016.
Although,
Like,
honey, yeah. You've been here for a minute. You've been here since I've been here, though. Absolutely. You were here before me in this
I
whole,
was just I was
yeah.
just there. So I started out not talking to anybody, uploading videos, and then Candy Franklin got a hold of me, and then I got into the back call for Mark Sargent's fucking radio show. His after hours like chat that we had, and so I got to meet a bunch of people through there, and that's where dude, I think I came across Jibby, and then Jibby dragged me over to Ponchos.
Oh, okay. I never asked you
Yeah.
that, but I guess that makes sense.
Like, and then yeah, no, okay. So and before Ponchos, I was actually hanging out on. Do you guys remember Karen from Sun and Moon?
Yeah, I'm still linked with her. Yes.
Yeah, so am I, but I don't really talk to her because like I used to be on her show a lot, way back in the day, back when Santos was on her show all the time. Him and Bro Sanchez, when they first got like hooked up together on her show, um, that was I think like the worst thing that ever happened to fucking Flat Earth was when Hooked on Phonics joined fucking dipshit Sun God, dude. Uh, but yeah, no, I don't really care for Santos or Bro Sanchez. I think
About Bro Santos.
Bro,
No, you don't like him either. Okay.
No Sven Pillay at all. Sven, Sven. He was part of the Globe Live Tour. Didn't know if you knew some of those people too, since you mentioned Karen.
Yeah, we used to like stream Globely, like when he was on. I don't know if it was the year that you did it. I would think probably. Did they do it for a couple of years?
2018. No, well, yes, but the one that was really streamed and was noticeable was 2018 one when Roxanne was streaming it and Jason and
Okay,
all the
yeah.
Disbury. He had the main one. Yeah.
I'd stream that stuff like in the morning, like if there was nobody around. I'm used to this, like where there's nobody around, and I like just start talk. I get try to get people talking.
Were you ever part of the Globe Live server
No,
in Discord? Okay.
no.
Unfortunately, could have met you then. At that time, I mean.
That's all right. Other people would have been like, "No, I'm more important." I don't know. That's kind of the way I noticed it started going, and especially
wow.
with like a couple people. I'm not gonna name names, but yeah, some people would just be like, "It's that guy. Fucking say some shit about him. That's not true." You know what I mean? So it really didn't make sense for me to like try and go other places after a while. It's just like, oh, it's gonna be the same people saying the same nonsense.
No matter where you go.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
Absolutely. This is why I really only go here. I venture out when I did, and it seemed like the same nonsense.
But then, like
Every
even other
time.
shit too. Like I was trying to like I know, yeah, like Bro Sanchez happened at some point. Other channels happened, and it's like I try to go over there. There'd already be other people. There'd already be like the first Tim Osmond, not the one that Pete Shea loves, but and he'd be already there fucking shit up like in a bad way for the like he'd be like trying to globe fucking teach whatever Bro Sanchez or something like that. Like it's like, man, I want to just friend all these people. Like they're all like there's a whole group of people and they're all like different, And I always thought that was cool. But there's so many people in this thing now. It's great. I suppose.
It is, and it actually is. Good to meet people though, and if you can't meet up with them, yes, be careful who you meet up with. That just is reality. But in general, yeah, it's been good, extremely good. Wouldn't change a lot of it just because the things that you get out of it. So did you that yesterday morning? It changes you. You become a better person usually, and you meet a lot of good people, and you build those relationships, and you have those that count, right? The rest of them are just like, well, there goes another troll. There goes an asshole. There goes that person, and then you build stronger connections with others, though, during that. Unfortunately, then it becomes click like Sal. Sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the way the world works, though, as we speak. We've talked about this many times. Click mentality.
Yeah, and then that's like boring. If it's just about like replaying some fucked up version of high school or something like that. Yeah.
Dude, that's what it fucking feels like sometimes, man.
It's even worse behind the scenes, though. If you start talking to people like sincerely, part of all this behind the scenes, it gets fucking mental. We don't see what's on your screen, right? All these content creators. So that right there is not real. It's a show. It's not real. The fights and arguments that go down, you don't hear about. Even the ones that happen on tour. Oh no, you didn't hear about them all. I did. But yeah, you're not seeing it because that's not what you do, right? You don't throw your shit out there on the world, and that's life. Shit happens. Not everybody agrees. Because you have the same opinion on things doesn't mean when you're in close quarters or whatever, you're going to get along, especially for long periods of time, by the way. You're going to have your moments. But that is real. But it doesn't need to be broadcasted to, always show your fights and arguments and whatnot that go down. But you'd be surprised some of the conversations that go on behind the scenes. Let's just put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's kind of amazing that, like, despite, you know, human nature this way, it's like that it's actually like that things actually do progress at all in this conversation. Yeah.
Correct.
It's a
Yeah.
minor miracle.
It really is. Yeah, I had a moment earlier when I came in, right, when I was crying, whatever, blah, 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 where I felt in that moment, it was anger at the world again. It wasn't really just like the dishonesty of the world. What is wrong with people? That's what it brings you to. It's like, God, human beings are actually like this.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I think I got to that realization. I was like, well, why do I even care about spreading any kind of message? To be honest, you know. Like,
Oh, it'll
kinda
take you there.
inconsequential, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But then you'll run across someone in your life that is struggling or whatnot, and you have a conversation with them, and you see the value in it. You're like, oh yeah, it reminds you that there is a purpose what we're doing. Damn it, I have to do something. That responsibility kicks in again for some reason because we give a shit. Dang it. I do think there's something to that. It's almost like a responsibility. It's been given to you, this knowledge, this information, and it's so valuable, right? And you're hanging on to it, and it's not yours to keep. You have to give it out, and yeah, there's some value to that and responsibility, I feel.
Nah, people are a waste of time.
It sure the hell can be, though, honey. Some of them,
Well,
most of them. It's getting pretty slim pickings out here.
you sure can waste your time on people. I'm not sure people are a waste of time, but it's definitely
Yeah,
possible.
I don't even bother with people. I just tell them I got lucky and, you know, to eat potato chips. I think I'm going to open up a soda stand.
You always talk about eating stuff, but then you're always talking about how happy you are eating stuff.
Yeah, because it's the most important thing. What goes in your mouth determines who you are.
Whoa. That's a bold
What
statement.
comes out of it determines who you are, correct?
Yeah, but something has to go in first.
Air. Listen.
Yeah, but most people put garbage in their mouth, so garbage comes out.
Can I be? This may be too. You don't have to answer this actually, because it may be not the right question to ask. I don't know. There's something in your life that's happened that's hardened you as a human being? Because it feels like there's this weight. I'm not saying like the world, but just this anger. Not even anger. It's you guys suck. But it's just this. Something's happened
Yeah,
to harden.
so when you tell people the truth, right, and they laugh, what's the point?
I get you.
Yeah, so what's the point?
It's not everybody laughs at you. Yeah.
Well, so I'm not looking for people who are ready to listen to me. I'm looking for people who can figure it the fuck out. Because I don't really care to tell people because people don't want to listen. It's in one ear out the other. So if you can't figure it out, you're wasting my time.
But I'll be honest, it takes a lot of people a lot longer to figure it out than others, you know? Like, it took my mom a long time. My friend a long time. Oh my God, I kept talking to her about it. And how many years? And it's been, what, 12 now? Finally, but it took her 10, actually, because she's been getting better and better every year, last 2. So 10 years at least it took her to even understand me in that level. She does now.
That's why. So everyone has the smoker's mentality. I was a smoker once. I'll quit someday. I mean, even though I know it's killing me.
But no,
So,
it's not even that they understand it. You're right. It's more that they get, like you said, it is almost a smoker's mentality. Thought.
Yeah, it is. Right, because you can see someone smoking, right? And you can have the good heart because you really fucking care about this person who, like, you know, that cigarette's killing you. And what are they going to say?
No.
I know. Usually.
Yeah, so I mean, what's the point? Right? So what's the point in spreading the good word?
There's things that they don't know, and they're very fucking ignorant. Not trying to put them down. I was ignorant.
Well, I
And
mean,
sometimes it takes someone smacking the shit out of them because this is some serious shit. If if it's talking about the earth, talk about food, you can maybe get to them a lot help easier. It depends on the subject, but the flat earth subject, or even just like they're not standing on a globe, yeah, it's hard.
Hold on. I'm sorry, but I would have to argue that fucking food's way more important than the shape of the fucking earth.
I agree.
Because
Yeah,
that
way more
relies on your
important.
health. Like, you have no health, you have no way of. You don't have the right mindset to think about what the fuck is around you.
Amen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so if your life is full of soda, I mean, you know, the only thing you're thinking about is soda.
The addiction is already taken over the brain, and what happens in that process, yeah.
Yeah, so at that point, right, how could you ever even talk to them about the shape of the earth? They don't give a fuck about that. The only thing they want is soda.
Correct. What they want,
So-
though, is more than that, but they don't even realize that soda's already got them like a snake, right? They don't even realize they got a parasite in them, basically controlling them. I need soda, sugar, McDonald's.
I think you're confusing what they want with what they need.
Yes.
Like, people, they have this idea of what they want, but then there's what you actually need. Like, some people want somebody nice in their life, and what some people need is somebody to kick their ass every now and then and not let them get away with bullshit.
Now I'm talking some sense around here. I like this conversation. Finally, people talking real.
But again, what can you really do for people? Nothing. So that answers your question, Stacy. It's not that I'm hardened. It's just that, I mean, what's the point? It's like running on a hamster wheel.
Because I've seen the change and I've helped people along the way, whether it takes them 10 years or a year or tomorrow. If someone helps me, I hope somebody helps me in that situation if I'm ignorant.
Yeah, but do you really think that you're helping them? I mean, really?
Yeah. My brother, I helped. It took him going through something very dramatic, right? A life-changing event, health-wise, to actually listen to me, to finally get it. So yeah, then I tried to help him much. But at that point, I really couldn't help anymore. But yes, in the moment, I tried to help, and it did help him for a short period of time. And at least he understood what was going on at the end. However, he didn't listen to me the whole damn way. And it sucks. I ain't here today. But you can help people. Hopefully it's not too late. And hopefully they can wake up and it doesn't get to that point.
Yeah, but clearly you can't because you didn't.
Well, that's just one person. That's my brother I'm using as an example. But like even the mind over matter thing talk about, you know, and getting him to walk again. Because before he had cancer, he had a heart attack. I'd get away from the food. And I got him off the food. I really got him from stop eating chips all day. Stop your pop. Stop all this. And he lost a ton of weight and started getting healthier. The cancer came out of nowhere. I don't know what happened with that. But it doesn't matter. He was on a path of trying, right, as an individual and kind of got it. Now, he wasn't where we were at. Of course, that takes a long time to get to our knowledge of understanding of this. And we're not even full steam. I'm at least me. I'll put my hand up. I don't know everything. However, there was some progress. And hopefully you'll reach somebody before it's too late. That's all I could say. I mean, I'm not saying you should. I feel like people should. I'm not telling you to. But if you can, and you see that, help someone next to you and loved one, if you could get to them and you saw that, wouldn't that be important? Wouldn't it be valuable if it happened? The hope, I guess, is what it is, sweetheart, for me. And maybe that's wrong, but I have seen people change. I mean, just the hope for a better place and better people, and that this can be something good. Yeah. I don't wish harm upon anyone. I'm an animal lover. I'm just like you. Listen, I shouldn't be probably eating animals, whatever. And I do admit it. Accountability. People need to start having accountability for life and everything, their choices. And that's where it's at. I think the struggle is addiction we need to be talking about, food we need to be talking about, and eternal bullshit we need to be talking about. Flat Earth is important. It can bring you maybe to all that, but people are understanding, and it's relevant to them, about those three topics more than anything in this life right now. And they're super important because it's their, right? How long they're going to be here. It's their health. It's everything. So yes, this is the most valuable, I think, and they've been destroying this stuff. And I've been talking about GMOs and everything for a long fucking time. And before even GMOs, we're talking about what you're consuming, and they say is okay, and not questioning it. There's a lot of things, hon. But if we don't do anything, we don't get anywhere. And in fact, it gets worse. And if there's even a little bit of change, and we get 10 people out of 20 or 50 or 100, at least we got those 10. Because if we sit in a world that we just sit back and let it take over, it's going to get a hell of a lot worse, you know? You would think.
But Stacy, you can't assume that he's just laying back and not doing anything. Because some people, like myself, I live my life more of an example than trying to tell people what to do. Like
Self
I
is
feel
doing
like I don't
something
have
nice.
to.
Yeah.
No, not doing something nice. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being an example as far as like showing them about like doing like the right thing in the wrong situations kind of shit, you know? Like
Yeah.
like basically holding to your morals when fucking nobody else is kind of shit, you know? Like just always being who the fuck you are and just being an example to people like that that
That wonders,
like
honey.
not everybody is completely fucking evil, you know?
Yeah, see,
No, you're
perfect
right.
example. The photo of the child in my profile picture is my son. Now, he's an example of a raw baby, meaning my wife ate primarily raw meats, mainly raw trout, raw beef, raw milk, raw egg, and lots of butter. And that's what you get. So, and it's curious too because where we live, a lot of people know that we eat this way, and it's funny because everyone says that you can't do that, and yet we did it. And the child we have, everyone loves. They literally can't get enough of him when he's around. Like they want to, I guess, what do women say? Oh, I want to eat him up. I'm not really sure that's what they're saying because around here they speak Afrikaans. So, but I assume they're saying something along those lines. And it's not just because he's a little baby. It's, I mean, my child is guarantee adorable, more adorable than any child you've seen in a long time. And it's not just because it's my child. I'm not biased.
I swear to God, I think everybody fucking says that about their kids.
Yeah, they do. But no joke, my child is like, I think it is because we eat mainly raw foods.
Well, yeah, no, I get you. I agree with that, and not even the raw foods. I think the animal based period is
Yeah, well,
beneficial.
see, and what I mean, like by how my child appears, right? See, now I'm not saying that every child could look like my child when they're born. The problem is that most women, they eat garbage while they're pregnant. They get fat. The fat, whatever they're eating, goes into the bloodstream and goes into the baby. So what the mother is consuming is building the baby. So the baby usually comes out already fat to begin with, which makes them ugly. So it's 1+1.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that.
But it's funny because even after all this, people still don't listen. So, we are perfect examples of you can eat nothing but raw food, raw meats, raw animals, right? Raw milk, raw eggs, and live perfectly fine, be healthy. We don't ever get sick. And our child is adorable. I mean, nothing wrong with our child. He's not fat. He's perfect.
Okay,
But
so
yet,
let me get this straight, dude. I gotta ask. Like, I'm sitting here mulling this over in my head right now as you're saying this. Like, when you're saying raw, you mean like you eat a steak and you just don't cook your steak?
right.
Okay, that's all I was wondering because like I could possibly get down with that because my whole life I've been fed fucking raw meat. Like when my grandma would be like chopping up like steak and stuff like that to throw in a stew, she'd always give me like a chunk or two of it when I was younger. That was completely raw, and
Yeah,
none of us ever got sick.
Yeah, the raw meat is actually better for you than the cooked meat, because the cooked meat is already it's converted, so it becomes harder to digest. So basically, it just kind of sits in your intestines, and your body tries to absorb stuff out of it, but there's not really much. That's why the mainstream will tell you that meat sits in your intestines the longest, which is true, because the other stuff your body wants to get rid of, right? So if you eat French fries and a hamburger, it's going to try to hold on to the meat, but it's going to get rid of the French fries. The bread, well, since it's finally uh, ground up flour, it's just going to go into your bloodstream and make you fat. But your intestines will definitely try to hold on to the meat to try to absorb as much as possible. Now, if you eat it raw, well, your body just absorbs it.
Dude, I think I'm gonna start trying this, bro. I think you've
Like right now, my favorite thing is raw milk, 2 raw eggs, and like, I don't know how much butter I do. I would say it's like 4 tablespoons of butter. I warm the raw milk just enough to melt the butter and get a little bit of steam on top. I do it in my pressure cooker, and I whisk in the raw eggs. So I'm not cooking anything. It's just warming it, and then I drink it like that. So it's just like, it's about as warm as you would get it from the cow.
It sounds like you're making like fresh fucking eggnog or something, bro.
Oh man, it's delicious. Yeah, and you can add a little honey to it. Fantastic. I skip the honey typically. I just stick with the milk, egg, and butter. It's better.
It is better.
And really, I mean, if you have, let's see, right now I'm drinking like, what is this? It's like a 500 milliliter, I think, jar. So 500 milliliters worth, and it's basically a meal. Because when I get done with it, I don't feel like eating, and then I just do whatever I need to do.
Dude,
It's lightweight too, right? Like it feels light in the insides. So
what kind of salt do you use when you like? So do you salt your meat at
no,
all when you? No.
no. I've been eating biltong lately, but yeah, I'm kind of getting away from that because it's too much spice. And actually, I'm for like the next week, I'm gonna try to avoid meat altogether. I'm just gonna go with the milk, egg, and butter concoction for a little bit. See how that works.
Do you eat raw chicken?
No,
No, because I know
no.
there's like places that do still in different areas of Europe and other places that do that.
Yeah, I
I don't know
mean,
if you do.
what is it? Ceviche, I think. Yeah, Mexico's
Something
big on
like it.
that.
Raw shrimp.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's raw shrimp. That the lime and salt is supposed to technically cook it
yeah,
in acid or whatever.
yeah. But I don't do any of that stuff either. I haven't had like I haven't applied salt to anything in quite some time.
So
Since
do you
you get away
take
from
any
the
kind
salt,
of
you actually
salt?
realize it has salt in it. You don't need salt. Food, we've been adding salt so much to it that we don't even taste the natural salt that's already in the food.
Yeah, see, and milk, especially raw milk, cow's raw milk, it has every spectrum. So it's from salty to sweet. So
That's the raw milk.
so the raw milk
Long
has all the
time.
salt I need, I guess, because I don't have a desire for salt.
Interesting. That makes sense though, dude.
Mm. Well, and if you want to go biblical, right? God wanted to lead the people to a land of milk and honey, so just go with that.
Oh no, dude, I think it's I was about to say that a minute ago. I was about to say, like, dude, you are totally like eating a fucking biblical diet, bro.
Yeah,
Like
and
you don't
see,
eat like the shellfish and stuff like that, like the weird things from the ocean. You don't eat fucking uh Chicken, dude. That chicken's not like eating chicken isn't kosher.
Yeah, I haven't had chicken in a long time. There was a spell when I was doing like a chicken a day. I think I ate a chicken a day for a year. Man, cooked chicken. This was a while ago. I'll never do that again. I've had enough chicken in my life. Yeah, but okay. So like the Bible. So the Bible tells you that bread is bad and meat is good, and milk. Right. So when Adam and Eve were expelled from the garden, God punished Adam, saying, "You will eat the bread to the sweat of your face until you return to the ground from whence you came." Now, when God was talking to Moses, and he was, I think this is in Numbers, he was dividing all of the, no, not in Numbers, it was in Leviticus, it was the rituals. He was telling them like the sacrifices and stuff like that, to sacrifice a freshly killed whatever, and then also a bread sacrifice or a cereal sacrifice. And then I think it was either maybe it was the sons of Aaron or the Levites or something like that, the priests, the ones that were the closest to the ark, when it came to their
Levites.
sacrifice. Is the Levites? Yeah, their sacrifice.
And
Their cereal sacrifice was to be burnt completely. The Levites were not to consume their cereal sacrifice. They were only to eat meat. So the ones that were the closest to God only ate meat.
That's not true. They ate bread. The Levites actually had the showbread. They ate it. Only the Levites ate the showbread, and they're supposed to salt every meal.
Let's see. I think I have to find the verse. Hold on, let me look.
I'm on the mic.
Yeah, I should have marked it. Let's see.
so what about like raw lamb and like elk and stuff like that? Do you do that?
No, I haven't had any of that stuff. I mainly just stick to raw beef.
I think you could probably get away with doing it with. It's like a certain type of animal. What is it? A rumen? Let's see. Red meat animal. Cool.
Shout out to Instacar Shekels listening to the YouTube on the YouTube channel. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so here we go. Leviticus 6:23. Every cereal offering of a priest shall be wholly burned. It shall not be eaten.
I think they're only talking about the offering, though. I'm not sure if that's like all of the time they're supposed to.
Yeah, when they ate, it was a ritual. They did it the same every time they ate. They didn't eat 3 meals a day like the slaves do today. They didn't sit down for cereal for breakfast, sandwich for lunch, and then pinto beans for dinner.
I get that.
They lived completely different lives than we do now. So when it came time to eat, the priest's cereal offerings were not eaten. They only ate meat.
Hold on, because let me see. There's a verse where it says the season was sold.
Say that again.
Leviticus 2:13. It says, "And every oblation of thy meat offering shalt thou season with salt."
Yeah, so the Bible tells you how to eat to be closest to God. But most people just skip to the back of the book, right? And they read about wine and bread and Jesus coming back to save you and, just do whatever you want. All's well. The end times are near. Don't worry. Here's a bag of chips and some popcorn while you wait. While you slowly wither to your unnatural death, which we have caused with our chips and popcorn. Thank you for watching the show. Good night.
It's kind of a downer.
I mean, just gotta cut that shit out. Things will look up.
Oh, dude, I will not argue the point that cutting it out tremendously helps. Like eating more meat and animal-based products, dude, drinking more raw milk, all of that is totally giving me like a fucking second shot.
See, and the best thing is you can start today.
Right?
Yes, you
It
can.
just takes making the choice of like your very next meal, not like choosing this over that, right? That's all it takes.
Exactly. It's do I want to live or do I want to die?
Right.
It's just so weird because a lot of people would trick themselves and be like, well, I'll do this when I feel better, right? And it's like, no, you won't. Like you won't. Like you won't physically try to do that until you first like set your insides straight. That's why I like perked up when she fucking earlier mentioned about how important flat Earth was over everything. And I'm like, nah, I would argue that your health is actually more important than anything you were taught for the shape of the Earth. Like,
Yep.
I do
Yeah, because
get that.
if you die, well, yeah, you only get one life in this video game.
Dude, that's what we told a friend of mine when I was younger, because he was like totally into Halo, right? And then tells us that he's gonna join the Marines. And we're like, Ben, you do realize that you only get one life in real life, right?
Oh shit.
Yeah, this is a guy that we watched fucking fulcrum his nose on a pole in a playground. Dude, you know those crossbars that you used to like hang from when you were younger that are like banned in all the playgrounds now because they're dangerous?
Yeah.
Uh, we were we were chilling in this park smoking out of a gas mask, and another buddy put on a set of headphones on Ben while it was playing Weird Fishes, right, by Radiohead. And Ben gets all happy and laughing and turns to everybody and goes, "Come on, everybody, we're going streaking." Takes off at a dead fucking run, dude. And nails his face on that crossbar.
Oh.
And we watched it. Dude, we watched it clean him off his feet, bro. He was parallel with the ground. And the funniest part, though, was when he gets up and he goes, "What just happened?" And we're like, "Ben, you just ran into that fucking pole, dude." And he's all, "That's why my face hurts." We're like, dude, no shit.
Could be the reason.
Yeah, this is why we were worried about this guy when he said he wanted to join the military. Like, give that guy a gun.
Now see, this probably is the most difficult game you could come up with, is life.
It's a game of survival, right?
But simultaneously it's the easiest. It's kind of a conundrum, because if you just relax, you realize that nothing is actually happening.
Have you ever heard that saying that what's an adult but a child that survived?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what most people are. They're just big children.
After a certain age, people aren't growing up anymore. They're just going out.
Yeah, I'll definitely agree to that point. Excellent point.
Yeah, it usually stops about 5 or 6.
I would say 8. Just
That's way too much credit. Now remember, the majority of people walking around can't figure anything out for themselves.
That was by design. Absolutely. Man, it's all coming full circle, I think, soon. I really can't wait to watch the show. But either way, God wins.
Make sure you grab a bag of popcorn.
I make it absolutely. Yep. I feel like whenever I'm talking in here, I'm always stuffing my face, but that's okay.
But yeah, dude, I guess how we got on this whole topic though about like basically being an example instead of trying to be the person that stands on the corner with the fucking a sign, you know, while you're screaming at people as they drive by.
Yeah, there's no point. I gave up trying to help people long time ago. Biggest waste of time ever. But and even being an example, that don't do shit either. People still don't get it. They don't give a fuck. They're still gonna eat bread and drink soda and eat cereal and whatever else the fuck they're candy and just all these drugs basically. Can't save a drug addict.
I mean, you can't tell them what they need to do because that just draws them away even more, right? Like,
Yeah,
that
pretty
just
much.
pushes them away even more.
Well, yeah, it's like telling us someone who's smoking a cigarette that's bad for them, right? I mean, that's certainly not going to win you any points with them. They already know what they're doing is bad. I mean, I was a smoker. It's the same thing. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, I'll quit someday.
Yeah,
Blah blah
the
blah
best
blah.
thing you could
Whatever.
probably the best thing you could say is like, you look stupid doing that, you know.
I mean, maybe.
It's like, I don't know what else you can do, because this is like the one thing.
No, but you can't do
Smokers
anything.
like, you start
Look,
smoking a cigarette, your cool points go up like 100 points. I don't know why it is that way, but
look.
it's an illusion though. But
Yeah, but if you can get someone right to quit smoking just by saying some words to them, fuck, I'll give you $100.
I wouldn't say that, dude. You're gonna have somebody fucking
that's
hypnotize somebody into not smoking, and then you're gonna owe them $100.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's pointless to try to even help people with anything, right? Don't even bother telling them the Earth is flat. That's pointless too.
you.
That's
I
like,
mean, it is difficult to quit smoking. Not that I'm 100% of the way there, but like, little things people have said, even though they didn't help right then. Like, I lean on them later when I need the words. You know what I mean? So it's like sometimes it's good just to drop info. You know what I'm saying? Like, I might not be into like an all meat diet, but maybe like some point I will be. I'll be like, oh, that guy said some stuff.
but what are you waiting for?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you waiting for? An
Life,
invitation?
man. There's no rush. All right,
There isn't.
I'm in no hurry to do anything.
I mean, so if you're eating a certain way, at any moment you could drop dead.
You could drop dead from multiple ways. The fact that I haven't yet, I think that's a
Not
testament
really.
to like how strong my diet is. Am I older than you? Maybe. Yeah.
Doubt it.
See how good your diet goes. How old are you? 50?
Close.
Okay. All right. Well, we're in the same age. I'm pushing. I mean, I gotta like fucking take collagen in every day. I do it in shakes. You know what I mean? But if I don't do that, I'm starting to fall apart. But that's just that's progression of age. But that's why like a meat diet really helps out, because there's so much stuff that you don't make anymore because you're not 18. So that's good.
Well, I mean the meat, the raw meat, the raw dairy, the raw eggs. I mean, that's all the stuff that builds your body. That's all you need.
It's a whole series of stuff, man. It's like all your microflora, all that stuff. It's all built on your diet is what you stand on at the end of the day.
I mean, not really.
Diet is what helps you stand, bro.
Yeah. See, here's the thing, right? So let's just we all agree that human beings, the flesh bucket that we're in, right, is an animal thing. Okay. Now, we all agree that animals all have to eat and shit, and they all bleed and they all die, right? But the one difference that the animals in nature have with their deaths that humans don't, well, actually, it is the same, just not in the way that you think, is that no animal in nature dies of old age. You will never see a pack of wild zebras roaming around and then like 20 of the ones that were born 25 years ago are just going to drop dead, and you actually can't even tell how old they are either. Now, that's different with humans, right? Why is it different with humans? Because humans eat things that come in a plastic bag. Now, zebras don't. They eat a natural diet. They eat what they were meant to eat. And then lions do the same thing, right? They eat the zebras. Now, we as human beings were designed to eat certain things. So when you eat those things, you become a natural human being. But when it comes out of a plastic bag, well, you're just killing yourself. So I guess he didn't like that. The truth is hard.
He might have got a phone call or something like that.
Yeah, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
But yeah, no. It's weird.
But I get it though. Taco Bell is fun, right? McDonald's is fun, right? Subway is fun, right? Pizza is fun. I used to eat that stuff. It's fun. It's hard to give it up. It's actually really. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's not as hard when you're straight up like dying, and like there's like nothing that is helping you.
Now I'm going to tell you this might give you some insight. So I started doing this way of eating, not raw. I did keto a long time ago. This was like 6 or 7 years ago. So it was a progression to the raw eating. But for a very long time, I did high fat, and I cut out all the carbohydrates. I think I was eating like maybe lettuce and tomatoes, and just barely every once in a while. Mainly my food was like ham, some kind of beef, steaks usually, cheese, and that's really about it. And then one day, I don't know why I thought it was a good idea. This was when I was doing Uber. So this was like in 2018 or some shit. So it was like 2 a.m. and I was hungry. And I thought to myself, I haven't had tacos in a while. Let's try some tacos. So I go to Taco Bell, 2 a.m. I get some tacos. I drive to my house. I'm sitting outside in my car. It's nice outside. I have the windows down. And I turn off the car. I unwrap the taco and I start eating it. And I'm like, this ain't too bad. Yeah, okay. I keep eating it. And then I start getting like a shiver. And I start feeling cold. So I turn on my car and I turn on the heater. Now, previously, there was nothing, right? The air was nice outside. So I keep eating the taco about halfway through, and I notice it's getting worse. And I finish the taco, and then I start getting like the shakes, like the shakes, like the flu shakes, and I start actually feel my chest like I guess filling up with fluid. Like I could feel it. I could feel the flu coming on basically after eating one taco from Taco Bell. And I was literally sick for 1 week.
Wow. That's great. I had some nachos. I was in California. I had some nachos, and I got like chills. I felt like I was getting the flu, but it only lasted like one night, or like actually for only a couple hours. And I was like, I'm not sure what the hell kind of effect that was. It was really weird. But yeah, like I think you can get these effects like real quick, like from things you eat sometimes.
Yeah, but that shouldn't happen.
Well, no, but they're throwing like all kinds of like stabilizers and meat glues and shit like that to make their bullshit meat look like meat and not pink slime. You know what I mean? So like that might be what I don't know. I think.
Yeah, but this is the
sometimes
thing. I've
Okay.
never gotten sick like that off of just a meat product.
Yeah. Mhm.
So I mean, so regardless of what kind of meat product it is, I've never gotten like sick like that. But it must have been the corn tortilla because it was a crispy taco. So because I'm sure okay, so let's think about it, right? Corn, we all know, does not digest. When you eat corn, you got corn coming out. So the corn taco, so that means your body can't do anything with it. It's basically cellulose, right? But when you grind it up real fine, right, and you make it into a taco shell and then you eat it, it bypasses your intestines because it's absorbed early on because it's like a powder. So of course your body wouldn't know what to do with it, right? Because you're consuming toxins because, right, the corn just passes through you because your body doesn't want it. So now it's forced, your body's now forced to deal with it. See, so maybe yours only lasted a day because you're more used to that kind of eating.
I don't know. I'm not sure what even caused it, but I have corn products on a regular. I'm a champion with corn, so I don't know if that could be what made my thing
Now,
happen.
let me ask you, how healthy are you?
Super healthy, obviously.
Are you?
Well, what do you think?
You're not overweight at all, right?
No.
Not a single ounce. You're a lean, mean fighting machine, right? You're toned and ready to go take on an MMA fighter.
Is that you?
Snack is a total lean mean fighting machine.
I'm just asking you.
I didn't try to take on any fights.
I mean, I guarantee, I mean, I used to be fat, so I'm not anymore. I got a little extra loose skin I still need to lose, but in time.
I'm not fat. I keep pretty trim. I don't even think it's possible for me to really put on much weight. You know what I mean? I start to feel so bad. If I put on like 20 pounds, I'd feel like just total garbage. So I don't think I'd continue to eat that way.
So you got all your hair then, right? You can see clearly, no glasses.
I don't know. I have glasses. I've had them for 30 years.
You got all your hair, right? Can you grow a
now
full
we'll
beard?
see how that goes, You
have children?
No. No.
Why not?
Is that okay? No, it's not okay. Something wrong with me, man. If I
I'm just
switch
asking
over to this
you.
meat diet, then I'll pop out some babies, make you happy.
I mean, you probably would real quick, actually. Especially if you did raw.
Yeah,
you'd be.
That's what I want. That's what
I'm
I
not
need.
gonna lie.
I need some responsibility, bro. You're right.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if you went
Time
raw,
down.
you'd probably be looking for someone to impregnate.
Must be.
That's just the way it works. When you eat your natural diet, you become a human again.
Gotta be. Yeah, I'm not. I wish I was human like you. You're so deep.
Conversation of corn. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with this statement. I got it from the internet, so we already know where that can go, right? We're on the same page there. But the comment that I just posted in the chat that comes from the internet about corn, right? Do you agree with that or disagree with that, hun? I just wanted your opinion on it, if you don't mind. There isn't a right or wrong answer either that I'm asking for.
What? I mean, I agree with the end of it. Corn is high in fiber, and humans don't need fiber, which is why it just passes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your body you just shit it out, right? You eat corn on the cob, and well, I mean, you got those little bits coming out of your butt. Your body does nothing with it.
Listen, I had corn last night. So,
yeah, how long till it comes out?
True story, right? It's a true story, and I'm not gonna lie, it's experience, and everybody has the same experience who's had corn. I mean, I grew up in corn. I'm in Indiana, right? It's the state of corn.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but who cares about tradition? That's just slavery.
My gosh. You're
right,
the one who
you're
cares
right.
about corn. The guy's you'll
Listen, snacks.
diet, but yeah, it's great, man. I'm glad you
don't take it personal.
Oh, it's already done, but
It was a staple in our home, so a lot of us are we consider it a vegetable, right? But I know listen, I'm on the same page as you, especially with the new corn that we have out. You can't trust in the corn anyway because it's probably genetically modified, and I wouldn't recommend that. But at this point, almost all your food is genetically modified that you eat if you're eating in the store. So the only way to really have a diet that's going to possibly be healthy would be more like what you're doing, by the way, Hun. So I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying, and I do take on board what you tell me, whether I do it or not in my life. Doesn't, like you said, it doesn't matter. But it might, because it might hit me one day and go, you know what, that dude said that. I need to start listening. So just so you know, your words do reach people, even us, by the way. I'm thinking, because corn really isn't a vegetable. It doesn't classify for me as a vegetable anymore.
It's a grass.
And every time I eat it, I feel bad because I know exactly I'm getting no nutrients really from it. And I tell myself this.
I
So
don't think
if
it's
you're
ever
telling,
been
it's like smoking and you
classified.
keep fucking smoking, it's the same mentality like he explained earlier. So I do have my own experience with what he's saying in many
Yep.
ways.
I'll be back.
I don't think corn's ever been classified as a vegetable though. Isn't it technically a grain?
Listen,
grass.
this is what but this is what our family, right? When you grow up in a home, this is what I mean, like in a home. It make you feel like, right? It's a vegetable because you eat it every day. That's what I mean. Not necessarily it's classified as a vegetable, but that's how you treat it when you're living in a place like this. Yeah, it's a staple.
It's a side. It's just some,
It's a side dish every time. Mashed potatoes usually, or some type of potato. It's
not a main dish.
how we raise.
We're
No,
having
it's not a
corn.
main
We're
dish.
having corn for dinner.
If you
Chips?
know better, shouldn't you actively try to make a change at some point?
Absolutely, and that's where accountability comes in. And it's the same thing with the smoker, almost like addiction. And you know you shouldn't do it, yet you still do it. This is that mentality. And we all have it in some way, usually. Because that is a repetitive nature of a human being. People think of addiction wrong because everybody's addicted usually to something. Even if it's like being on Discord, even if it's being hurt, there's so many things that people are addicted to, they don't even realize it.
Like corn on the cob for me is really just a vehicle for salt and butter. So
absolutely,
that's what I do with it. Like a salad, if I'm eating lettuce, it's because like there's a shitload of vinegar on there. But that's because I'm like loading up because that's how I eat. I don't know. What I don't know if that's good or bad. You know,
Snack, you gotta add the mayo and the cojita or whatever corn to it, like the fucking Mexican
street corn. I can make Mexican street corn. Yeah, I mean, you know, I like that stuff. It's just, but it's when it's in season. Like, and if it's good corn, like I don't want if I'm eating some shit and I have to chew it twice, and I'm like, wow, this fucking corn, I could like make an outfit out of this shit. I just throw that in the fucking garbage, and I'm like, well, I guess I bought the wrong corn this time. You know what I mean? That's like, I don't eat what I don't like.
We went through a corn maze, right? Because there's this really popular one over here, and we actually grabbed a couple of the ears of corn, right?
Okay.
Because like the rule said not to throw the corn because you get in trouble for that. It didn't say anything about taking any of it, so we grabbed a couple and cooked them. And I don't know what fucking corn this was, dude, but like it like got like as hard as a rock. And Rusted goes, do you want to try to eat this or just like toss it? And I was like, let's just fucking toss it. And I like threw it away from me, right on the ground. Dude, tell me why it sounded like a fucking baseball bat hitting the ground.
Because there's different types of corn. There's corn for humans, and then they grow corn for feed. Animal feed.
That's what we were thinking. We were thinking that it was possibly made for animal feed because it had like really, really large kernels that got really, really hard, and it was. I've
seen some like
yeah.
I've seen like corn in this when I was in Queens. They must have like the most diverse ethnic population like of anything anywhere in the world. I think is Queens is. They had this corn there. They're selling corn on the side of the street. I've never seen corn like this before. The kernels were like I don't know, man, like the size of just like cartoonishly big. I'm like, that's actually corn? They're like, yeah, but there's like a lot of varieties of corn we never even really see in the States. You know, they're just used for other things. I don't know. Like, I've had battery. Like, I've had corn, like some kind of muffin shit with like some kind of milk product in it, and I definitely got sick on that one time. And I was like, "This is the greatest stuff ever." And I definitely ate it till I got food poisoning, and whatever. Don't like that anymore. And it's just if I get food poisoning on it, it's like very rare. I'm gonna try it again. But yeah. Last thing, yeah. When I was in the desert, fucking starving to death and stuff like that. Like I remember, I was like, oh wait, there's corn growing. Like Attilio planted some corn. He's not here right now. I'm just gonna eat the fucking corn. Like there were like only half-grown pieces, but like the life inside them, I was like, I need that. I can't explain why that is. It was such a minuscule amount of food, but like eating like live plants, you know what I mean? Not like some shit in the grocery store, but like actual like freshly picked stuff is it's like alive still. Like that's kind of okay to eat, I think, even if it's green. Aaron can't even listen to me. Whatever. Fuck it. You and your pro corn talk, man. Fuck me. Whatever. Everybody's got like an array of things that they can eat and they can't eat, I guess, based on your heritage, right? So don't eat what disagrees with you. You'll be better off. Some people, that's going to be like so much is off the table that like meat is a great idea. Other people are kind of tolerant on a lot of things. I got 50% rice eating genes. I mean, you don't think I could eat the shit out of a bowl of rice? Maybe other people couldn't, but fucking put me next to some potatoes, I could have a problem. You know what I mean? So it's a weird thing how we process starches. Yep. That's the end of me talking. Okay. All right, bye. And my nutrients are always like pretty good. My father passed away. It gave me such stress like I never had. And that fucked my health up a little bit, Like my hair got brittle, my fucking nails, I don't know, just like a whole bunch of weird shit. And I'm like, oh, I guess that's what stressed. I guess that's why I try to have a low stress life, because I'm aware I don't really thrive too well under stress. Who does, though? The guy that's deafened, though. I'm sure he does. Probably.
Yo, so dude actually spiked my interest with the whole like raw meat diet though, because I already do raw fermented liver. So,
Yep.
and I've eaten like raw beef bacon before, just because I was too lazy to cook it and I didn't want to wait to cook it, so I just fucking ate it, and nothing happened. Everything was good. So I wonder. I want to try that just to see if like my body does break it down better than cooked meat. Because I know that eating meat, period, breaks it down way better, breaks everything down better than anything else I eat, that already helps tremendously. So if there's a way to maximize eating the meat, which is already a benefit, I feel like that's something worth looking into,
Yeah.
Even though it does sound probably really weird to a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't know if there's like I don't know if I believe in like a magic diet that works for everybody, but that doesn't mean it's not there. I also think it's something that you have to like enjoy what you're eating, and if you don't, why bother?
I'm pretty sure that those people eating like the ding dongs and the Skittles and the Reese's peanut butter cups and shit like that are really enjoying what they're eating, but it's probably not doing them any good.
It's all right, I guess. Everybody's got to eat
When you're
something.
going to that maze, was the popcorn tassels hanging down or up? I mean the corn, sorry, because it could have been popcorn is my point. There's two different types of corn and they breed it. And the popcorn is going to be a harder seed. Just wondering, maybe that would be the reason why.
The stalks were pointed, or the ears were pointed up.
Yeah,
Is that
okay.
what you read?
Then that shouldn't have been popcorn. You're right. Yep. That's how you tell. Thank you.
Well, that's why I was wondering if it was possibly going to, like, feed. Because, like, when they do crack corn for chickens, because I know that when I was younger, when we had chickens at the house, we would always pick up these, like, gigantic 50-pound bags of the cracked corn.
And I don't care.
And when you look at the kernels of it, like, you would see that it was a shard of a kernel, but it was, like, still larger than a normal kernel of corn that you would see coming off like a piece of corn that you would buy at the store, you know? Like, so I just always figured that whatever corn they were using was like giant pieces of kernels, you know, like giant kernels that were busted up.
Oh.
And it's kind of what this stuff reminded me of. Like, it looked really weird. I can't believe I didn't take a picture of it, actually. Because we gave it to the chickens. I don't think the chickens even messed with it. Like I said, when I threw it on the ground, it sounded like a baseball bat hitting the ground. It made that, like, clunk sound, that clunk and the reverb sound.
Oh, and then alcohol. You can make all kinds of alcohol off corn.
Because it's the sugar, right? Dude, anything with sugar, you can make alcohol out of it.
Mm-hmm. Sprouted corn.
I forget what I saw the other day that blew me away that they were making alcohol out of. What was it? Damn. Can't remember. How, like, turpentine is really strong alcohol, and that's distilled pine sap.
I used to fucking smoke. I used to fucking smoke pieces of pine tar. Out of a bong, though. Yeah. Classy, like.
Bro, that sounds like it would ruin your fucking bong.
No. Well, maybe it did, but yeah. I don't know. I never could keep them around for very long without breaking them anyway. But
Dude, that sounds like you would never get it out of there, man.
I was like, well, I get like kind of a Northern Lights, like old school pine type hit, and the answer is kind of.
Okay, so I think you might be able to get away with it if you did it like you were taking a dab, right? Like, if you and you just, like, touched the sap to it and fucking took a rip.
I did hits of just pine pollen too, just pine pollen hits. Yep.
Oh my god! Dude,
Got strange problems in my brain. I don't know why I thought that.
I need to look this up and see if that exists. If there's videos out there of people trying to take fucking pine tar dabs, bro. I gotta see this.
That's brave of you, Snap.
Yeah, I've done a couple things. I'm like, man, it was a little braver than I was not thinking about it at the time. I probably just started sprinkling a little, pine pollen on top of a bowl or something. I worked my way up to it, I did put DMSO in my eyeball, though. I don't think most people would do that. I'm not sure why I did it either. But, yeah, it won't kill you. Yeah, I'd like to be in better shape, you know what I mean? If eating an all-meat diet, like, makes all my orthopedic problems go, which one won't, you know what I mean? Like, then great, you know what I mean? It's going to take away all it's not gonna. Like, I still need to come up with other solutions for, getting older. So, yeah, that's gonna keep happening.
You brought up Northern Lights, dog. In my history, my memories just showed up that I grew some Northern Lights. It was all purple, dude. Literally, it had all these colors like the Northern Lights, dude. Now I know why they call it Northern Lights.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know why they call it Northern. I mean, you're saying it's got a lot of
Dude,
colors.
it has pink, purple,
Yeah.
like lime
Okay.
green
Oh, really?
color. Dude, it was nuts.
Yeah, it has a bunch of different colored hairs.
Oh, wow. Did not know. I just miss it. It used to be like the top of the line thing that you could get for a while. And it would always, like, for some reason, have like a very piney sort of hit that I can't even find it. Like, even I've had Northern Lights since then, it doesn't taste the same. So I'm like wondering if they had some kind of, I don't know, they were like using some kind of pine fertilizer or something.
Northern Lights. Looking at it reminds me of like looking at a bowl of like Fruity Pebbles.
Well, I don't think
Looking
I never got anything like that.
The colors, yeah, I can see that.
It was kind of like, I think, unknown, even that, like, really you could get any, like, I don't know, because purple didn't even happen for a while. And then somebody was like, I got that purple. And I'm like, you have what? And they're like, it's purple. And I'm like, but it's marijuana too. It's like, before people started getting real fancy with it.
Pine resin as a toxic cannabis extract adulterant. So apparently they're cutting concentrates with pine resin. So they're already apparently they're already
awesome.
adding
I'm so ahead of my
fucking
time.
pine tar. They stole your idea, Snack.
I'm so ahead of my time, bro. I love it.
But it's
I'm behind
identified
it.
as a toxic cannabis extract adulterant. So they're saying
Sounds
that
good
it's
to me.
toxic.
I don't care. It's probably good for you. I mean, pinene, like the lemonine, they're in there, but like you wouldn't want to go drink straight lemonine or straight, pinene either, But a little bit, just a little pinch. It's okay, I think. Like, like in what, like lemonines and lemons, but like concentrated lemonade will dissolve like a milk container. Yeah, HPD plastic. So don't go drinking this shit. Especially if you're made from high density polyethylene, you'll have a bad day.
So that doesn't make any sense that they're saying that pine resin as an additive to cannabis oil is like toxic, yet pine tar used to be a natural chewing gum.
Yeah, my neighbor recently passed. She was probably like 90, it's mid 90s. And she was like, yeah, for some reason she just like tell me random stories because like she was already like in her 90s or something like that, she'd be like, yeah, I had a skin problem one time and they put pine tar on it and it cleared it all up. I was like, that's random. People don't do that anymore, by the way. Just like use pine tar as a skin salve. I don't know. I don't think it happens too often.
I used to swear by this remedy book, and it was an old remedy book they used to have back in the day. I don't know where it is anymore in my family because those books get tossed around and God knows what. I wish I, would still have them because the new ones are by the system. But these are written by people, so that were using these, and it was totally different. They used a lot of things that they're not using now. It's just you all go to pharmaceutical things, not you guys, but we all go to pharmaceutical things or Neosporin and all that. No, my grandma used a lot of different things. Aloe vera plants and everything in her home. That was a must you had to have. We don't live that way anymore. Those things aren't passed down anymore. Some people have them though, and that's good. But those remedies were actually things that worked in life. They weren't shunned upon. So someone like that in their 90s mentioning, hey, we did this on our age, it was probably right. It's worth a look into. That's the point, because they look a lot different than us nowadays. Your subject, or even really go back to the subject, but I just thought it was interesting always that they called feed corn, because we always call it feed corn, called field corn, and then our other corn's called sweet corn. It's all bullshit. But you were probably witnessing, by the way, field corn.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. All I know is that they were shooting it out of a fucking an air cannon too. So
Right.
that was one of the
Right.
things, because like it was like a whole like carnival thing, right?
Carnival's
And
cool.
they would take like one of the ears of corn, snap it in half, and shove it down this metal tube that was connected to an air compressor that would build up pressure, and then you hit the trigger and it flung it out at these targets. Pretty dope. And it was like, yeah, it was like $1 for like 2 shots or some shit like that. So you just watch people fucking shoot corn at targets for a minute, bro. And watch them get all disappointed because they're retarded. And when dude, I watched like probably like 20 people get all pissed off because the second shot would just barely pop out of the tube, right? Because they would take the first shot and it would pop out of there real nice, all right? And then they would throw the corn down the tube, and then right away the people would pull the trigger. They wouldn't let any time for the air compression to build up, dude. Like, and it was just funny watching everybody walk away all pissed off thinking they got gypped, and I'm just like, you're retarded. That's what's happening. You should pay attention. But yeah, like, apparently you can make money off of anything, right? There's like 20 acres of corn, too, with a gigantic maze.
That's a fun time, though.
Yeah, no, it was a blast. Was
Are
kind
they
of
mason?
disappointed with the corn, though.
You think people who grow corn are maize sons?
Dude, when
Was
we
that
were
a corny
pulling up,
joke? My bad.
well, no, it's funny because when we were pulling up, my brother mentioned that they totally missed an opportunity with the name because it's called the Maze Craze, right? And it's spelled Maze and then craze. And he goes, dude, they should have put an I in there. They totally missed an opportunity. Because, like, maíz is a Spanish word for corn.
Thinking.
Slave food.
Yeah.
Eat your Frosted Flakes. They're great.
Frosted Flakes. Cornflakes. Cornflakes are horrible. It's like on record that the dude that created it, fucking Kellogg, created it to stop fucking people from masturbating, dude. Like, fucking hilarious.
I didn't realize how much corn they're consuming. I don't eat corn that often. You're right. I haven't actually made some corn and had it in like a year. So for me, it was like, well, shit, I'm fucking up. But it's in a lot of products. That's the problem. Even your drinks at Starbucks, all that shit. You're putting syrups in it and everything. You don't realize how much has high fructose corn syrup in it. And this corn is in corn syrup. It's in everything almost. Look into it. Look at your
Yeah,
products.
that's
They
what'll
don't.
get you though. Corn
Yeah.
syrup, corn oil.
All that stuff.
It's not good for you. Like the amount of corn cobs they need to make corn. Apparently, like it takes like nearly like 100 cobs of corn to squeeze a couple teaspoons of oil out of it.
Okay, so you're getting the liquefied form of a piece of part of the plant that your body can't digest. And then that's going into your bloodstream.
Which comes from feed corn, field corn. It's not even the other corn. It's even worse, guys.
And wheat's the same way. I mean, because you definitely couldn't eat wheat. If you got it from the field, you'd spit that shit out.
Whole
So
toxin
what?
thing back in the day, hun, that you told me about wheat. Remember that years ago? I actually looked into that and I was like, wow, so surprised about that back then. And the degree of it and the toxins it releases. I was like, whoa, wait. So, see, your words actually do reach people. Because I remember that clearly. And it was like 3 years ago or so. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Yeah, wheat's probably the deadliest thing next to sugar. And when you combine that and make a cake, well, I mean, people will be lining up every year to have a cake for their birthday. Oh, the irony. Man, that is really ironic. Holy shit.
Um,
Birthday cake. Because cake will certainly kill you.
Because like little
sad.
Zoroastrian candles on it, you know what I mean? And then give him a Praise Helios helium balloon. Yeah.
That's how we produce it, though. It's how it's done is the problem as well. You're not supposed to do it that way. I was reading in a documentary too, or something. It was on TV. I can't remember. Somewhere. I mean, it would have been YouTube for me. I don't watch TV, guys. So that's my TV. It was literally about Parmesan cheese, the more of the imitation one that people buy a lot of, and it's not even really cheese. It's mainly like sawdust and stuff. And this was admitted by their company, and it's still able to be on the market and ate. I'm just like, I just keep getting more baffled. I knew it was bad for you and all that stuff, and it wasn't really that. But to know that, and people have been told that, and they still, well, it's allowed to be on the shelf. But that's in a lot of things, even your tea bags that we buy now. Nothing is how it should be. That was naturally.
Yeah, but so what is natural and how should it be? We certainly shouldn't have tea bags. That's not natural.
Well, we need to go back to its raw form first and start figuring out what's good for us from the beginning before we start messing everything up. Because we have also learned a lot of times that when you start cooking your vegetables, it starts, most of the time you guys be cooked in one and put bacon grease that we've talked about before and all sorts of stuff in it. It doesn't become very nutritional anymore. So yeah, we need to go back to the basics and start learning what's good for our bodies. And if we did that, we'd be quite healthy human beings probably, and living a lot longer and all these things. God knows we might even be able to fix their own cells and all that and heal. I don't know. But we don't eat correctly. No, of course not. We're so far from that. But it's because of what companies and corporations and everything, and producing your food as fast as being convenienced and what tastes good instead of what's good for us. And I'm very aware of that. And it's surrounding us. You can't go to a supermarket and not realize it once you're awake. You are surrounded by it. And a lot of us still eat at pizzas, right? Order our Pizza Hut or whatever. Actually, I don't ever order Pizza Hut. I haven't been there in years. But we do these things still. A lot of us, or a Pepsi. I don't do that, but everyone has a little thing they might still do. And need and want again. is the difference.
A little bit of drug won't kill you, right? Not right away, anyways. See, that's the other thing that I hear from smokers too, right? Their first response is usually, "Oh, well, you got to die of something." Do you really?
Interesting. I mean, I don't say, but I've heard it said so many times. So you're right. I've heard it,
I'll be right back.
and people feel that way, especially as you get older. More and more, they will say that, especially because they're like, well, "It doesn't matter anymore. Already at this point, better be happy." But I think that's our comment we say most of the times in our head, anyways. Even when we're younger, it's okay. It's just this one thing, or whatever. We don't think about the minutes that it counts down our life or what it's causing in the moment. Like if you understood that, hey, every time you do this, it's going to take 20 minutes of your life away. Some people would probably start thinking differently about what they choose to do and eat. But we don't ever think in that mindset when we consume food, which is every single thing you need is source in your body that is good or bad. Well, what are we doing? I'm up there accountable too, doing the same thing. But he's right. There's things that we need to literally start rethinking as human beings if you want to talk about some truth. And food is where it starts. What we put in our body, what we're consuming, what we're breathing. And then also, our minds, what we're thinking and doing out here. But it starts with what you put in your body. And if that's all wrong and we keep making excuses, then we're going to never change what is actually given to us because they know that we want it. Making me kick my own ass. But it's true.
Yeah. So see, now the question though is, what are you going to do about it?
Exactly. And that's what I'm telling myself right now too. That question that's going back and forth in my head, right? Almost like you're talking to your inner self. What are you gonna do about it? Talking about it. Mm-hmm. And that's where the inner self matters too, because that's where the fight is, the will, and not just blowing it away. Like it doesn't matter, just like people do with flat Earth, right? Same thing. Don't matter. Damn. Man, we are, as human beings, we need to kick our own ass a lot of times. Seriously.
Yeah, I usually don't bother. Just let people kill themselves. It's easier that way.
So thankful to wake up that next day and breathe. That moment of time, any time. I wish I could get back time. But we're losing it every day, and we're like, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's free. Damn it.
I mean, are we really losing time, and what are we losing it to?
Myself, at the end of
Because
the day.
every year's the same, right?
Does it have to be?
I mean, it's not that it has to be, it is. Yeah, sure, the trees grow a little more. The grass grows more in one spot. There's an extra cow, some deer got ran over. I mean, but pretty much, everything just kind of stays the same. Really, the only thing that changes is people's minds.
Yeah. What gives you happiness then? Your little boy? Your little child?
No. Watching people realize how stupid they are.
And gives you entertainment.
Yeah, that gives
What
me
I mean is
entertainment.
like soulful happiness. Like what makes you appreciate living your life every single day, whether it repeats like Groundhog's Day or not, and this world around us. So when you become awake, what is the reason that makes you want to breathe?
Oh, just the fact that I'm breathing. That's reason enough.
I like
There
that answer.
doesn't need to be anything beyond that, other than the
Yeah.
fact that I exist.
Amen on that one. however you want to take an amen. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, because I've figured out this world, so I'm at an advantage. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about it. See, that's probably another reason why I don't go around and be like an evangelist about the truth, because for me, it's more beneficial that I know some things that the majority of people don't, because it allows me to get what I want from them. Because I can use the sins against the sinners.
Bye.
Right? Because people certainly don't want to work together, so might as well keep them fighting. I'm going to sell soda and chips the whole time. People got to have something to snack on while the entertainment goes on, right? While their mind collapses around them because of the soda and chips. But they don't know that. That's the best part. People don't know that they're destroying themselves. And it's funny because they're told, everywhere you go, they're told. The Bible tells you, people tell you, the TV tells you, what you're doing is killing you. Yeah, but people don't care. So why should I? Right? You gotta die sometime. Just let them keep thinking that too. Because what good does it get you to go tell someone the truth?
Me some hope. And maybe I do it for me as well. Gives me some kind of satisfaction in it. Of I mean, we wouldn't do this if we weren't getting something a little bit out of it. And you're talking about a gain here. Like human beings want some type of gain out of something. It depends your intentions behind that gain, though. And if it's good, then I think that's a little bit okay. But the kind of gain that you're talking about is almost like a selfish gain out of it. And that's where me and you probably differ, and I fall short on that. Because I'd rather have hope. I'd rather have those feelings of love and maybe wanting to look at this place a little different and happy in this theater and hoping that somebody can join me and find their happiness in this theater and realize they don't control you. Instead of watching them as entertainment and little lab rats for fun.
Now, you do realize that pretty much everyone has the same faculties as you and I, right? So everyone has the ability to simply open their eyes and look around, but they choose not to. So, I mean, what good is it going to? What good is it if you go and point it out, right?
Do they choose not to, or are they being blinded and programmed and blocked out to?
Yeah, you choose not to look at certain things in reality. You yourself block them out. I know that from experience.
I blocked out all this experience that I could have had, and I guess I was just dumb and I shouldn't have been cared about when I was not to this point in understanding of the reality around me. Because you didn't just get here from the beginning like you knew everything, you were eating right, doing everything right in your entire life, I bet. I mean, things have happened to you, and you've come to this point in a certain time in your life. And my time is different than yours, and I'm sure every person in here might have a different one as well. What makes your time better or different than mine or anyone in here?
It doesn't. But what I'm saying is, What I'm saying is, when I realized it wasn't because of someone else, I was open and accepted it. Most people just aren't. I mean, what can you do? Yeah. So
and give information as much as you can, be a role model. All those little things that some people in here have said, those things are what change people. Not trying to push something down someone's throat, telling them what they should believe, telling them that they're stupid. None of these things work. Being a good human being, being a friend to somebody, being someone they can trust. So when you give them information, it's a little bit different, and giving them time. Being compassionate and understanding that it's not in your time and I can't push it. But maybe they'll get there because I'm going to do my best to try. That's where, I don't know, I come from. I don't know anything else but that.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of like, I don't know, training an animal or something?
We all need to be retaught things. I still do. So many things I need to relearn or even learn. And mine is a weird thing, right? Sometimes you put so much into it that you forget all the other shit. You're like, oh, wait a minute. It's not necessarily gone. It's just got to redo it again. So yeah, it's okay for them to relearn or to be ignorant to it, whatever you want to call it. It's okay that they took the JAB. It's okay that they're sinning every day if they are. It's okay because I don't look at it from a sin perspective. It's just karma doing wrong, and there's a creator out here that's going to figure that out. I don't know. Not my business. But
well, I just call it
it's not my
sin
place to, go out here and tell people that they're wrong all the time.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of what you're doing when you're talking about flat Earth? Because you're now telling someone that they're wrong.
I usually try to come from a perspective. Maybe online it's a little different, probably for y'all, because we're talking to people who we've been doing this back and forth for a while. So we're like, hey, no. When you're talking to people in the real world, it's a little bit different. And it should be, right? You adapt to that situation, and you find out what's bothering them. More than likely, it ain't gonna be flat Earth. But you can build something within that and connect with someone, right? You can jive with them, give your time now, because I will sit right after I get done shopping and I'm like, oops, sorry, honey, I'm going to be 30 minutes over here talking, whatever it takes, because that moment matters to me. So then we do that, and next, hopefully that person has changed. And I've seen it happen in my life, but I just hope. I don't expect it. Can't change people. We shouldn't be out here trying to change people. That's on them. Like you said, it is, right? But if they don't have the information in the first place, they can't even evaluate that, seriously, to even understand what they're doing. They can't evaluate it. So they got to get the information and then let them figure out what they want to do with it. Yes, it is on them and their choices with it, and it may change along the way. Tomorrow's a different day for everyone. But it's still, I feel, my responsibility, because I have a piece of information that could help someone, to talk about it with them. You don't push it down their throat. You don't tell them that they're wrong. I never tell someone straight, hey, you're wrong. No, it's flat. Unless people are literally joking around. When you have a conversation, you want to reach somebody out there, you don't tell them they're wrong. In fact, you give them more time to speak. You know, it's not about you being heard. They need to be heard. And then you go in. It's done totally different than online. This isn't the real world, guys, how you address the situation. That's why it doesn't work if you do that way. You got to care about people first. Deeply.
Well, I guess that's my problem.
So Sally, maybe a problem, honey. I don't mean it that way, but we're just different people, and it's not for everyone to be out here doing it. There is a different. Not everybody can get on a stage and talk to 1,000 people. Not anybody can do it with 10 sometimes. No, and some people are good on Discord and debating this beautiful conversation. Some people are great, just having fun with it. But there is value in everything that everyone's doing. This conversation right now alone is valuable somewhere, hopefully.
Hey,
That's how you look
Stacy,
at everything. Hey, honey, go ahead.
I just want to say I managed to fix things with my girlfriend, but your advice sucked. It wasn't that I needed to call her beautiful. I already do that all the time. She just wanted me to call all the other girls she thought I was talking to bitches. And that worked amazingly. Never been happier. So yeah.
Sweetheart, I've been here a long time. I don't know what your interest in me is, and I don't know who you are. I have
But
my
you hear what I
enemies
just
here and
said?
there, but look, I don't want to be disrespected anymore, so I'm going to ask you very nicely. This whole follow me around or saying, hey Stacey, she's hot, whatever, or any of your girlfriend shit that I don't know anything about that I shouldn't be involved in. I'd
Wait,
rather not be
you
involved
didn't
in.
hear what I
So
just
if you
said?
can't talk to me about things that are important or things that are about these subjects and it's going to be personal stuff or your girlfriend stuff or I'm hot, I'd rather not hear it, hon. I have a little bit of value to myself too, honey. So
You didn't
please,
even hear
out of
what I just
respect, don't
said.
talk to me like that anymore. And I appreciate that.
But you didn't hear what I just said. All I said was that your advice sucked.
Sweetheart, you've
Or that
been
I,
doing this for a couple of days. It's not just now.
right, you
And
didn't
I
hear what
just don't want to partake because I've been through this and it's stupid and you guys don't ever get usually too far. But the conversation with you and me on anything that you want to represent in that way will stop because I will not respond. But be a little bit more of a man and watch how you talk to a woman, please. And thank you.
But the exact thing I was telling you right now is that I just learned that like talking to women shittily is like exactly what a woman wants sometimes.
Yeah, well, we're not interested in what you think. The woman told you something. Respect it. Got it?
Yeah, and I'm saying my women,
I don't
my
care about
woman,
your women, bro. Drop the
my
subject.
woman told me to call other women bitches, and it worked.
Yeah, well, you see, we have a mute button here. And if you continue, I'm just going to press it. Be warned. That's your last warning.
Nah, he bounced out.
Of course you did. We will not tolerate harassment of women or anybody here. End of story.
To be fair, he didn't really say nothing. He just said that her opinion
He's been
sucked. That's
doing
all
it
he
for
did.
days
Oh yeah.
everywhere with me. Yeah.
I don't know him. I
Yeah,
haven't met him, but he
I
knew he
don't I
was
don't
doing
know
it.
the backstory, so I got no opinion on it.
Have you guys heard of the new movement? Our country, our choice? OCOC. You heard it here first. Nobody?
I'm sorry, what was that?
There's a new political movement in the States, and the president is Colonel McGregor. The name of the movement is Our Country, Our Choice. OCOC.
No, I have not seen anything on that.
Yeah, it just got news today, as a matter of fact. Let's see if anything comes out of it. Oh, guys, check this out, man. This is mind blowing. I never seen anything like this. It's a 30-second clip. It shows some sort of ejection from the moon. You got to see this. You got to see this to believe it. Shout out Travis. He sent this to me. Check this out and blow your mind, guys. I never seen anything like this. How can the
That's,
moon eject something?
I seen it, man. I seen it.
Is it freaky lion or what, man?
Yeah, man, that's cool. Well, it looks like the sun ejected a flare, but it went through the moon, showing that the moon is not solid. You know what I mean? Because it was literally through it. If that's the moon that's obscuring the sun, well, the solar flare went
Whatever that
through the
is.
moon.
Yeah. What is that? Can something go through the moon?
No,
That
man,
is
not. It's not
mind
supposed
blowing,
to.
bro.
Wow,
If it's real, right? That is mind blowing, man.
that's what's up, man. That shows right there that the moon ain't solid, and we know it's transparent because you can. There's times where you can see the blue sky, but behind the moon, you can see things behind them through the moon.
Yeah, this is amazing. What if that's the moon, right? Which they all say, Quiet Riot, right? If that's the moon, how is that possible?
Yeah, that's the first. I never seen that. That's the first for me.
Over here cooking. I'm humming with you now. It's great. Thank you for that.
Oh, oh, I didn't even know I was. Oh my
You're
goodness.
all good,
I
honey.
thought I was muted.
Listen, that was a great vibe. Seriously.
Wow. I'm over here at work and humming.
It's perfect. I literally caught myself out of nowhere because I was enjoying it, humming right along with you. It was, yeah, it was nice. But just so you know, you're on the live stream.
I really thought I was muted. Anyways.
Thank you, sweetheart. Though it was good.
Oh, it's quiet.
I'm over here making some chili cheese and I'm making an egg bake for tomorrow, so I'm gonna be quite busy for a bit. Other people can take the floor finally.
Who was that guy that was talking?
Do what now,
Yeah, I didn't know the guy's name that was talking earlier about the diet. I was working, I couldn't see his
Yeah.
name.
I'm Arian. I'm called many different things.
Modern bread is definitely bad for you, but I wouldn't say that bread is bad for you if it's like heirloom genetics, right? Heirloom, original genetics, no modifiers, conditioners, you know, the pesticides that they're putting in our grains. Not That's what's causing the problems. It's not the grain itself. Grain itself is not inherently bad for you. I know there's a lot of things on the internet about grain being bad for you. Modern grain, even pasta, you can get like heirloom pasta from Italy that is amazing, and you won't have no side effects. Your body will absorb it, assimilate it, no problems. It's the modern grain that's killing us. Salt's actually good for you too. Not table salt, but like Celtic sea salt or sea salt in general.
Hey, Jeremy, if you're listening by chance, I know you go over to Jim's server and stuff. If you can by chance send me, if you have it, a link to the video supposedly last night that was talked about in it or something about me for a good moment, supposedly. I don't know. But if you have it, sweetheart, because I'm not on that server. I appreciate it if you do.
Was it from in here or from Gems? I don't have anything from Gems.
Okay. But it's okay. It's not that I really care, but this is gonna be the same bullshit. Yeah.
I don't even fuck with them dudes like that anymore.
Do they have a
What a
YouTube
headache
thing?
that was.
God. Jeremy, the thing I was mad about, it's not even any of that. I don't talk about it anymore. I keep telling them, it's just the accountability like it never happened. That's just stupid. And yeah, whatever. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't want to hear about it anymore. And he wants people to come back over there and he's still hearing about it. But yeah, I don't want to deal with it anymore either, honey. Supposedly I nipped that in the butt, but to be honest, I'm just not going to speak to that person or those people anymore. Thanks anyway.
Yeah, no doubt. Just think of how much of a headache that shit was. I don't know. I spent a lot of time in there, and that shit was just. I mean, I had some good times, but there's just a lot of assholes over there. Like, I was talking to this guy Brazzers last time I went in. I was like, "Oh man, you are fucking terrible. The most condescending, snarky voice. Oh, it was brutal. I can't."
Too much, and it still is too much. That's the truth. To know you through it. So cheers, my friend, and thanks for supporting me when you did and all that. You're cool.
Who was that dude today that was harassing you? I never seen him before.
This first time I've seen him like 3 or 4 days ago, and he came in like talking about how hot I am and would like to get with her, a flat earther. I'll change to be a flat earther now if Stacey would get with me. Blah blah blah. And then I went to Jim's just for a second to solve the situation between me and him. Didn't want anybody else involved, and then he came over there, did the same thing, and they said, "What's your obsession with her?" Then I came back over here. I'm done with that. So I already did it this morning. Like he just follows me around, trying to just speak to me. And then, I don't know, bringing up his girlfriend out of nowhere, too, and saying, why does my girlfriend hate this and that? Listen, stop getting me in your drama and quit this stuff. It's quite disrespectful the whole time. But Essie, don't forget, they send these people, and just like Branch was saying this morning, I'm like the number one person they F with, like, tremendously deeply, and he don't know why. He's like, you guys go hardcore. But they do it to a lot of people, and they're going to keep doing this. This is never an ending thing,
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
I've been in this a while, and it's their tactic, right? That's what they do.
Yeah,
Some of
just
them.
as long as you stay to your truth, Stacey, you're going to be okay. You know what I mean? You're going to meet a lot of crazy people out there, even calling themselves flat earthers. But as long as you know your truth, you're always going to be thriving and surviving, or surviving and thriving, whichever way you want it. But I know what you mean. Great to hear your voice again. Anyway.
A lot I still need to revisit again. I'm like, dang, it's been too long. It's still there, though.
Yeah, for the past 2 weeks, I've had 16 youths from America questioning the flat Earth truth versus the heliocentric global Earth that is elusive, doesn't exist. And I've come across a lot of abuse, but they're coming round now. I say youth, 12 years old up to like 30, 35. Yeah, 17 in total. Every day for the last 2 weeks, bringing all their questions and everything, you know. And it's been good, been very productive, I'd say that much. Yeah, man,
Yeah.
very interesting. Yeah, because it's a one-on-one. It's me and them, and I'm in this chat, and it's just them and me. Get some abuse and that, but I give it back to them as much as I get it. So there you go. And yeah, it's moving along nicely. 6 of them have now realised finally that something's making sense with the flat Earth. Okay, and I always remind them that it's not. You know, I have experienced nothing regarding the ball, but the information I'm giving you has come from experts, who I've linked you to. So you thank the experts. Thank the experts, because they're the ones who actually brought it to our attention. Yeah, I'm just articulating what they've said. But it's been very good. Been very good indeed. Yeah, they've woken up. Some of them have anyway. When I say some, 6 have out of the 17. They're not calling themselves flat earthers yet, because they still need to go out into nature to confirm what they've been told. And none of them were obviously able to prove the globe at all. None of them. They didn't know the model at all. And yet I'm wrong. And the experts' information that I bring to them is wrong. I said, it can't be. You don't even know the model before you can say I'm wrong. You need to go and check it, confirm that what I've said to you is wrong, and then you can say I am wrong. But you haven't done that. So let's get out there. Boots on the ground, boys and girls. Boots on the ground, yeah? Prove me wrong. You can't prove your globe. You don't know your model, and I'm wrong. That's ridiculous. That's retarded. Funny. Yeah, it's been a good 2 weeks of discussions and explanations. Yeah, so it's been very gratifying in that sense. Even though I am getting hurled with abuse, eggs, chairs, everything's been thrown, everything but the kitchen sink. Are you there, Stacey?
Yeah, I'm here, honey. Sorry, I'm just cooking.
I was going to say, if you're interested to join this chat, I'll DM you. I'll send you a link. Okay. The next time I'm in there, next time they call me, and it's obviously going to be your time in America, I can send, because I think a woman's voice like yours would do well, because there are some women in the group, so you could help them. And anyway, they'd be asking you lots of questions. Okay. So the next time
Sounds
they
really
call
good,
me,
yeah.
the next time they call me, I'll DM you a link. I'll invite you in. Okay.
Thank you. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah. So what you need to do is just send me a friend request or send me a message, and then I've got you. Then I can just put you on the list. Just a little hi will do, and then that's enough. And then the next time they call me, and I'm in there, and it's a reasonable time, I'll click, send you an invite, and then hopefully you'll join in, and they'll be glad to hear another person other than my voice. And I think a female voice would be good. Okay, Stacey? They're going to be Americans anyway. Okay, so right down your alley. Okay? And then that way you can assist. Yeah, cheers. Let's have a look.
Wow. Thank you, hon.
Yeah, thanks for that. Let's have a look. Have you sent me something? Hang on a second. There you go. Clicking on that. Okay. Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah, we're
That'll be
already
enough.
friends. Yep.
Yeah, we're already connected up. Yeah, that's great. So what I'll do then is the next time they call me, I'll immediately call you. It might be if the time is reasonable, because sometimes they call me and it's 2 a.m. their time, or 11 p.m.
Yeah.
West Coast. Okay. So, but I'll
Yeah,
send
I
the
get
link
it.
anyway.
It's very strange. I get up very early in the morning. A good time for me usually
Yeah,
is
yeah,
in the morning, very short period of time between 6 and 9, I'd say. The most is available. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. They're up late. You see, right? So if they call me, then I'll just call you. Yeah, just make sure I can send you the invite. That's all. I've got to make sure. Let's have a look. Let me see if I can do that anyway. I'm saying all this and I might not be able to send you an invite. Hang on. Let's have a look. We're here like this. Okay, now I'm in the chat. So what I'm going to have to do is ask them for a link to set. Yeah, because I'm not able to do that straight off because it's a chat. It's not actually a server.
No problem.
Maybe I can add you. That's what I should be able to. I should be able to add you. That's what I should be able to do. Let's have a look. Let's have a add friends to DM. Let's have a look. Boom. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, no, it's still not working as I want it. No, it's not letting me do that. It must be another way. Well, I'll work it out. I will work it out. Because if we're in this chat, yeah, I should be able to add people. So I should be able to go like this, right? And yeah, it should happen. You should have been top of the list. You haven't come up.
What are we doing, guys? I heard we're starting a Bible study here in about 10 minutes.
Okay. That's it. You can do that. Yep. Message received and understood.
Wow, what's up, man? You got any questions?
No, I don't have anything. Just how you doing? There you go. How you doing?
Jeremy's got a few pages of the Bible he wants to read off today, so just be ready.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. No problem.
Oh man, I mean, I won't be able to actually engage. I'm at work, just a little bit here and there.
Jeremy is going to, or different Jeremy?
Jeremy.
Really? Huh. Man, I gotta go deliver these chili cheese dogs to my man for lunch, but I want to listen now. Dang.
Yeah, he got a hardcore Christian lately.
Yeah.
With that, I don't have a problem with it, at least.
But yeah, just to set the record straight, you know, we were called to salt all our meals. Like salt is good for you, and bread too. Like bread's the priests, the Levites ate the showbread. Only the sons of Aaron were allowed to even eat the bread, and it was leavened bread. It wasn't like matzah; it was leavened bread. I don't know. He was saying some stuff earlier that wasn't true.
Oh,
And
Jeremy
grains are
does
good
that.
for
Yeah.
you. No, not Jeremy. The other guy. Grains are good for you. There's actually there's multiple feasts, biblical feasts that are called that are actually sanctified days. You have the first fruits of barley, right? And the first fruits of the barley go to Yah, and the rest goes for the people and the priests. So there was barley in April or in Abib. There was wheat around June. There's wheat. So that right there we got barley and wheat. Those are main staples in the biblical diet. There's a lot of misinformation floating around now. I just wanted to set the record straight because he was using this Bible to back up his dietary beliefs, but the Bible does not back up his dietary beliefs at all. And they cooked the meat. They cooked the lamb. They didn't eat it raw. I mean, I have nothing against those that eat raw meat, but the priest didn't eat no raw meat. And just because animals eat raw meat, right, doesn't mean that it justifies us eating raw meat. Because animals don't wear clothes, yet we wear clothes. Animals don't do a lot of things that we do. A lot of people look at the animal kingdom to justify their actions, or they look at the animal kingdom for moral objectivity or to rationalize certain behaviors, right? The scriptures are clear. There's beasts, right? Beasts are beasts, and Adamim is Adamim. Humankind is humankind, and animals are animals. We're not the same. It's a false equivalence to compare a human being to a lion. It's like, it's not solid logic. Anyways.
This is why he's not here when he's deaf end, by the way. But yeah, you should have the conversation maybe with him back and forth a little bit. Hopefully it won't get heated. I don't think you want that anyway. But he strongly feels this way. This is why I said go back to the rawest format in the beginning, like you were talking about, and then decide what we need to do with it. I don't think from the beginning it was so bad. No. Temporary convenience is what's going on and what's caused our food to be pretty much worthless.
The problem really is the GMOs that's affecting us, the pesticides, the synthetic fertilizers. That's what's affecting us. It ain't grain inherently is not evil or bad for you. I keep saying this, but
Yeah, it's pretty rude, man. I'll have to have that talk with Jeremy.
nah, it wasn't Jeremy. It was somebody else. I don't know his name.
Cleared the floor for him, dude, so he could do his whole thing and just dips. I don't know, bro.
I got you. He might come back, right?
I don't know. We'll see.
Also, he said that you don't see people eating bread and wine until the New Testament. That's definitely not true. I mean, Abraham supped with Melchizedek, and they broke bread and drank wine. Clearly, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And he also quoted Genesis, completely misquoted it, twisted it. Like I don't even know where he's getting his verses from.
Yeah, I'll have a talk with him, bro.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with drinking wine. There's nothing wrong with eating bread. Nothing wrong with eating meat. Oh, and chicken. Somebody said that chicken isn't kosher. Like, where are people getting this from?
Dang. Well, There's people are gonna have a bunch of thoughts about food, but like you said, the GMO and the other stuff that's happening in the overproduction of our food is what's really the problem, man. Like you're right, 100%. It's not necessarily the food itself. The beginning, the seed, and all that, the natural where it came from. Anybody got any?
I heard Monsanto. This was years ago, over a decade ago. Monsanto was splicing scorpion DNA with grains, and they're growing it right now. The corn and the wheat that we eat have scorpion DNA in them because apparently scorpions have something that I don't know. It was like a natural, not I wouldn't say natural, but it was like a pesticide that they bred into the plant. Scorpion venom. I kid you not. And we eat that. We're eating grains that have been spliced with scorpions. It's crazy. And it's not a conspiracy. Look it up.
Pretty mental what they're doing in here, and God knows what we don't understand that they're doing.
I didn't even know that was possible.
People be splicing anything they can splice. About where they're testing this stuff and how many things they're testing. It's not just a scorpion and and meat. It's testing multiple ways of probably animals and food and whatnot. We don't even see it going on.
And corn has always been a staple amongst Native Americans in the Americas, both South America and North America, especially the Mexican natives. All the Aztecs, the Mayans. Their corn was like something that they would almost worship. They didn't worship it, but we hear about the European settlers when they first came to the Americas. The Native Americans taught them how to grow corn and how to put a fish along with when you germinated the seed, to put a fish and bury the seed with the fish, and it would supply nutrients to the plant. And the thing is with if you look at corn that's wild, right? It's not as desirable as corn that's been hybridized, right? Or it's called selective breeding. But selective breeding is not evil and it's not bad. Like when you take the best genetics of a plant and you keep reproducing it, and then you end up with these amazing genotypes. It's because we've been selective breeding plants for thousands of years. So yeah, they're gonna evolve into something else, but it doesn't make it bad. Just because corn and bananas don't resemble their completely natural wild counterparts doesn't mean that corn or that banana is now bad. There's a lot of disinformation floating around. It's the same thing with.
How do you think we got the NFL and the NBA?
That's what I mean. Yeah, selective breeding, whether it's with horses or dogs or cats or plants, that's part of human cultivation and horticulture. It's natural. We're meant to actually cultivate the plants and prune plants. There's certain varieties of plants that require human intervention. You need to prune them. You have to prune them because if not, they're just not as successful on their own. You know what I mean? It's almost like we were made to tend to the earth, to cultivate the earth and help the plants.
The two
So there's a
oldest
lot of
professions in the
bullshit
world.
floating around.
No,
Oh, sorry.
selective breeding either, but people confuse selective breeding and genetically modifying. That's a big issue out here too, though, and they start trying to mix the two together.
Yeah, selective breeding. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's what the natives did for thousands of years in the Amazon. They selected breeded different varieties, even marijuana, like Acapulco Gold and Panama Red. Those are specific genotypes that have been selective breeded for thousands of years, and then you end up with these crazy THC percentages.
Thank
In the
God for that
80s,
one.
Acapulco Gold. In the 80s, Acapulco Gold and Panama Red were like the best strains around because you had people that would go into the Amazon and go seek these tribes and steal their genotypes that they've been selective breeding for thousands of years, or they still do that. You know, the greenhouse seeds. One of the guys from Greenhouse Seeds ended up dying on an expedition for doing that exact purpose, going to Africa or Morocco and retrieving ancient genetics that have been hybridized by the people there for thousands of years. And then they go back to Europe and Amsterdam and they crossbreed them with like Northern Lights and Haze, and then they sell it to the West of California for $1. But the natives in Morocco, they all work, you know, hybridizing these plants. And then Greenhouse names it something, right? They'll name it Greenhouse, they'll name it, and call it their own.
Bitcoin.
There's a lot of triggered people today over one little video. A lot of triggered people.
What video? What happened? Who got triggered?
Oh, you didn't see it, bro? Let me post it for you.
I can't necessarily watch it because I'm driving and working and shit, but just give me a breakdown.
Okay, I'll explain to you. It's a 40-second or so video, and it shows the eclipse, and it shows what appears to be that circle around what they say is the moon, and appears like a flare comes out of it. Really freaked out. Now, of course, it could be anything, right? But these guys automatically are tripping out and telling me it's a glitch. It's a glitch. It's video compression, blah, blah, blah. You got to see the video after. Tell me when you get a chance. I'll post it for you.
How long is it?
It's like 34 seconds or something.
Oh, okay, yeah, post it.
All right. It's in the live chat. I said it appears to look like a flare. I didn't say it was a flare. Don't
Yeah,
get your hookers in a twist.
I
Yeah.
saw that. I saw what you're talking about.
Yeah. What do you think?
It's super bizarre. Like, I thought it was going to be off to the edge, like where the moon meets the sun, but it wasn't. It was like almost in the center.
Yep.
You know what I find bizarre? I find bizarre that the moon seems to now act as a disk and loses all its edges in order to let a little bit of sunlight over his surface to make it appear not dark completely, so you can see at least the rough surface. But the surface almost looks completely smooth. And you don't even see a little bit of the craters or whatnot, it's just as if it's turned into a black disk, which is absolutely hilarious, and I don't believe that's the moon right there.
Don't they say that the sun and the moon should be appear to be the same size and diameter due to the perfect distancing in the Goldilocks zone? But
Hilarious.
what I saw, it seems as if the sun appears to be larger than the moon from our perspective, which contradicts the whole Goldilocks thing.
Hey, good
Does that
morning.
make sense?
Could you say that again? Because
So
I have
they-
something to listen to.
Yeah, they say that the sun and the moon appear to be the same size from the terrestrial perspective due to the distance that they're perfectly separated. But what I just saw contradicts that whole narrative.
I mean, who knows, right? But like, you guys always hear me say that the moon goes back to the sun every month, once a month, and this was the no moon phase. So I'm going to post something that every time there's an eclipse on my star app like chart thing, whatever, there's always this spinning thing around it. I'm going to post it. And I finally was able to do it on my screen. There's always this spinning little thing around these eclipses. I don't know what it is, but it says M1 104 or something like that. It's always around the eclipses, but I've never been able to video it like that, showing it. I just don't think it was the moon. Personally. I don't know. I don't know what to think. Because the moon goes back to the sun, I don't know, for me to charge. And
So, no, see, the thing is this, Lace, that I don't understand. They show you pictures. 1 second. They show you pictures of the supposed moon surface, right? That's like a spherical surface. Where by its shadows you can determine it's spherical because you see like an edge, and graders making shadows and whatnot, right? Simultaneously claiming that when you look at the eclipse video, seeing this perfect round shape, completely black, no roughness to it, nothing whatsoever, just almost like a perfect black disc. Going right in front of it, going right in front of it, is absolutely hilarious when you think about the imagery of what they show you from the front. When they show you the different angles where it curves backwards, supposedly creating that spherical shape. What they suppose is a spherical shape, which I don't believe is any spherical shape, but so it just doesn't really correspond to the moon at all, for what I believe.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, Seafoam. But I don't know. It's been perplexing.
What?
I said it's been perplexing because to me, okay, so say there's like an object. Well, like a light bulb. Okay, that's interesting. A light bulb is still a light bulb, and then it fills up with light, but the light bulb's still there. I don't know. I'm probably the last person to talk to about this, but I just know that it was a no moon, dark phase of the month for me.
Will we get any like problems with what Andy posted? Because look what it says there. Should we leave that in there? I mean, I hate to be the one saying this, but what do you guys think?
Yeah, I was just thinking same.
Everybody, just to make sure everybody gets it. So everybody copy paste it, put it somewhere, and then delete it.
Yeah, that Israeli dome. It's an interesting video, but I didn't know it had the stuff underneath. So you might want to delete. I'll delete it. But yeah,
I got it.
Thank you.
Yeah, make sure everybody got it. But yeah, I got it too. Thanks, Andy. And if we're gonna post stuff from now on like that, warn us and say, I'll post it for like 20 seconds, and then I'll take it down. Something like that. Witsit does that, and I think it works. I don't know if it trips the algorithm up or not, but it seems to be doing okay.
Or maybe post it in live stream and let us know.
Yeah. Just post it somewhere else and tell us where you put it. Yeah, that's perfect.
Wait, you expect most of these zealots going to have children when they have been completely made sterile?
What did he post?
It was something about the C and the V.
Well, there was information underneath about. Well, the video was about the Iron Dome in Israel.
Israel, yeah. Okay, hey, do it one more time. Post it for another 20 seconds so everybody can get it. Ready, everybody? Look at the live stream. Post it up.
Post it on live stream too, maybe.
Oh yeah, live stream too. Sorry,
Yeah,
I keep
put it on two. Don't put it on the live one. Yeah.
Yeah, everything you want to post that way, I guess, guys. Post down there. That's a great idea. Okay, I'm done barking orders at people. I love you guys.
Yeah, we love you back. Hey, real quick, aren't you going to be a dad soon?
Oh yes.
Next week?
Well, okay, so I think we're gonna. So it's supposed to be 2 days ago, so we're making plans, if you know what I mean. So, so yeah, but you guys will be the first people on the internet to know. my family will get photos and video, and all my friends from blah blah blah. But then I'm gonna come on here and I'm gonna tell you guys about it. So there we go.
Exciting.
Hey, all the best, man.
Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, you guys are very much a lot responsible. This whole crew, this whole team of flat earthers. We met at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So it's this group of people that brought us together. And even if you didn't have a hand in it, like personally or whatever, it's all this big community of people that are living in love and truth and bringing each other together. So anyway, thank you.
It's amazing.
Yeah, man. Bless you, man. And your child.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice. I wonder if it'll be a ginger, Sean.
I don't know. I doubt it because neither of us are gingers, but stranger things have happened.
Oh, I thought KJ was ginger.
No, she's not.
Oh, okay.
She's very, very pale skinned, very, very milky white. So she's going to be, and she's very pure. So this child is going to be. I'm going to try to make sure she doesn't get one vaccine, guys. Not one.
Nice.
Amen.
Sorry, I said the word.
That's wonderful, man.
Thanks. Everybody deserves this. Everybody in the world, everybody alive or alive now or alive later deserves a happiness like this. Like this is if we chose to come to Earth, this was the reason. So okay, I promise I'm done.
I will do the same with my child, and then when I have a child, I will meet you.
Awesome. Sounds good, brother. Sounds good.
Just pray and hope that it's gonna be soon, man.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we have a little time to prepare if they're talking 2030, Agenda 2030. We still got, a couple years to get our stuff together.
That's true. It's gonna be a lot to talk about.
Yeah, for sure.
They'll never take our voice.
So yeah, that video was kind of interesting. I've deleted it again, by the way. But it were basically just showing this Iron Dome that's cost America billions. I don't know how much, but I imagine it looked expensive. And it's this protection system for any missiles coming into Israel. And it's about a 15-minute video, but just watch it on 125, so it's a bit faster. And it was just showing that there don't seem to be any evidence that it's doing anything. Seems like a bit of a firework display, if anything, a very expensive fireworks display. But who knows? I don't know certainly. Well, there's nothing wrong with asking questions, is there? Anyway, I'm going to make a brew. There's loads of good stuff to talk about because Asher Logos' video came out yesterday, and there's some good stuff on there. Like it was showing you like how Lithuania, their language is basically still or very similar to Sanskrit, which I found very interesting. So yeah, talk about that a little bit.
I'm gonna have to get into that Asha logo stuff because I haven't just yet.
Good dude, so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. I took a couple of screenshots. This is right at the start of the video. Just somebody's obviously done this painting. Look at that. Okay. Oh yes, that's a man, folks. That's what a man's supposed to look like, by the way.
In
A lot of
Kosher's
gravelers.
dreams.
A lot of gravelers just went, "Oh Jesus, trying to hurt me."
Oh my God! Why doesn't he trim that? That beard must stink so bad. Oh my God.
And that's a good one. Just showing you the languages. and that's one from just showing you like Lithuania, English, Sanskrit, Lithuanian. Look how similar these words are. Some of them they're basically the same words. Anyway, I'm gonna make a cup of tea. BRB.
Yeah, so glitches, I love them. Studied for many years about how to intentionally glitch certain kinds of chips, analog chips, video editors, video equipment generally, right? For fun effects, for fun and profit. Emphasis is on fun and not profit. But in any event, I've never seen that type specifically of glitch that occurred. I've seen squares happen. They are compression artifacts, but I've never seen that happen with another piece of video then stuck on top of that place for a second, which looked like a jetting type of something just for a second. Now, if you freeze it, yeah, you can see squares. Great. But the whole video, like, image stream, that when you put the frames together in succession, you'll see something that I don't think I've ever seen another bit of video peek out through that. Like, why would that even be like that? You know, it's going diagonally across the image, like from where you would, when you pause, you're going to just see the square chunk taken out, but there's more happening down to the right. So I don't know.
It's highly unusual, to be sure, bro. Yep.
It is not just some cut and dry, oh, that's a glitch. Oh, that's somebody, you know, somebody's face got all melted. Oh, okay, that's a glitch. Like, I've seen types of glitches, right? I've just never seen that particular one. So, and, you know, anytime that there's going to be square chunks, you know what I mean? I'll call that some kind of compression something. But there's like a overlay there going on. Or there's something different than just a glitch.
Yeah, it looks really weird and really out of place. And can it glitch something that's not there? Like, that looks like some sort of light or flare. Can it glitch that from like a black thing of the? Is that possible, Max?
No, I don't think so. I mean, that's why I say it's like there's unusual things going on here, and like, wow, this Quiet Riot guy over here just been like, no, you're fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what you're talking about. You know, like, how do you know like what my or how do you know like how interested I am in this shit? Like, I'm not even stating what I'm just saying that's not an average glitch. You know what I mean? If it was, I'd be like, that's average. I see that shit all the time. I've seen that many times. Not like, oh, I don't know how that happened. You know, that's all.
Yes, I wouldn't have posted it if I thought it was like a normal thing. When I saw it, I went, "Holy cow!" Shout out Travis, by the way, he sent it to me.
No, but if it was a normal thing, I'd have no trouble telling you that. And it's not for my biases or anything that I want to say it's anything more than that. You know, so these guys got to like come correct on this shit. Honestly, like, show me some other glitch that's like that. You know what I mean? Go ahead. Like, it's like there's another layer popping through what is the glitches, and that should never be, because it's just one video stream. You're not going to stack shit on it, are you? Why would you do that?
Yeah. Uh-huh. But it amazes me how sure they are right away. Like, right away from this, as soon as I posted it, right away, that's a glitch. That's a video compression glitch, because when you send your video, YouTube compresses it like right away. An excuse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why like there's like a wandering little wafty beam thing. No, nuh-uh. That's not from, you know, you converted like H.264 to fucking whatever 4K. Nuh-uh. That's not what happens, bro.
The moon has a hole in it, dude. What's the problem?
Isn't that where the hole is supposed to be?
That's where the Death Star recharges.
It's just a funny place too, on top of it all. But I don't know. Rushing to claim that it's a glitch when it's clearly something more like it's a compound effect that's causing that. It's not just a simple compression glitch. You know, that I could see, like, if you pull up like Spaceman, you know, like their whatever, the Elon Musk Tesla car guy, Roadster, right? You pull that up, pull a clip off that, and then do a contrast enhance, and you're going to see a bunch of blocks and squares and shit cut out, like where there's just like it's been normalized and whatever. But why would that happen on, like, I don't understand what would happen on, why would that occur on this? It's already bright, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, this, sensor blew out? The sensor blew out, maybe? But then why is it seeing something behind what it's already seeing? Uh-uh.
Yeah, it's highly unusual. I mean, I never seen anything like it. Out of a dark thing, you get a bright flare looking, and I stress looking glitch. Yeah, no way, man. Maybe this is an Uber glitch, Snacks.
I don't know what it is.
Could it be a solar flare?
Like,
well, that's what it looks
I don't
like.
think so.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay, then that
We
like
didn't even
makes,
see solar flares.
but hold on a second. So then that makes if the moon lost its light, but like a light bulb, it's still there, then you could see that solar flare through it because this is the time of the month where the moon does and it varies every month how close it gets. And this time maybe it intersected and there's been so many solar flares. There's this lady that I follow. I think I sent it to you a long time ago. I mean, obviously she's a Glober, but she has this solar flare channel. It's really good. So could that be it? I mean, we don't really know, right?
I don't know. I mean, I watched a full eclipse happen with my eyes. I never saw anything like that or a flash of anything. It's covered up. I've seen people put FLIR cameras up to eclipses. You don't see anything like that happen. It's just like a 1 in a million type, whatever glitch if you want. Yeah, sure. But it would almost mean that they have like another video layer behind that. Like that can't just glitch like that. If it was, it's like something I would have been like, oh, that's cool. Like I want to learn how is it that you can glitch things like that? Because I'm a glitch fan, dude. Obviously. If you didn't know that, you don't know me. Anyway. Or I don't know.
I wonder if anybody else captured that in their videos.
Yeah, you gotta have globe. If you press the Globers too hard, they'll be telling you it's Earthshine.
Yeah.
They captured it. No, they proved that the Earth's round. That's what proves it. Turn it around on you. I gotta love Soundly. Soundly captured Earthshine and Earth Curve. Yeah, what a fucking amazing guy he is.
What are the chances? One guy doing all that. Yeah.
If it was me, I'd have to fake it. You know what I mean? I couldn't. I'd need the validation. I'd have to just fudge it a little bit. You know what I mean? Move some numbers. He never had the raw photo, I don't think. Anyway.
That would be good to get the raw, yeah. But like you say, it looks like it's stacked.
Yeah. But then why would it come out over top of the other one though? Like even if it's just like the one brick of the pixel that just like displaces itself, then why would some shit like spray out across the
I
bottom?
don't.
Like why would that happen? I don't like that's an
I don't think it's a glitch. And I don't think it's a stacked image. I think it's legitimate, and it shows that the moon is not solid.
that's just what they don't want you to say. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying I don't need to say it. It is what it is. You see what's happening there, and I'm just saying from my knowledge base, which obviously isn't infinite, but there's no kind of glitch I can tell you that's a glitch, like 100%. Like there's another factor happening there. It's you know what I mean? Like it's like spotting a magic trick. You're like, oh, there's probably something like that. There's two parts to this thing. Like I don't think that this is a simple glitch, like a simple compression glitch either. But I don't know. Maybe I should shoot a bunch of clips and try to upload them on YouTube and then see if that happens. It's not gonna happen, bro. Like, you ever see anything like that before? You ever see anything like that again? Fucking make sure you post it and show my ass. I said enough.
I feel like I've seen something like that before, but it was only involving the same scenario with the sun and moon.
I thought you were gonna say it was a video with Kosho's mom.
There was that, but that was definitely not a solar flare.
I thought you said the moon was involved. Whatever.
The
What do you
moon
think
was
of that,
involved.
bro? Did you get Kosho's mom's moon? Did you get a chance to check out the video?
Yeah, I looked at it.
What do your elfin eyes tell you, Legolas?
It was a lens reflection. Internal reflection of the lens.
Okay. All right.
So we'd have to have Beer Man explain it.
Oh. It's a refraction and reflection?
Yeah, internal reflection due
And
to
the
the
layer,
temperature
the
differences
boundary.
of
Gotcha.
right.
Right, that makes sense. Well, I'll buy that. Okay. Chalk it up to technical difficulties, everybody.
What's that shadow also? There's a shadow there, right? On the so-called moon disk, there's a shadow. What is that?
That could be compression.
Oh.
I'll give him that one.
It's refraction.
Moon fraction. And what's the apparent bump there on the side of the so-called edge of the so-called moon? What's that on the right-hand side?
The square
moon station.
Yeah. Moon building. They're trying to show us they got a moon base. It's big square. Like, got some real simple architects at NASA.
The Earth is a spinning wobbling space ball. But if you say the Earth is stationary and topographical plane, then you're crazy and out of your mind. So instead of saying the Earth is still, doesn't move, and is a topographical plane, the truth is it's a spinning, wobbling space ball flying from the big spinning world of darkness while hurtling around other planets.
Everybody knows it.
It's so much
was not.
more obvious to understand what the truth here is, right?
Plain as day.
Plain as day, yeah.
A child could figure this out, Clay.
Yeah.
A child and a pencil.
Every child would figure out it's living on a spinning, wobbling space ball.
Yeah.
And tilted, by the way, and tilted. Never forget
Yeah,
that.
you figure that out too.
For
And
the,
then everything's
for the you know, we need the tilt for the seasons, the magical seasons.
All right. That's tough to explain.
And you know the sun is going to be replaced with God. So we call it Helios.
I don't necessarily have a problem with respecting the sun, but I don't call anything deity, I guess. Because I'm stubborn.
Well, if you think about it, the sun is a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing how, I mean, I personally think it's created, right? But how it is literally the driving engine that makes life even possible in the slightest, right? I mean, mostly everything we have feed off as children since we've been born or even created in the womb was made possible through the sunlight, right? I'm
And
not
all the
saying it
food
makes
you
the sun worthy of worship. No. I'm just saying it's worthy of recognizing the
as a thing
smartness
that
of the
keeps.
creation.
Sure. It's a really important part of the whole we live here kind of part.
Yeah.
Reality.
That's why they're
That's
constantly
awesome.
blocking the sun, right?
So did we see the eclipse then, or what? Hey?
I filmed it. You didn't see my video?
No, I didn't see it. I was making a brew. What? Snacks? Well, you went out. I told you to go outside and look at it. What happened?
What? I don't take orders from you, Andy.
I told you to go outside and look at it. What happened?
There ain't gonna be shit. Let's see.
You took a picture though, right? No.
I mean, Noah couldn't see shit. What makes you think me? I'm gonna see stuff. I don't know. Thousands of miles away from the point. Yeah.
I thought you meant biblical Noah.
Yeah, but he's in Hawaii.
Oh yeah. So, wait, Matthew said it was too early, didn't he, for Hawaii or something? Wonder what it's like living in Hawaii. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, he sounds real happy all the time. So yeah, it probably is.
No, I don't think he does. He sounds quite frustrated to me.
Oh, he's living in paradise, bro. It's no walk in the park, man.
Maybe it's like being beaten over the head by a rainbow.
These fucking rainbows, man.
Yeah, so fucking Lithuania. Lithuania's got Sanskrit language. How's that, Snakes? Come on. Help me out.
What, Sanskrit? Yeah. I got that. Next.
Does that make any sense to you?
Sure, of course it does. Everything makes
How's
sense.
that? How's
What
that?
they have it. Sanskrit. Most of these alphabets though started off pretty simply like Sanskrit though. For
I took a screenshot because my geography is terrible.
It's because
But look where
Andy.
look where Lithuania is. It's marked. Look, right next to Scandinavia. There. Look, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark. It's right there. And look where fucking India is. That makes no
Andy.
sense.
It's because you look at the ancient Hittites. They had a Sanskrit language too. And if you look up the map where the ancient Hittites used to live, it's that whole area.
Well, I know this is what I keep talking about. This noble race. I don't want to say conquered. I'm going to say conquered anyway, because everybody that they went, every place they went, people like loved them. So, like, they taught people things, and people learned from them, and they had such integrity, and etc. etc. So, conquered is, I don't know if that's the right word, but they basically were ass whoopers and went wherever they wanted, and nobody was going to stop them. And they conquered northern India, and that still, I think, shows today, because they use all those sort of people in the Hollywood or Bollywood films, don't they? They sort of more white. And I think they ruled that place for like, I want to say 60, 70 years, something like that. And just a tiny amount of them as well. You're going to have to watch Ashlogos' content, because obviously I'm not doing a very good job of translating it over, but my God, it's just so good.
I was watching someone on Gobekli Tepe, but there's like a bunch of sites around that area. There's like another, or I think at least 2 other tepes.
I'll post it.
And
the interconnectedness of Aryan people. Sorry, Stike.
Yeah.
Go on, dude.
They have these ornaments, right? Like ornament is something that kind of carries around with culture, right? Like ornament travels with culture. The fleur-de-lis, you know what I mean, makes its way to Louisiana. You know what I'm saying? Symbols they make places. So the pictograms and stuff like that in like all those bas relief pieces in Gobekli Tepe, right? Like, so there's like some handbags. There's things that look like maybe dodos or turkeys. Things that look like jackals. You know what I mean? And smiling jackals too, like a toothy square tooth. And so I'm like, man, that looks so Americas to me. It looks a little pre-Columbian. Looks almost like a little bit of Pacific Northwest Indian. And I'm just like, that's interesting as fuck to me, man. And the other thing too about these ornaments, and like I said, they travel places, is like these little pieces that they have just look like little lizards, like perched up on a rock, but they're like a carving, you know. And they had a couple of those. And I remember seeing them on a bunch of these Indian temples where they just happen to have like a little this type of flying lizard that's like a jumps out of the trees and it sails like you know, in the air like a flying squirrel or something like that. Same kind of deal. But yeah, all these different Indian temples will just have like one of them, maybe just for good luck or whatever, like made on them, like a little good luck charm. And I just thought it was interesting that all the way up there in Gobekli Tepe land, that they're there too. You know, possibly like, I don't know, man. All this stuff's a lot more connected than we realize. That's all right.
Yeah, for sure.
We can argue
These
about it
people
anyway.
went everywhere, and I think historians are finally coming around to that fact, although they don't like it. because there seems to be a lot of anti-white sentiment at the minute. But I don't want to do the whole, loggy thing of, they destroying white people.
Yeah, I'm afraid you guys are gonna like wear out. You know what I mean? Won't be enough for you guys. That's my fear.
Well, then it'll be the next thing. Then it's all one consciousness to me anyway. So
I mean, don't you think people would just get white again anyway? Like, regardless of what their backgrounds are, and eventually.
I don't know. If you take the
People
snowy
would
fox
eventually-
and put it in a desert, Snakes, will it coat change?
Yeah.
That's the big question. Will its coat change? I'll say it will.
Yeah. That's cool. You ever wonder about like black cats and white cats and be like, yeah.
Flatty, how's it going, dude?
There's going to be all these black cats, you know what I mean? The white cats won't be around. Fuck. Terrible.
Just trying to talk to Ned. Ned's obviously driving in his fancy Range Rover or whatever he's got. He's just listening. Man, I've got so many screenshots from this Asher logo. Oh man, the fucking swastika is just everywhere. I don't even know if this will get me banned off Discord. Probably will. Look at that. It's in every. It's in that interesting, don't you think?
Would you post something? Yeah. It's the Dipper, dude. Yeah.
Like it was supposed to. I think it was supposed to be a symbol of like peace and prosperity.
It's
Ironically,
the seasons, bro. I mean, it's literally a symbol for time and the passage of time. Because it's just like that's just one L moved 4 positions to the 4 positions that would be during the calendar year, making that shape.
It's obviously a huge thing at part of the ancient world because so many cultures have used it. So it's interesting that it's now demonized. It's definitely part of the shit they don't want us to know about.
Like like even just learning about it at all, like almost like, oh yeah, this is definitely like a hateful fucking symbol, like not a beautiful thing which represents the elegance of nature or anything like that. No, it's like obviously like it's hating people and all that kind of stuff. When you realize, I mean, they're just trying to like shield you from any kind of other cultural import, you know? Everything else is evil. So only pay attention to what we're telling you.
Well, I keep saying they need to make a statue of old mean Mr. Mustache in Israel because there would be no Israel without him. And ironically, he saved so many of them because when they went in them camps and the Allied started the bombing campaign, they obviously moved them to a safe place. So, ironically, me, Mr. Mustache, actually saved more of them than anything else. I mean, obviously, lots of them were shot dead as well, I imagine. David Irving talks about that. He talks about like they just line them up and shoot them. So it's not as if I'm saying they were treated brilliantly or anything like that. But I think they had more rations than the German people once they stopped the food supplies going in. But yeah, it's interesting because I've talked about how they moved all those people by train from the west of the country to the east, and they even had a commemorative coin made. Because they were in agreement. I can't remember the name of it now, but basically, it were Jews to Palestine, and on one side of the coin is a swastika, and on the other side is a Star of David. So it's all there in history if you go and look at it. If you just got to go and look at it, that's the thing. Take the emotional content out of it and just look at the facts. So
You've seen the Celtic version of the swastika, Andy?
Is it? What's sorry, Ned?
Have you seen the Celtic version of the swastika?
Oh, is it on there?
I'll find it if you know how to fuck it best, dude. Hang on,
All
can you
right.
find it?
There's Irish, Welsh, Saxon, and Norman on that last one I posted.
Is it the one with the little dude, like the face and the arms going over?
I don't know.
Just posted it now.
That's a Triskelion. It's not really swastika. Swastika's got 4 parts.
Can't see his dangly dick.
Well, I mean, they might call it. They might call it.
Stick out.
To me, it's a Triskelion. It's just like the same thing as the Isle of Man flag, which is 3 legs.
Interesting, though. Yeah, that's weird.
It's a Trisket.
It just seems weird to me that all these places, they were clearly interconnected and they all communicated with each other. And then it's like there was a loss of, I don't know, there's a sudden case of amnesia or something. What happens?
Well, like some people have told me that like Lithuania is called so because it's like flat stone. It's like a flat area. And so being this, it's like easy to navigate through it. Like you're not going up steps or up mountains or whatever. And so it makes it a decent place for people to move through. And so if they're moving from India, they move up through Lithuania. I don't know if you just think of it that way, that like there's a preferred way for people to do like land transits, which are not dangerous. So that's something, I don't know, just like thinking about the spread of people and then therefore like whatever cultures and shit.
Yeah, I'm thinking though they started here and went there rather than the other way around, which is like I know how to wrap your head around, but that's the way I look at it.
I'm there too. A lot of people go Egypt and then head to China, but I'm the other way around too. But I'm not even sure if that's right. I know what you're
The Iranians are the first ones to colonize India. Descendants of the Persians.
Yeah. So I don't think that. I think that they actually came up to those lands from India. So, but yeah, everybody can have their own ideas. I'll be back in a little bit.
It's just difficult to think of it now because we know what, like we look at the peoples, don't we? And we think because that's what makes a place, the people. So we think of Iran and we know what those people look like, and then we think of that. So it's just you have to sort of get all that out of your head. Think no, not that.
I mean, how do you work in Middle East? It's like it's like you've got blends of Oriental people. You know,
Yeah.
I can say that because I'm that, so I can say the wrong word. But like, you know what I mean? It's just like slanty-eyed people and like beige people met up, had relations, and then they're now Middle Eastern. You know what I mean? But like something comes from one place, something comes from another place, right? It's like okay, all right.
What
The Aryan.
Yeah. It's not him.
What was that?
No idea.
Probably like a 20cc bike or something.
Check. What's up, boys?
Kiwi.
Yo, Andy, I heard some stuff over the weekend. I was like, Andy would love to hear about this. What if I
What's-
said to you that the Hamal, the Hamal was created by the very same people that they're fighting?
Yeah, that's the story, isn't it? And it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever because that's kind of how they play the game.
And
So
it's the same plot line when you can double back to World War II, right? And make the same kind of like present the same model. And
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I totally feel you, dude. I totally feel you, man. Thanks for the continuous suspicious eye that you present when you look at these things.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Jays, there's obviously some good people. I'm not just picking on they're not a race. Let's get that clear. Only when it suits them are they a race. But there's obviously some great people, and I don't want to just single out. I do want to single out the Jewish mafia because they are the chaos bringers. They are the chaos bringers into this world, clearly. And,
who's that guy? I forget.
That's the Khazars, right? Sorry, Snacks, real quick, but that would be the Khazarian Mafia, wouldn't it? The same.
Yeah,
they share
that's what
the
I'd
same
say, yeah.
crest that's on the Ukrainian flag.
Yeah, that's even funnier to think of that. The irony going off. It's hilarious.
Snacks, please go ahead, dude. I cut you, dude.
I forget who this guy is. He was around like during the 50s and 60s. I guess he was a Teamster, but also like a Jewish mafia guy. But he also said like, "What do you mean Jewish mafia? There's no such thing as. Come on, what are you talking about here? You know what I mean? Like that guy. I forget what his name is, but he's so like he's got that charismatic like he's doing something wrong kind of situation, but he's like lying about it. Oh, so good. I forget what his name is though. He's got It's super Jewy. I forget what it is. Damn, I'm gonna have to look that up.
Well, the word going around back in the day when ISIS was all the rage was that actually stood for Israeli Secret Investigation Service.
Yeah, that sounds like a good one.
With the Italian mafia, at the upper echelon of the Italian mafia, there are Jews in New York. I kid you not.
Why would they be called ISIS though? Even like that's not even their call sign,
Bro, like, look at the text chat. Crest of Ukraine with the Khazarian Tamga. That's pretty suspect to me, if I may.
Oh, that's good, isn't it?
It's nuts when you start pulling stuff out. Here's an explanation of it I just found.
Crest of Ukraine corresponds to the so-called Khazarian Tamanga.
Like, cookie jar, I caught you. You got your hand so deep in the damn cookie jar, it looks like you're trying to take 3 cookies. You're not trying to even take 1. It won't even fit out the brim. Your hand's stuck in there because you won't let go of the 3. You got stuck inside the jar with your hand because your greedy self won't let go of the 3 and just take 1. You gotta take 3. So your hand's stuck inside the cookie jar. We caught you, man. Caught you so bad.
Did you see the Space Force logo as well, turned upside down as Baphomet? That's really good.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, it's uncanny. It's like,
Ooh, here's a really good one, and it's accusatory without anyone having to be accusatory about it. I'll leave you here at this one.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
What's crazy is like we can go back to like the 1750s, the Napoleonic Wars, and talk about how the Rothschilds would hire the carriers on horseback to bring the news back who won the war, report back, and then they would make the financial play, buy up all the resources, and before it was too late, people would find out the real plot, and all the resources would be gone. Rothschilds would be sitting there full of cash. Cash money.
Yeah, the I think the Rothschilds I think the name was Bauer. I think that was the name, and they made it. Truth as all know that they made it Rothschild because of they put the red shield outside the place, didn't they? Well, usually most folks know that. Have looked into it.
I didn't know about the Bauer.
Yeah, and I've got an interest in this is from Asher Logo, so know if I can find it because Winston Churchill's an interesting character because he did this whole massive 2-page spread about warning people about Marxism and Bolshevism back in the day. Like I don't know what year it would have been, probably early 1900s anyway, maybe 1920 or something like that, somewhere around there. And then all of a sudden, as we know today, what Bibi, Netanyahu, he praises Winston Churchill as being a great Zionist, doesn't he? Like, and so he was basically paid off, and we know that David Irving. We know this because the chancellor that was going out of Germany, the outgoing one, sorry, so the one previous to Hitler, he had the documents that showed the bribery, showed the payment that he accepted, and it was £40,000, which doesn't sound a lot, but back in whatever it was, 1930, say,
dude.
Yeah, I looked it up, and it was over £2.1 million. So with the current day extra, money, and so because he had he lived in a huge country house with loads of cooks and servants and gardeners, and he could have never had that with his pay from just being a member of parliament or whatever, or a prime minister even. So, well, this is trying to find this meme. I've got it somewhere. One sec. I think it's in this one.
It's kind of like the whole Iron Dome thingy, right?
Here it is. See, look. Year is that? 1920. And he says, like, from the days of Spartacus Weishaupt. Isn't that interesting? The reason he says Spartacus is because they all chose a pseudonym. So that would be Adam Weishaupt. We know who he's famous for starting the Illuminati, didn't all that business. And he's putting this massive warning out to the world about these groups who have basically taken over Russia. And then all of a sudden he becomes the fanboy, the top fanboy, and an alcoholic. And of course you would be an alcoholic too if you'd been responsible for that many deaths of women and children. I mean, how could you ever
sleep? Yeah,
how could you ever look at yourself in the mirror again,
Exactly.
So
crazy.
I mean, they needed a boogeyman. They needed a bad man for that thing. And obviously we know they made it mean Mr. Mustache, who I'm not here to cheerlead for either, because he was probably played as well, if you see. But compared to this guy, Winston Churchill, who the history books will tell us is a great man,
Better mustache.
Dude, he was a saint compared to this fucking guy.
Tagging on to that, I just found this crazy, well, not crazy, but a link on LinkedIn from somebody by the name of Disciple John called the Khazarian Mafia. I'm just going to read the first 3 points of it because I think it's pretty interesting. Constitutional law does not exist in U.S. courts, which swore loyalty to the Crown of England that was under control of the Vatican. U.S. Inc. was actually crafted by the Khazarian Mafia in coordination with the Crown of England, Vatican Jesuits, and occult pagan secret societies. Last point, all levels of the U.S. Inc. were corporations under control of the Vatican, which owned and operated under Crown of England per Treaty of 1213.
Yeah, the I'm not sure about some of that stuff he said, but the the banking system certainly was controlled by London. You have the huge revolution in America where they're trying to get away from the crown, and they did have this war and won this independence supposedly, but the money supply, no, they didn't get away from London, it seems. So you'd have to put the money changers somewhere in the background because they've just seemed to have been there or thereabouts for 2,000 years at least, anyway.
Yeah.
Trying to do what they do basically, and they do it well. This is what I said before. If it should teach you anything, it's persistence. Persistence, because they've been kicked out 109 places for doing the same thing over and over. Trying to take over the money supply and all sorts of other stuff, and they just carried on plugging away.
Right, but
and
they were successful with what
Oh,
they
yeah.
started doing, to the point where they were able to install the Capital Bank, right, in early 1930s, or so that's something where they had 200 years of basically having these wars and different types of events that are happening. They're getting money the entire time to the point that they actually were able to install and register the United States of America as a corporation because they were bankrupt, and they literally had so much so much money at that point that the United States of America had to become a corporation, borrow the money in order to keep afloat. Like to hold a land under bankruptcy, basically, and you were the saving entity from that bankruptcy, and you made that land register as a corporation, and then you control that land through levels of installments of different businesses, corporations, BlackRock, so on and so forth, umbrella companies like crazy. Dude, that creates so much toxicity. Like, you don't even know who you can trust in a system like that. It's like, who are you signing contracts with?
They've been doing this for a very long time, bro. Very, very long time. They know what they're doing. They've been controlling the world since thousands of years, I would say.
Well, to be able to, I mean, again, like, just to be able to sit here having coffee with you guys and theory crafting and just go back 300 years to the Napoleonic Wars just to say that we have pictures of Napoleon with his hand in his pocket, proving that he was compromised. 300 years in 5 minutes. Not even. You guys are really doing some shit. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I still get a bit. I wonder if the Masons are actually a good thing at one point, and they got corrupted. Because these things usually start off in a good way, don't they? For positive reasons.
Exactly. If you have a group, and this is something that I've always said, like, regardless of the group, whether it's you've decided to start a group based off of religion, teachings of Jesus Christ, or you've decided to start a group to fight crime, or you've decided to just start a beer drinking group, whatever it is, if you have a collection of individuals, that collection of individuals will always be under the potential of an attack. right? Somebody who wants to come in, join the club, and then start tearing apart from the inside. It's the easiest way. You got something
Yeah,
cool,
that
I want to come play with it and mess it up. Sorry, I was being long with my point.
no, that was really good, and that makes sense to me anyway, because they seem to still play that same play. That they do the same thing. They infiltrate and then they control it and then turn it out, inside out or something. What do they always say? How to have a good revolution? Well, you control it from the other end. You control both sides.
Yeah, dude.
And although I will say this, Zionism seems to be pretty shitty from the start. There's that guy Theodore Herzl, I think his name was, in the mid 1800s. I mean, this guy, I imagine, was a pretty hateful character. Or another way to look at it, I suppose, from his point of view, was he was cheerleading for his own group of people. But I only say what I said because he only lived to 44 years old. And that's quite telling in itself, isn't it? Because,
compromised.
well, no, I'm just saying that this group that he started clearly was always had nefarious intent. So maybe they're not all positive and charitable from the start. This one seems to be a hateful thing, and I don't know, because I've heard people say that no, not even Zionism has several different levels. Like there are probably some good ones as well. I don't know because I don't know that much about it. So who knows? But yeah, this that guy's a character. Look into him. He was his name's Theodore Herzl. And like I said, he only lived to 44. And I always think if you're a hateful person like that, that's going to cause you stress and it's going to fucking kill you. So,
Well, I was blessed. I made a post on Facebook. I don't even go on Facebook that often, but I made a post on Facebook talking about the Earth and the Sun rotating above the stationary plane, and I guess I described it in such a way that it peaked or attracted somebody's attention, and they ended up sending me this little hand sketch of the sun and the moon and how it interacts with the inner Earth Sun and how it creates that Masonic symbol, right? The M, if you will, the square and compass. And he sent this to me, and I immediately engaged in conversation with him, texting back and forth or messaging back and forth. And he basically told me like the same thing that you had just kind of alluded to, is that Freemasonry was something that was basically like the studies of the sciences and physical nature, the physics of the realm that we're in, and of course it got perverted, right? But you make a statement like that, and yeah, sure, you may have, like, as the saying goes, the path to hell is paved in good intentions, right? You may have had nothing but good intentions, and somebody came along
I
and they
disagree.
flipped it up. Go ahead, dude.
Master Mason goes all the way back to even before the flood, bro. I know it might sound crazy, but the Master Mahan, Enoch, the evil Enoch,
Speak on it, dude.
the
Like, the floor is
geometry, the
yours, man.
sciences. I can't right now. I'm at work.
Oh, sorry.
But I'm just saying that geometry, mathematics was taught by to the evil Enoch. There's two Enochs, right?
Bro, I had no idea.
Yeah, it's basically the Masons were the Satan's priestly class. Yah had his priestly class, and the Masons were Satan's priestly class, and they've been basically combating each other since the beginning, bro.
Damn, I don't know there was two Enochs. Well, yeah, so there's another. Who knows anymore, man?
Yeah, there was something on that latest Ashloga video. They mentioned before about the Druids coming from Egypt to to the UK to teach, and there seems to be like a passage from one to the other. Like they always say that about the Greeks. They go and study with these sort of priests, these Druids. You know, all the famous Greeks
Acts
that.
20, Acts 29 states that before the Exodus, so before even Moshe was born, that there were people that pilgrimaged to the British Isles from Egypt,
Yeah.
and it was Israelites, bro, the original Druids. I know it sounds crazy, bro, and I'm probably gonna
No,
hate me
it's
for
super
saying that, but
interesting. It's super interesting.
Yo, Lion, I just wanted to correct myself. I apologize. The son of Cain was the first Enoch, and the city of Enoch, the messed up one. Thanks for the pullback on that one.
Uh-oh, Static in the Attic's latest video. The camps are ready. That's a good thumbnail. The correction camps are coming, guys. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? There's no grassroots viral videos anymore. That's kind of interesting. Forcing prophecy. Yeah, that's what I said before. All this red heifer stuff, it just makes me laugh. I'm sorry, but does anybody know about that? I don't know much about it, but it's something to do with a cow, isn't it? A perfect red heifer or bull. I don't know too much about it, but is that the prophecy then? If they find a perfect one and sacrifice it, there's 7 years left on Earth. Is that the thing? It's so fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry, but come on, you Bible people know something about that. I know it.
Yeah, dude, there's a discussion about, or there's the observation on the table, the prophecy of the red heifers finding the unblemished red cows, I believe. But that would be the marking of to start the building of the third temple, which the third temple has been, I mean, from my perspective, I'm not saying anybody and following this, but there's a lot happening with Abraham. The name Abraham is being used in quite a few different places. There's the number one, the House of Abraham that's being constructed right now in the UAE, which is it has a Catholic church, a mosque, and a synagogue on the grounds, which is exactly proclaimed written in Scripture, where you will go to worship, but you will not be able to say the name Jesus. That is what they're saying is the third temple. So the garnishings for all the priests and everything is all ready to go. They're just waiting for these cows, and then obviously the temple to be built. I'll throw a video link in the chat to this thing. So again, it's called the Abrahamic Family House. Then you also have the Abrahamic Family Accord, the Abrahamic Accord peace deals, which were signed by or started by Donald Trump when he was in office, and a few different municipalities, countries have signed on to, not municipalities, sorry, countries have signed on to this peace deal, which is through the Middle East. Now, again, the Abrahamic Family Accord, the Abrahamic Family House, the Abrahamic peace deals, like they're saying that this is all part and privy of what's coming. I was a little bit scattered in explaining all that, but yeah.
No, that's good. It gives me time to type it into Chat GPT and see what it says. And it's like, yeah, so this perfect red cow is quite rare. It must be completely red with no colours or blemishes. 2, it must have borne a yoke or performed any work. It must have never have borne a yoke or performed any work. I'm sorry, it's just so silly. It must be free from physical defects or blemishes. It must be the offspring of a cow that also meets these criteria. Finding a red heifer that meets all this criteria is quite rare, and its ashes are required for certain religious rituals. When a suitable red heifer is identified, it's taken to religious authorities for examination and approval. I'm sorry, these people are fucking psycho. Oh my god! Can we do anything? What can we do?
Well,
I mean, didn't they send some from Texas the other day?
Yep. They sent, I think, 2 or 3.
The Yom Kippur sacrifice requires a heifer. It's in the Torah, it's in the regulations. The only thing I disagree with is that it has to be a red heifer. I don't believe that is in the Torah. That's a rabbinical tradition or rabbinical opinion because they don't really know the Hebrew.
So what? So
the
wait.
original Hebrew didn't require a red heifer; it required a heifer from the land.
So let me get this
Any heifer.
straight.
It
They
doesn't have
get
to be a
they
red
get a
one.
cow. They get a perfect red cow, no blemishes, all that good stuff. Never done any work. They sacrifice it. They use its ashes for something or other, and then they build the temple, the third temple.
Well, the thing is that if you study the scriptures, you actually make soap, right? So they need the red heifer to purify themselves so they can step foot on the Temple Mount. Right now, they can't step foot in the Temple Mount because they're ritually unclean. They have to be ritually cleansed and purified, which requires a heifer to do that purification. This is why the Muslims have control of it, because the Jews have been waiting and waiting and waiting for these red heifers to appear, and they haven't appeared. So now they're forcing it, and they use genetically engineered cows from Texas, from an American farmer who genetically engineered them. So they're forcing the hand. They're compounding sin upon sin.
What happens if the Jews go inside? Like, will they burn or some shit?
Oh, it's going to be chaos. It's going to be
Touchdown.
chaos in Jerusalem.
They're going to score 2 points.
Dude, it's fucking mental. Come on, bloody hell, snap out of it, for fuck's sake.
Next with the 2-point conversion commentary.
2-point conversion. Come on.
Just listen to what they're saying. You need a fucking perfect red cow, and they're going to sacrifice it, and then what? Spread its ashes, make soap out of it. I mean, it's...
Yeah, I mean, it is stupid. But, I mean, Lion, are you saying that right now Jews do not go inside Temple Mount?
The priestly class cannot set foot. Like they'll get close to it, but they can't go into it because then they'd be violating the Torah. So they're waiting to be ritually cleansed so that they can step foot on the Temple Mount and begin the sacrifice.
But are you saying all Jews are
It's
just
complicated, bro. I'm not gonna get into this.
Yeah, but I
No,
just want to understand.
Only the priestly class is allowed in the Temple Mount. Anyways, you can't. So you have to be of the line of Zadok.
That's not true. People enter the Temple Mount all the time. I've been inside there. Like, you are allowed in, bro.
You're not allowed in.
The dome of the rock.
The Dome of the Rock.
Yeah, there's people that go in there all the time. Regular people and Muslims all the time. But the rabbinical Jews are not allowed in there.
But they go in there. Though. I mean, I've gone in there with Jewish people. Like, that's I'm curious. Like, who exactly?
Can you speak at all?
Well, hold on. I'll explain it to you. So there's the fake Temple Mount and there's the real Temple Mount. They don't allow It's complicated, bro, because they have a tourist attraction that tell you the Temple Mount, but that's not the real Temple Mount.
Huh? Where's the real one?
It's debated. They know what the real one is, but they can't keep it. Muslims know where it is. Both the Muslims and Jews know where it is.
You're
but
breaking up.
What's open for the public is the real Temple Mount.
I didn't hear a word you said, bro. Breaking up.
It's all good, man.
No, try again. Try again, bro. Oh, I don't know. What?
Hey, Chai Latte, you went into the Dome of the Rock?
I've been inside Temple Mount. Yeah.
So, there's this painting on the ceiling? Is there a painting that's on the ceiling there, or did you notice that? Sweet.
In El Ascamas?
Good story. What?
What are you saying, bro?
There's a painting on the ceiling of the Dome of the Rock?
Hmm?
Do you know if there is or what it's of?
Saying there's a painting inside it?
Like upon the ceiling?
Huh?
No? Is there not?
You want to tell me about it or what? I'm so confused next.
You were there. I was asking you for
there.
elucidation on it.
Yes, there's a painting I mean, there's a lot of paintings inside it. It's not just like one painting.
So,
It's like
but the whole business is allegedly that the whole thing is based on Muhammad's night dream, or the night dream of Muhammad. If that rings true for you, what do you think?
In the mosque, yeah.
And the depiction of that is interesting and somewhat, I guess, more primitive than I would have thought. And it features reindeer with human heads or something like that. Is that? Can you confirm that that's correct?
Reindeer with human heads?
Yeah, specifically like Persian women or something like that. That there's a group of these like deer. Maybe they're not reindeer, but some type of deer women.
I didn't see that. No, I can't
Okay.
confirm that. Women with reindeer heads.
Yeah, like he has what is the? Yeah, maybe I should just research it, but yeah, it's like it's the night dream of Muhammad. So he has like a vision. He's like traveling up into the sky with these deer that I guess have the faces of human women. And then I thought that that's what the inspiration for the dome itself's construction was. So anyway, if that is far off, I thought that was actually like a mainstream situation there. Can you
it's
you feel
just
less
built
crazy?
where it's just built where the old second temple was. The Temple of Jerusalem, Solomon's temple. He just built on top of that. So that's Temple Mount. It's like a elevated mountain area. Then when you
speaking
get
of like,
there, you find the general mosque. Within the mosque, there's a specific room, called the Dome of the Rock.
yeah, yeah.
And
I thought
it's a giant mosaic on the
okay.
roof, but I'm not sure about
Mosaic?
this stuff of mosaic. Sorry.
That's not even agreed on whether it's the actual Temple Mount or not. Like that's debated, and apparently there's a sleight of hand. Like everybody thinks that's the actual spot when it's not even the actual spot.
Wait, do you think?
Even the Yahudim don't agree that that's the spot. And like David's temple, right? Solomon's temple isn't in that spot. And they've found this. They've discovered the actual city of David, and they know where the original temple actually was, but it's a secret. They don't want people knowing where it actually was.
Okay.
There's so many layers to this onion, bro. I'm not even gonna get into it right now, but I'm just letting you know.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. If that's not the real temple, maybe it's somewhere else. I don't know, man. Maybe you're right.
So how long's left then? If you get the red heifer, then they make soap out of it, and then
they get a blue heifer,
and then Jesus comes back. How long are we talking? I've got like 7 years left or something like that.
If
Serious,
that, Andy.
If that, oh my god!
Yeah, I mean, think of how fast this shit's gonna get. This is gonna escalate quickly, bro. This is not gonna be like a slow burner. This has already been a slow burner.
My point is, they're forcing it. They're doing it. You know what I mean? It's like obvious.
So, yeah. Well, that's the
couldn't
word of
it
the book,
not be that they wrote the script in the first place? They fucking wrote the script in the first place, and now they're just playing it out.
Oh,
no,
man.
they
You're making it seem so rigged now, Andy.
How did they write the script in the first place? That maybe they looked up at the stars and they had some sort of lining up sort of situation, you know?
You're making it out like it's a machination, like it's not just like fate playing out, dude. This is the word of God.
No, dude, this is what I'm saying. This ain't God's work. This is fucking Grabbler at work, as far as I can see.
That's just irresponsible. You.
All right. So you guys think the stuff in the sky is just coincidental, and it's not any relation to like war breaking out, or you guys think like I guess it breaks down.
I don't think I think that either.
The chicken or the egg, which came first, right?
Oh, it all matters. If it matters to people, it matters here. I'll tell you.
Well, I mean, Snacks. I can understand your I get what you're hinting at, but my question is, if something is written in the sky and it's happening in the sky, and then war is breaking out below. Is it something that like the war is just following what's happening in the sky, or did in fact whoever wrote scripture, they were able to see future prediction of it, and now they're forcing stuff down here to align with the stuff in the sky? Like, I don't know. I'm trying to play catch up to where you're at.
You're asking me specifically, or you want to ask
Well,
me first?
whoever wants to even step in and white knight for that idea, right? Because I mean, I'm of the strict opinion that what's written in the sky, like no man can touch, and
Right.
that's for the signs of things to come, and that's what we've been looking at, like with this spotting of the Nishimura comet, how its interaction with Virgo, and all these different things, and then war happens to be breaking out at the same time. Like, is that just coincidence, or did they write the stuff in the sky first versus stuff on the ground?
In the sky, we do see Draco.
So
well, okay, but Lion, you, and I say this respectfully again, you say we see Draco, and but I'm not attacking you by any stretch of the imagination, Lion. I'm asking you though, how do you have that identifier for the common man who doesn't understand what Draco is?
No, yeah, I'm breaking up, so I can't really talk.
Okay.
But I was just gonna say that the constellations do tell a story, and right now we do see the dragon going after Virgo, the Virgin, like it's literally in the sky, like you can see it playing out.
Right, and then we take that idea and run that.
Look at the constellation Draco, and look at one stellarium. Now, I will admit that when you look at the constellations, they just look like stars, right? Stick figures at best. So how they come up with like these shapes and stuff and stellarium is beyond me, because I don't see a dragon up there. I don't see a Taurus up there or a bull. You have to use your imagination. You know, you have to squint your eyes and use your imagination to see what the constellations that they're telling us. Like, this is supposed to be Gemini, right? This is supposed to be that. How do you know that? Like, who decided that this is Draco? Well, it comes from the ancients. It's just been passed down to us.
So with respects to the stuff that's happening in the sky, we then look at the Nishimura comet as well, and the fact that it's approaching Virgo on, apparently, as Lion says, we have the stickman figurine that we're kind of connecting the dots and putting this dress over on top so we can fill in the blanks. But this comet seems to be approaching her left hand. Now, the fairy tale, and again, I'm saying this as a fairy tale to be respectful of everybody listening, because I don't want to offend anybody, right? But the idea is that when this event, this rapture event takes place, that the Lord has given or God has given the command, Yah has given the command to his son to go get your bride. And the Lord gets his bride through the rapture event. We go up the ride. The dead rise first, and those who believe in Christ rise after that, as the Gentiles, 2,000 years that have been. Just give me a minute here. Let me just expand on this, and I'll withdraw after that. He spent the 2,000 years saving the Gentiles, the church, and then he comes, picks up his bride, the church, the Gentiles. There's the wedding, again, left hand, this comet being on the left hand, and then in 7 years he comes back for the Battle of Armageddon. Thanks for listening.
No, I'm interested. As much as I think it's silly, I love you, Kiwi. You're an awesome dude, and so I don't want to sound like I'm just taking the piss out of you. So I appreciate you telling me the story, because I want to know the story. I want to know the context of it, because, yeah, I like to. I like to know what it's like. The fucking, what was that book they used to, the war book? I can't remember, but it's like, you gotta. I want to see what my enemy's doing, and by enemy I mean insane people. Because to me, they're fucking psychopaths. I want to see what the psychopaths are doing. Yeah, the art of war. I want to see what they're doing. And so I appreciate you, because they're playing this out quite clearly. And, I've said this before, I liken it to, and this hasn't happened yet, so it may not happen, but it seems to me that it's inevitable that millions of people are going to die from this. Because it's the plan is that everyone turns against Israel, right? and then the what is it, the Magog or something like that, or what is it, Edom and this other one. Basically, the Muslim and the Christians are going to destroy each other. That's the story I keep hearing. But the first they've got to all turn against Israel, and so it seems to be playing out like that. I don't know. That's what it looks like to me, anyway.
Yeah, I
So
mean the connection, and here's the thing that I, in my mind's eye can't really figure out, but as you say, I'm just watching it all happen because I was raised within the church. Like for me to say, oh, it's just a big giant ploy, and again, Andy, being respectful of you as well, because again, I appreciate you. From a standpoint of I can't throw out what I spent 44 years listening to in terms of going to church and learning scripture and what's being told, right? So from a standpoint of like my understanding of where we're at now, I've come to that based on scripture. So now if we're in a place where people here on this realm are forcing that plot line to play out on a level that is actually causing people to fear God on a whole nother level, because they're feeling that the chapters are actually starting to come to life, but they're bringing them to life under their own plot doing. That is, I would almost say that, and again, saying this respectfully, if this is a creation, if in fact there's a creator, if in fact we're all creations, then the creator is, and there is such thing as karma. That is a whole cycle of karma that I have yet to, like, I don't know how these people are going to deal with that, right? Because that is a negative, toxic, nasty cloud of carnage that they've been breeding. So maybe there is an end time coming, and it's completely different to what we believe it to be. And when I say we, like literally, whether you believe in God, Jesus, hell, I don't know, right? Maybe, and I'm only saying that from a spitballing standpoint.
That's fair, man. If you're just speculating and spitballing, that's fair.
Well, I mean, I think in this arena we have no, I can't say we. I'm walking away from that. I'm saying me to be respectful of everybody here, because like Shirality, right? You and I have kicked off about many different things, right? But the last thing I want to do is ever be in a place where I'm projecting my truth onto you and trying to get into a toxic interaction with you, because you're a human being, bro. Like, keep you on my side regardless, such or not. Whatever it happens to be, we'll find out is what it is when we get there. But in order to maintain a decent environment where we can all continuously come and be respected, like that to me is what separates this place from a lot of different places. And I say that respectfully. I had my engagements over the last few days with another community, and I'm like, wow, it's interesting that I can come to a place called Earth Awakenings with many different people who believe in many different things, openly discuss whatever I need to. There's people here who are willing to engage with me, right? And regardless of what I say, how I say it, I don't have to worry about people talking shit about me behind my back. But within 5 minutes, I observed and could kind of connect the dots that was already taking place based on the stuff that I was talking about in another community. So when it comes to the aspect of an open forum, and every single one of you guys here, appreciate you, man. Appreciate your views, opinions, inputs. And it's something that, we will continue to hang the evidence on our wall of evidence as we continue to walk through and try to figure out this whole thing.
yeah, I agree with that. By the way, there's no such thing as my truth. There's my opinion, and there's the truth. The truth stands on its own and doesn't need defending, and stands up to all scrutiny. That's why it's the truth. And there's no such thing as my truth. Just FYI.
Yep. Yes, you are well said, Andy.
But I don't know. These people just seem like fucking psychopaths to me. That's where it appears to be. Now it might well be, because I believe there's like wizardry. I really do think these people are like fucking wizards, and I want to know the Grabble, so at the very least I can step out of the way. Do you know what I mean? If some fucking psyops coming my way, I want to know so I can step out of the way of it. At the very least, I can speak in public, and somebody else can step out of the way of it too. Because just as it happened a few years back, and I was sounding the foghorn, and people were booing me. They were like, "Boo!" I'm like, what the fuck? Like a big freight train's about to come and smash into your family, and you're going, "No!" They're literally like booing
Why are
me
you
to be
warning
like,
us then?
"Shutting me away." Like I'm like, "What the fuck? No, no, no!" I'm telling you, this is what it's happening.
He's the
Anyway,
one making all the noise. Shut him up.
It's funny. As I'm
yeah.
listening to you talk, Andy, there's this guy that just popped onto a video I'm watching. His name's Andy. I just put up Andrew Booth. He's just, like nobody important, but just his name's Andy, and you're talking. Your name's Andy. It's just funny.
Yeah, so the protocols of the elders of Zion are coming true after all, and oh man, I mean, you've got to take your hats off to them. What do you reckon,
Yeah.
Nate? What do you reckon to this thing? Yeah, he's not there. I noticed JC23. You just joined. All right, dude. Hello. He's at work. He's just listening. I thought you could tell us about Earth rising up instead of this fucking terrible holy war, whatever you want to call it, that's about to fucking. Oh my god!
You know what's
It's
funny,
just
Andy?
it's so insane, dude.
They over the last, I think last night, I saw a piece that said like one of the leaders had been caught of the Hamas, and then a couple of days ago, there's the main leader. I think he's got like an orange beard, looks like a carrot top, but he's very proud of his Israeli military, and he was like, "Yeah, we caught a couple of the leaders." So, and again, in my mind's eye, I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, like from my understanding in war, like when you catch the leader, the war is over, right? When you cut the head off the snake, the rest of it kind of falls apart. So I'm thinking to myself, this thing should be over relatively soon. Then, of course, drinking the Kool-Aid, but I guess not. Catch the leaders, this thing's going to keep going. So I think we know in seeing that the plot line has to be carried out.
Well, there seems to be a big division in Israel itself. I don't know too much about it, so I'm quite aware that I'm just fucking pissing into wind onto my own face. Sorry, but there seems to be. So you've got I mean, how many of these Khazarians, these Khazars, moved to Israel? How many are actually Semitic people? Well, I remember I was listening to this guy, can't remember his name now. It'll come to me. He was saying it were like 1 in 20 were actually Israelis or something. And I was just thinking out they're basically Palestinians anyway. You know, that's what I was thinking because this. I remember this guy who wrote this book. His name, I can never forget his name. His name's Shlomo Sands. How could you ever forget that name? And he was questioning whether he was a race at all, whether Jew was a race. And of course it isn't. It's just an ideology, right? And so he was showing how they were just a peoples who were like grifters, if you will, like carnies. I love that word, carny. I was always terrified of carnies when I was a child because, not just because they were all. One sec. I remember my dad took me on the waltzers when I was a kid, and I shit myself, and I think I was sick as well. I was only about 3-4 years old, and they were, these like dirty people, and I thought these people are a bit scary. But then when I found out they had no fixed abode, that's what was really scary about them as a child, because I thought these people could kill you and bury you, and just you'd never see them again. Anyway, so yeah, it seems these peoples came from those types of people, and then just decided we need a thing, a bit like Scientology. People talk about L. Ron Hubbard as though like he's a failed science fiction writer, and he wrote all these terrible books. But what they don't give him credit for is that he started a fucking tax-free organization. That's where they should have got credit, because he was hanging around all the wrong sorts of people like Aleister Crowley and people like that. So they clearly invited him into their clubs, right? And instead he were like, you know what? I'm going to start my own fucking club. Tax-free. That's where it's at, people. That's where it's at. That's what we need. We need a tax-free group. Is that a thing? Can we do that? So yeah. My point is that can't we all just go and sit on beach and have a nice time instead of blowing each other up? No, apparently not. Because we've got to build that third temple. We've got to sacrifice that perfect red heifer. Do you see how silly it sounds? And I'm sorry, it just sounds silly to me. Carnies.
Hey, if you had to move some religious money, right? You're working a grift, Andy?
Mm-hmm.
You'd move mountains to make it happen.
I just like the tax-free idea of it. I remember I went through this
I'm
bit of
not
a spirit.
talking about you, mate.
I went through this bit of a spiritual awakening, and I remember thinking to myself, they say about nothing's as certain as death and taxes, and I remember thinking, I no longer believe in either of those things. Which sounds a bit weird, I guess. Yeah. But it is funny to think that if you had any rights as a human being whatsoever, it would be the right to water. And these Palestinians have lost that right. They don't get that anymore. They don't get meds. They don't get fucking water. They don't get food. They are fucked.
It's almost as if a certain people have special treatment, almost as if they have a license to kill, like James Bond. But only one certain people. Nobody else could get away with this. Because if there was any other country that had an open air prison of 2.5 million people, I don't think that would go well with anybody. But somehow, this is acceptable for 70 years. That's a 7 with a 0 next to it.
Yeah, and apparently these Israelis, they use the latest guns, the latest, they've got all the nice toys to play with, and they actually just shoot these kids at random, like just shoot them in the head, and they high five each other. Can you imagine? It's like, yep. I just don't understand how. I don't. It's hard to put yourself in that place because I'm really good at empathy. I'm really good at putting myself in a place, even if it's dark and evil and what's not. I can kind of usually put myself there, but it's very difficult for me to just think of these people high fiving. The dehumanizing nature of the ego, the mechanics of what it does. and how they can just say, look, these people are that. I mean, ironically, to me, the way I look at it, it's all one. You know, it's like you're shooting yourself on some level. And I know, I realize I see you, but last person, you don't want to hear that. But that's the truth of it, as far as I can see, at the sort of much deeper levels. And they just high five. They dehumanized each other so much. They high five each other, shooting a child in the head. Oh, it's a good shot. Yeah, well done. It's like, what the fuck? But then again, I'm that kind of person. I see a fly, and I just said, you know, instead of killing it, I'd guide it out the window because he's just on his little journey, you know. That's just how I am. So I don't get it.
I was watching a little bit of video this morning of like first person perspective of these guerrilla groups, well, the Hamas going through these Palestinian or going through towns, massacring people, shooting people, whatever. And I'm thinking to myself, like, people watching this and looking at it like a video game, because it's the same kind of perspective, right? You got the camera on the chest, the gun in front, and these people are rolling through just looking for signs of motion, squeezing the trigger and stuff. Scary times, man. Scary times indeed.
It's time to end the apartheid. This is definitely an apartheid system. There's no other way to say it. It's a subjugation of 6 million people. Now, of course, what Hamas did is, not acceptable, reprehensible, barbaric. But ask yourself this: why is it that when certain people die, it's reprehensible, but when other people die in the same manner, the same amount of brutality, for 70 years now, 70 years, people coming into your neighborhood, taking over the houses and demolishing your homes and building their own houses. This has been going on for 70 years.
But if you criticize Israel, then you're the hateful person. You're the, you know what I mean? You're the bigot. You're the this, that, and the other. That's what's so fucking clever about it. And they've been doing that for. That's the old trick, isn't it? You know. So, it's astounding to me that people still fall for this same shit, pulling the fucking emotional heartstrings. Like we've probably had these 40 babies or something that were beheaded, and you know, there's no evidence for it whatsoever, as far as I can see. So they're just doing the same thing as they did before with the Iraq thing, where they're pulling the babies out of the incubators, and that never happened either. So they're still falling for the same tricks. And I don't know. It's just the way I see it. The way I see it, though, we're sort of playing into their hands, because as we've already seen by this scripture, where it's all predicted or whatever, you know, where they say, "Oh, everyone will turn on Israel," and so we're all playing into that. You know, they're playing this script out.
Yeah, bro, they have the Americans Stockholmed. Well, I've been crying about this for years now. You're witnessing it happening. They have the Americans Stockholmed, and they're using the Bible Belt, whether you like it or not. They're using the Bible Belt to get this message across. 70 years open air prison. 70 years, man.
They
Come
spent
on.
a lot of money on propaganda, pushing, commercials. I just went to the movies the other day, and they had a commercial against anti-Semitism. And yeah, they spent a lot of money, and normie Christians have accepted it. They think that those are God's chosen people over there, even though they're the synagogue of Satan, and it is what it is. I agree with you.
Yep. The only people that could stop this is the Christians in the Bible Belt of America, because they give the support. That's how this is happening. That's how, well, of course, with the lobbyists, But the main thing is the Bible Belt. They have them all believing in what Lion just said. The chosen people that cry when they were slaughtered, but yet they're doing the same thing now. They are literally slaughtering children, women. They are literally depriving millions of people of water, food. I mean, the license to kill has to be revoked from these people. They have a license to kill. No other nation can do that. No other nation can do this. See, nobody talks. When this comes up, everybody keeps quiet. That's what they depend on. That silence right now after what I said, that's what they depend on. So there's two countries that could take the license to kill away. That's the Americans and the British. Those are the countries that gave the license. Now it's time to take it away. No more killing of innocent people. And no
They
more
can't make money on
subjugating.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of profit in killing people and putting other countries into debt, and that's what war's always about, isn't it? So, I genuinely and I know you know me. I don't usually do this. I usually keep people's feet on the ground and say, let's not go into fairy tale land and fallacies of the future and whatnot. But it seems to me with this prophecy, quote unquote, they're playing it out. And I remember seeing these projections, and I'm going back 3 years or so. Truthers probably saw this, where they were like military projections of each country and what they'd be. I think it was 2030. It could have been 25. I'm not actually sure, but I think it was 2030. And the projections were ridiculous. Like, for instance, the UK was like 25 million people, I think. I think it's somewhere like 60 something currently. And the USA was more like Britain. It was like 60 million or 80 million, I think. And, I remember looking at that and thinking, okay, that's kind of interesting. Probably nonsense, But now, having looked at what's playing out right now, I don't know. That might be accurate because what's part of this prophecy, I think, and I can't remember the exact numbers. I had somebody say 2/3 of the Earth's population is going to be wiped out, and this is just a massive number. And I know it sounds all a bit silly, and I think it's silly, by the way, but I don't know. I just hear these stories. We've got to find this perfect red cow, and I'm like, really? This is the hill you're going to die on? I don't know. I don't know.
Right? It's like a James Bond villain. He's like, okay, Bond, you want me to tell you my plan? I'll tell you the plan. First, I'm going to spend 40 years trying to raise a red heifer.
And then we're going to sacrifice it and have its ashes and turn it into soap.
Then we're going to make soap. And Bond's like talking shit to him. He's like, well, that doesn't sound very... Well, how would that work? You know what I mean?
I don't know. It's that I'm just perpetual, like, that meme where hand in the face, like, like, what the fuck? Really? Okay. I'm just going to do a George Carlin on it where he said, I've got a ticket to the fucking freak show. I'm sorry. I hate to say it, but if you're an American, you've got a front row seat.
I'm not so sure that Americans understand the gravity of this situation, right? I don't think that most people understand how pissed off the rest of the world is about this. Like, I mean, the whole world is up in arms, bro. They're protesting all over the world. This is a big thing. This is a big thing, this. No more controlled media of Channel 6 and Channel 12. People have access to the internet all over the world and people get information. No more controlling like they used to. Those days are over. And people are freaking out. This literally could become World War III. Literally.
Thank God.
What do you mean, thank God? Oh dear.
At least the war in Ukraine and Russia, we know what. No one's going to mess with the Russians there, right? No one will dare. So I'm not worried about that. But this is, we got Lebanon, we got Iran, we got Hezbollah, we got the Turks, we got the Emirates, we got the Egyptians. Holy cow. This is a powder keg ready to explode.
Yeah, that's why I would talk exactly. I see. That's why everything I've seen on it, I'm like, okay, this is a fucking ticking time bomb. I guess it always was, though, right?
Yeah, enough. Take this freaking free hand of slaughter away from these people. Like, enough. No more license to kill, man. This is not James Bond the movie, right? They're slaughtering innocent people. They've been doing it for 70 freaking years. These are the people that cry all the time of things bad done to them. These are the criers of the freaking world that we can only cry for them. Now they're doing this? Like, what the? What? This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable.
Yeah, I've mentioned Mike Segan before because I think a lot of things he says I really like, and I criticize him because he did say that the Earth is both flat and a globe because he said he was hit by some ray or something a while back, and he's connected to Jeff Berwick, which is the whole cryptocurrency, which I think is another slavery system in itself. Once we go to digital currency, I mean, it's over. It'll be basically, when you think about it, you could say I'm going to fetch this thing from 6 miles away, but then this other thing will say you can only go 5 miles and you're not allowed to go there. It's the what did David Icke always call it? The totalitarian tiptoe. That's what digital currency is in my eyes. That's the way I look at it. I know there's another view of it where it's like, no, that's the thing that'll set us free because it'll cut out the middleman and all that stuff. I'm not so sure. Don't look like that way to me, but credit to Mike Segan because he does talk a lot of truth about Gaza, and he actually went there, probably 2 decades ago or something like that, and he went to get in through these underground tunnels and all that, and he talked about the average age is 17 in Gaza, and so I salute him for that. I take my hat off to him, and he always used to say that if we don't sort this situation out, then the way of Palestine will be the way of the world, basically, which is really good, isn't it? I mean, it's bad. I mean, it's really good sentiment. Like, we need to sort this fucking thing out because the way of Palestine will be the way of the world if we don't fucking, collectively do something about it. So, I just think
The hypocrisy of the West is very blaring for the whole world. The whole world sees it, right? And look at the things I posted, right? People are waking up. People are mad. Like there's a lot of mad people around the world, and they're seeing the injustice. They're seeing America and its allies, mainly Britain, say one thing, profess about democracy, human rights, and they can see the blatant hypocrisy when it comes to Israel. They can see the lie. I mean, it's right there in front of your eyes. 70 years of lying. 70 years.
Yeah.
People have enough.
But again, we're talking about a small group of people. We're not talking about the all Jays. Because I was watching that video earlier about this dome. What is it? The dome. I can't remember this protection. The Iron Dome or something they call it. That video I posted earlier. I deleted it, but what I remember about it as well is they have these like air raid sirens, like an early warning system, a bit like they had in World War II in the UK or in London. And when you think about it, and the thing is that might be real. It looks fake. The whole system seems to be like a giant fireworks setup to me. I don't know that for sure, but you just think about the persistent, keeping people in a state of fear, like having these sirens keep going off. Now, in London, at least, we know that there was actually bombs coming down, but this situation. Well, I'm just trying to say it's not. I don't want to say because it's all this one group of people, because it clearly isn't. They're as much victims as anybody. The Delhi Jew, as Zoe Benjamin calls them. They're as much victims as anybody else. So it just seems to be what I'd call the Jewish mafia.
Well, this is simple. It's the Zionist movement. Nobody has anything against the common Jewish person, right? They have their families, their kids. Yeah, this is not anything to do with a certain people. It has to do with a certain movement, the Zionist movement.
I just wanted to make that
everybody
clear.
knows this. Yeah. This is not news. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows that the Americans and the British are looking the other way. Everybody knows it's double standards. They preach democracy and this and that for other people, start wars for other people like the Ukraine, but somehow the Palestinians are not human. Somehow 6 million Palestinians are not human. I hope you guys could sleep good at night, because I can't when I think of this. It bugs the hell out of me.
Yeah, I only said what I said because that's the way they play the game. You notice that this is how they play the game. They chant the usual things like anti-Semite and all that, and then they shut whatever down. Somebody's going to lose the PayPal account, basically.
Look, you can't claim victimhood. You cannot claim victimhood and then proceed to suppress and kill people for 70 years. You cannot do it. Well, you can. They got away with it so far, but only because of the Americans and the British supporting them. That's it. And some other Western countries, of course. But the main ones are the British that gave the land away, which wasn't theirs to begin with, and the Americans that are supporting them every year with $6 billion of the finest military equipment.
I just want to say that, but you also have to keep in mind that basically this is human nature, right? Tribal warfare. At the microcosm and at the macrocosm, there's always been tribal warfare and conquering of land, command and conquer, setting your flag, where it used to be, like even America used to be somebody else's land. There's no country in the world that hasn't been displaced, right? Whose aboriginals have not been displaced. It's human nature. It's been going on since the beginning, right? So and at the same time, I feel like there is extra hate towards the Jewish people compared to everybody else. Like everybody's been doing the same thing that the Jewish people are doing. Everybody. We've all been commanding and conquering lands.
No, you're wrong, bro. You're wrong. Let me
You don't
stop
think
you
so?
there. Show me another open air camp in the world right now for 70 years. Go on. Show me another people that's been doing that to another people and we let it happen. Go on.
I'm confused. What do you mean open air camp? Are you falling for the propaganda of the left that says that the Gaza Strip they're all closed in prison camp? That's not true, bro. That's propaganda on their side. But you gotta
What?
understand there's propaganda on both sides. Yeah, those people
No,
can leave.
it's not
They can leave
propaganda, bro.
anytime they want. But the
What?
problem is those people are poor, they have nowhere to go, you know, right? That have like where are they gonna move to? Nobody wants them either. Nobody wants the Palestinians. The Egyptians don't want the Palestinians, the Turkish don't want the Palestinians. Nobody wants the Palestinians, so they're stuck and they're poor. They can't just move, you know what I mean? Imagine what it takes to uproot yourself and your family and move to somewhere else with no
You're
money.
gonna be here.
You fell for the propaganda, bro. Let me tell you the real story why
No,
Egypt
man,
will
I
not
haven't.
take them. Let me finish. You had your
All right,
say, right? Okay.
go ahead.
The reason why Egypt won't let them in is because Egypt knows how Israel works. Well, that's exactly what Israel wants. If those people leave and go into Egypt or anywhere else, they will never be allowed back in. Do you understand that, Lion?
France doesn't want them. Germany doesn't want them. Europe doesn't want them. Jordan doesn't want them. Lebanon doesn't. Nobody wants the Palestinians, and it's not because the Palestinians can't leave. You know what I mean? It's not because they. I mean, they could leave. It's just that the Palestinians also. You're talking about people from a third world country because that's basically what Palestine is. It's like a third world country over there. If they start moving to Europe, we already seen what happened with the mass migration of people from Afghanistan and Iraq. What happened to Germany? It's the same thing's gonna happen if you let the Palestinians move in there because these people aren't entirely the nicest, most humblest people. You know what I'm saying?
So you're
You're trying to make it seem like they're all like these humble, like spotless people. These people are savages, just as bad as the evil Israelites that are shooting them and sniping these people out. They're just as bad,
okay.
bro.
Try not to talk for 5 minutes, bro. My turn now.
I'm done.
Okay, you fell for the propaganda, bro. You called 6 million people savages. Nothing could be further from the truth, bro. They have families just like me and you. Now, imagine this now. Imagine where you're at, bro, Lion, right? Imagine the Mexican army comes in, cordons off your section, and starts to dictate where you can go, when you can leave Manhattan, right? How much water you get, how much food you get. I mean, you have no idea what you're talking about, bro. Like literally, you have seriously no idea what you're saying right now.
That's fine, but I'm neutral, bro. I'm level-headed and I see both sides. I see the propaganda being pushed from both sides. You've only, you know what I mean? I can see it, bro. I'm aware of it. I'm cognitive of it. I'm just trying to give you my perspective. And my perspective is that there are evil people on both sides. And you can't tell me that all the Palestinians are these faultless people, bro. Let them move into your neighborhood and tell me otherwise.
It's the same that goes for the Jews, you know. There are Zionist Jews and there are also anti-Zionist Jews. Okay, so not everyone is thinking the same. Same as there's individuals in Germany that have completely different perspectives than other individuals in Germany, but we can't just make it one group. But it's true what Lion said. There has been a tendency to put a lot of conspiracy upon the Jewish population since the beginning of the Catholic Church, even going further back. I mean, there have always been, you know, what I see when I look in the history of anti-Semitism is that the Jews have been formed into the very thing that the people first imagined and feared of them. So they have been formed into a certain way by society, reacting with these false accusations, and then, you know, literally they have been formed into what they are, what you know, not all of them, but many of them are today, if that makes sense. If you look into the history of anti-Semitism, of the whole thing when it started, you know, for example, the Christians didn't want to do anything to do with money or trading. So what they did, they literally just, because they couldn't have any other jobs, they used the Jews to do all this kind of work and so they worked for the kings in order to make them a lot of money and keep the people down. But on the other hand, they themselves have been forced to do this labor because, you know, the outward people wanted to stay clean and have nothing to do with money exchange and whatnot. So in a certain way, you know, they've always been kind of put into an image that people wanted them to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
And
yeah, the
still I
Christians are
see it
just as
today.
bad, man. The Romans, come on, man. You got Alexander the Great, right? You got and Alexander the Great pillaged basically. If you look at what he did and how many countries he pillaged, man, he basically pillaged all the countries besides Jerusalem. And
This is why they get
the
away with it,
Crusades,
bro.
the Spanish Inquisition, the Vikings. Come on, man.
This is
Who
why they get
hasn't
away with
pillaged?
it. With
They don't get
apologists like
away.
you, no disrespect, you two guys are going to apologize for the Jews now. I know how it works, bro. This is how they got you by the cojones, making you believe
Oh man.
that they're somehow special, bro. But you just can't see it, man. You will never see it because you're too much into the religion, bro. You'll never see it.
You haven't really listened, right? I'm
Tell me
not
how it's
favoring.
right.
I'm not.
Tell
I'm
me
not
how it's right
favoring.
to subjugate people for 70 years. Go on.
I'm not favoring anyone here. I'm just clearly stating how it is. You know,
Can
there
I
is
can
no
I state
good
how
or
can I
what.
state how it is? So there was like a group of people who were in an area, and then unbeknownst to them, new people pulled up and just took over the entire area.
Correct.
That's a fucking offensive invasion.
No,
And just because it didn't happen in a blitzkrieg fashion, and it happened slowly, little chunks of land being taken over time, and small groups of people being murdered over time, doesn't mean it's just a slow invasion. It's not a fast invasion. But if I and a group of people pulled up to your land, and within 50 years I owned all of it, you would think, wow, I've been invaded by a foreign fucking adversary. Thank you.
How did they get the land? You know how they get that?
Yeah, we know exactly how they got it.
Okay, so
They tell
how did
you?
they get it?
I mean, if we're worried about how people got land, I mean, we should be sitting here asking how we got this land
Yeah,
in
exactly.
America.
That's a
So we
good
don't
one.
worry about how people got it; they got it. So
That's so funny.
Yeah, now you got the land. Now, what do you do with the people? Right? Do you put them in an open air camp for 70 years, control their water, food, medication, where they can go to hospitals? How is that acceptable in any human standard? Tell me.
I don't know. Is it better or worse than we did the Indians?
It's pretty much similar. It's pretty much similar, but at least
There you go.
you guys hold
That's
on. Not done. I'm not done. But at least you guys now gave the Indians land. They have casinos there. You don't have a camp and you have armed guards on every freaking Indian reservation. So this is worse than the Indians,
Oh god,
Jeremy.
it's like listening
Well,
to
I mean,
mainstream media.
they're probably just a little bit behind. I mean, I don't know if they went and slaughtered all these guys and shit, or as many as they could. But if they just got them sitting in camps, I mean, they got land.
No, they don't have
They
land.
don't have land.
No, they don't. Everything is
Where do they
controlled.
live?
Every
Where's their
piece.
camp?
Their camp is in a prison. It's surrounded by walls with Jewish army all around it. They're not allowed to leave, enter at will.
I don't know. It doesn't sound worse than what we did to the Indians. Maybe it is. I don't know.
So that makes it okay then? Is
It's
that
true.
like your way of saying it, that's okay or something, Jeremy?
They can leave.
I'm just saying this is how humans. This is how humans act. This is what we do.
So you're condoning this?
I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying this is the normal standard operating procedure for what we do when there's people on land and we don't want them on land.
No, this is not what we do. This is what we used to do when we were savages, right? When we were savages, this is what we used to do. But now, even if you do take over land by war, are you going to subjugate the people? Do you understand? First of all, Jeremy, do you know what the daily life of a Gazan person is in Gaza? Do you know?
Absolutely not. I'm only just comparing it to what we did to the Indians, and it sounds like it's pretty much the same. Maybe it's a little different. I don't know. We killed most of the Indians, so I don't know if they're killing most of them dudes or not, but that's pretty much like how humans operate.
Compare it with the Vikings. The Vikings, they pillaged and slaughtered and killed everybody, bro. Like, dude, the
Are you guys
Spanish
trying
did
to
the
make
same thing in
excuses for this
Colombia.
now?
No, we're
Are
not
you guys?
making excuses. I'm just trying you to be level-headed with this and stop. You just understand that my ancestors, the Spanish, are just as bad as the Jews. The Spanish conquered South America, bro. Like, it's
So
human nature. That's
what?
all I'm saying. I'm not
Who
justifying it, but just
cares
keep a
about the
level head.
Spanish, bro? Yeah, it sounds like you're making excuses to me.
No,
My
but you
question
sounded
is,
very biased. You're one-sided.
Yeah,
can I
you
say
I'm
sound
not
like
something?
one-sided. I'm telling you the facts. I'm telling you the facts. And a superior army, the Israelis, have been subjugating a people for 70 years now. You don't have to like it, my friend, or you don't have to understand it. That's the cold, hard facts. Apartheid. You don't have to like it.
What did the U.S. government do to their own people? What did they do to
Wait,
all the countries that they have bombed and killed and made the ground toxic? All of it. What about this
So
kind of
don't
stuff?
address this
wait,
issue.
Are now
wait,
the
wait! I'm trying to
American?
get in. I'm trying to get in. I
Guys,
want to
guys,
all
this is not how we
Americans
do it, man.
evil?
One at a time, guys. Hold on, please. Let's all go one at a time, please.
Yeah.
We can't be just shouting and screaming. What's wrong with you guys? Come on, Noah.
Oh, bro,
In
I've been trying to get in
comparison,
You
before the
can't always
German
get
guy
in when
started
you want,
talking.
bro. It's tough, I know. You will be able to
yeah,
get in, I promise, but you can't do it by just screaming at the chat. Come on, man.
yeah, I didn't do that. I was actually
I said
talking and
wait. I
people
said wait.
interrupted.
Three
I
guys
wasn't talking
before.
to you, Clay. All right.
Yeah, let Clay go. But I
Yeah,
said
can
three
I?
guys before Clay that I wanted to get in.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly
They
finish
don't
this.
they don't care. They have no social awareness. Nobody cares, I know. Let Clay finish it up. Noah's going next. Go ahead,
By
Clay.
this standard, if I would use the standard that SE is bringing forth, I would need to say that the US is way worse than Israel could ever be.
Are
Thank
we
you.
comparing now?
Okay.
Brutality?
Hold up. But I've heard this same argument from you guys from like three different people just now in the last 15 seconds. Well, not like 2 minutes. All y'all are like, yeah, like, well, other people have done worse things. That doesn't morality and what's good and what's bad and doing good things and bad things is not relative. If I murder someone, it's not, oh, well, that guy murdered more people, therefore I'm good. The murder is still bad. So, like, if we're going to morally condemn someone, there's an objective standard that we would hold them to, not a relative one. We don't just look at people doing evil shit and say, well, it could have been eviler. If
Him.
someone else
No.
did something more
Right
evil.
now, we're looking at what's the actions of the Israeli army, the disproportional force. Yes, Hamas slaughtered their killers, their barbarics, and I will hang them myself if I could. I'd press the button, no problem. But the civilians, the disproportional force that Israel is using is not humane. It's a war crime. That's it. There's no disputing that. Can you imagine if there was a terrorist in Manhattan, killed, 20 officers, and the U.S. military decided to get rid of all the people in New York and start bombing the city? What is
Dude,
that?
what did the US do in Iraq, Afghanistan? What did they do when they hit some hospital with 130 innocent people and children in it? They just call it what is the English word? In German we call it
Casualties.
Collateral
yeah,
damage.
casualty.
Collateral damage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Casualties.
okay. Now your example, what you just said now, instead of saying something wrong that Israel did, you chose to use another country doing the same thing. In your mind, does that make it right?
No,
Why not just say, yeah, that
nothing
was
makes it
wrong
right.
what Israel did?
Nothing makes it right, but it doesn't also give me the power or authority to say that one certain type of ethnicity or group is now worse than other human beings. I think we are all in the same boat because we are all sinners and we have all brought darkness into the world. That's
So
what
making
I look at
excuses,
it.
you see,
No, that's
religious
the truth.
excuses.
That's the
Exactly
truth.
what I said. We're all sinners. He's going to the Bible. My friend, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Dude,
You
you're
just don't
bringing,
speak clearly.
dude. I don't know what to tell you, but you don't seem to be objectively accepting of other individuals' opinions. I can accept you saying, okay, now Israel are the bad ones, or whatever you're trying to point out here. I'm just keeping it neutral, and I say everybody, including me, has brought something dark into the world by actions, by words, whatsoever. That shows that we all as humanity should look at ourselves first and realize maybe even in my small field of life there might be things that I'm still doing wrong that puts darkness into the world, instead of always pointing the finger at, oh, look what these and that people do. Yeah, it is evil, yeah, it is bad, but it has always been happening. Why has been always happening? Because there's sin in the world, and that's the pandemic.
Absolute gibberish nonsense, bro.
Yeah,
You might as well just do a sermon. You know what I'm saying? What you just said right now is totally irrelevant. The fact of the matter is, people have been oppressing another people for 70 years. Apartheid, open air apartheid. Now a massacre happened, right? Which brought it out. Now the only reason why we're talking about this is because Jewish people died. You know how many times the Israeli army has massacred civilians, shot people in the head? It happens almost weekly. We never hear about it. The only reason why you're up in arms right now is because Jewish people died. Don't you see that, man?
When did you mention that, dude? Are you actually listening when I talk, or are you just turning off your ears and then you just go on a ramble of assumptions?
I want to hear you say what the Israeli army is doing now is wrong. Can you say that?
Yes. What the Israeli army doing is wrong. What the Palestinians doing is wrong.
Yeah, but why did the Palestinians do what they did? For what reason? They just woke up one day and decided, I'm going to go kill me some Jews today. Why didn't they kill Americans? Or why didn't they kill Chinese? Or why didn't they kill other people?
So now
why
you're doing
did
the
they
same
choose
thing.
to kill
Wait a
these
second.
people?
I don't
Tell
get
me.
your. I don't get your standard. Now you're doing the same thing I did with the U.S. by comparing a standard, and now you're trying to do the same thing as to say that the Palestinians are the innocent ones because because the one who started it is Israel. Now you're trying to compare. What? That makes no sense, dude.
No.
Now you're going against your own standards.
Oh, you're not listening. I asked you, why did this horrible massacre happen? Why did the people from Hamas, why did they decide to massacre innocent civilians? Why? This is the question.
It's very simple, because something in those lines happened to them the same way. I mean, the war between them has always been there, you know.
So they decided because that's the way it is? That's the way it's always been? You mean people from that land always decided to get up one day and kill Jews? This was always the case.
No.
No. So what changed? What changed?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, I know. And the whole world knows, bro. So it's irrelevant what you think. Understand that. Your way of thinking is backwards. It's Zionist. And you're a minority. Understand that. The rest of the world has woken up to this. What you think is irrelevant.
What
Understand
do I
that.
think?
Well, the Gaza Strip's been at war. That whole area has been war torn for millennia. Like, this didn't just start last week.
I find it interesting how Odysee can put himself in the position of authority to get away as saying that he 100% knows what is going on in my mind about certain topics in this world. but never do I completely, put myself in the authority to say what you think is completely obsolete and has no substance in it. I don't do that, but for some reason, you always need to do that. Also with other people in here. Why do you have this strong will of not just letting individuals have their thoughts, just like you have? Can we agree to disagree? Is that such a big problem for you?
It's not a problem for me. I'm telling you what I think, and maybe I'm a little strong-willed today, and because I feel strongly about this. But hey, you're entitled to your opinion. No problem.
Thanks. Then please don't make it look like as if it's invalid. When I say that no one is really good, that's the truth. You have said bad things. You have made someone maybe cry in your life. I did the same. So we have put darkness into the world.
I hear you, bro, but this is no time to hug trees, right? We're not here to sing Kumbaya,
It's not what I'm
right?
saying.
We're here. Sorry?
It's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're saying no one's at fault. Everybody has done wrong. The Americans did this to the Indians. It's like you're trying to get away from the topic at hand. Why is it easy for people to say, yeah, the Russians are bad, they're killing Ukrainians, right? But they just can't say, look, the Jews are a little bit over proportional in their response to the horrific Hamas murder. Why can't you say that? Why can't people say that?
I already said it to you. I already said it's bad and wrong. Why is you still assuming that I didn't say that?
Yeah, but you have a caveat after that. You say, well, all people do the same thing, as if to wash it away almost.
Well, isn't it the truth?
I have to agree with Clay a little bit, dude. Like,
don't you do wrong?
It is
sometimes?
it is evil what the Israelis are doing, but it's like I mean, people have been doing evil shit for all time, but it doesn't make it right. I mean, it should stop. It's evil.
Yeah, it doesn't make it right.
But
That's true.
but yeah, no. I mean, I guess it isn't. It's kind of par for the course. But should we accept?
I'll tell you
par
why
for the
this
course?
is different.
Should we accept that?
Sorry.
Like, if we live in a shit sty, right? Should we accept that, or should we try to like change that? At least, in my opinion.
Yeah, look, I know
it's
people
basically
have
like-
been doing it to other people, right? But why this is different is because these people, without the support of your country and the British, they wouldn't be able to do this.
That's true.
You understand? It's like you're
that's true.
indirectly responsible for this. Just like the war in Ukraine. The United States is funding that war. So you're indirectly responsible. Now, that doesn't go on you, right? But it goes on your government, bro.
We're just saying, bro, like, look at Australia, right? Y'all Aboriginals in Australia have been displaced. They've been displaced in America. They've been everywhere you go, there's been people that have been displaced by people that weren't native to that land, right? And at the end of the day, it's like he who has no sin cast the first stone, right? Or he who's without sin cast the first stone. We're all guilty. All our ancestors are guilty of the same exact atrocities that Israel's doing. Do I justify what Israel's doing? No. What Israel's doing is evil. But just keep a level head. That's all.
You see, you just made an excuse. You just brought it to everybody.
No,
Why?
we're not.
Why? What? Why are you doing that, man? Why didn't you not do the same thing with Russia, Ukraine? Because you have a religious vested interest, man. You don't see it. You don't see it, bro. But you and Clay are doing it. But you just don't see it. You're Stockholmed. I'm sorry, but you're Stockholmed. If you can't see years of apartheid in open air prison, something's wrong with you, bro. If you have to bring in another evil to justify this evil, you're on the wrong path, bro.
Dude, you just did the same
You're
thing
not walking the
5
walk.
minutes ago. You did
No
the
one's
same thing by
justifying
saying, why did the Palestinian do these evil acts? Because Israel was first or what? So now because Israel was the first to take, now we can do the same tactic against someone, then it's good? Then we are the heroes? What?
No, it's the law of war. When the people have the right to self-determination, it's a right given by God, right? Anytime those free liberties are taken away from you, you have the right to take up arms against your subjugator. If you don't understand that, Maybe read your Bible again, bro.
You seem to have a very
Actually,
big
I
problem
disagree.
with
That's not what the Bible says.
accepting people of different faiths. That it really sounds intolerant because you always need to insert your assumptions upon people and put them out there in front of the audience as, look at these Bible thumbs, you know, haven't talked about
That's
the
right.
Bible, you know,
Yep.
but you know, they're the bad ones because they
I
don't
want to
accept
expose
what
your
I think.
hypocrisy. That's right. That's what I do. Expose hypocrites like you today.
Man, you're projecting so much. I think it's not the first time you do that, which makes it really hard to have a normal conversation with you.
Hey, I don't care what you think, bro.
I
If you're
know, that's why you're
insulted,
projecting.
if you're insulted, get insulted. If you don't like the truth, that's your problem, my
You're
friend.
projecting.
I'm not projecting. I told you,
You
it's
do.
an apartheid system going on right now. It's an open air prison.
Yeah, can you
seem to be fighting that. You seem to be saying, well, other people have done it in history. Bro, don't play
Let's see.
freaking games with me.
Can you point out the verse that says that if you're being subjugated to grab arms against your subjugate?
How's it?
That's a law of humanity. That's a law of humanity.
No. That's not what you said.
Protect his family. Yeah, well, I'm making it a law then. Every person in
That's
the
not
world.
what you said.
Tell me how
And
I'm
then,
wrong.
and then you told him to read your Bible. So I'm asking you, where in the Bible does it say?
Go on.
So I'm asking you, where in the Bible does it say?
So it doesn't say in the Bible that you have the right to protect yourself and your family? That is not in the Bible?
Where?
I'm asking you. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm asking now.
Well, you're the one that's saying that. I'm not the one saying it.
Okay, I'm wrong then. So it's not in the Bible. Let's be clear now. It's not in the Bible that a man has a right to protect his family. Correct?
You're the one making the claim that it says that. So I'm asking you, where does it say?
I'm not. Are you afraid to answer the question?
I'm
just said
asking you
I'm
the question.
wrong.
You point out to him saying, "Go ahead." Sorry.
Listen, triggered Bible person.
I'm not
just
triggered.
said
I'm just
that you're
asking
wrong.
you while you're.
Let me see if I can finish a sentence without you guys getting triggered. I said clearly I could be wrong. Listen to my words. Maybe I was wrong, and it doesn't say in the Bible that you have the right to protect your family. Clear, right? English. Now, I'm asking you, does it say in the Bible that you have the right to protect your family? Yes or no?
Never heard of that, but
Yes, of course it does.
Thank you. So, does that answer your question, sir?
I would like to know where.
Well, ask the guy who said yes.
So yeah, you're even allowed to defend yourself on Shabbat, which is like a day, it's a sanctified day. But there's verses that specify, like, if someone breaks into your house during the day, during the night, you can kill that person at night. It says it in the scriptures.
There you go. Are you happy? Oh, you're not going to pick on him now, right? Because he's not SC? You're going to stay quiet.
I already asked him, what does it say that?
Yeah.
Did I not ask, where does it say that? And he just said, he just made a statement. I'm still looking for where does it say.
Who was that? Was that Lion?
I'm working. Yeah, I'm working. I can't, bro. I'm sorry. I wish I could. I really do. Somebody else. Clay, can you do that for me? Just type it in Google.
So if it does say that in the Bible, then I was correct what I was saying. The Palestinian people have the right to bear arms against their oppressors. So I don't know why you guys are fighting me on this, but I think I know.
So are they being thieves?
What?
I mean, it says if a thief is caught in the act of breaking into a house and is struck and killed in the process, the person who killed the thief is not guilty of murder. If the thief is caught while breaking in and is hit hard and dies, there's no blood guilt. All right. So, what part is Palestinian being Israel being a thief? Are they breaking into their house?
You're kidding, right?
I'm asking you because you're saying. It says clearly if a person is breaking into somebody's house. Are they breaking into somebody's house?
Okay, let's just one-on-one here, right? Forget about the Bible. I'm asking you.
You're the one
Do
that brought
you
it up,
think?
dude.
You throw it in.
And
I don't care, but look, I'm willing to say I'm wrong. It doesn't bother me at all. Look, I was wrong. It's not in the Bible. Okay? See how easy that was? I
Fine,
don't have a
then
vested
that's
interest.
fine. That's fine. That's perfect. See, now the thing is that you're saying that we are being hypocrites and we're being getting triggered we're getting triggered because you're freaking strawmanning us, making us believe saying lying. You're
I'm gonna here. Take it back.
you're hot
What do you say?
micing.
Close this. What do you say?
Lion.
Mine. What? Mine.
You got it. Nice work, guys.
So you're saying we're getting triggered, and that's why I'm trying to point out that you're saying we're triggered. We're not. We're just triggered at what you're trying to imply, and we don't care. I mean, not that we don't care. I mean, it's happening. I mean, we can't do anything about it.
What was I trying to imply? That you triggered, that got you
You're
upset.
Yeah, I'm not a trigger. I'm not upset. What I'm saying is you're saying things. You're calling him. Well, read your Bible. You're saying he's triggered of some kind of way where he's like saying he says his thinking is wrong. He thinks it's wrong. When you were talking to the Clay. He said, yeah, it is wrong. But then you're trying to say he's being a hypocrite and read your Bible and all this. And I'm like, dude, okay, well, if it says it in the Bible, pull it up. Now you're saying, well, it might be wrong. Well, then that's all I want you to figure out, whether you're right or wrong. Or if you're right, and then hello, I'll say I'm wrong. But I haven't read that in the Bible that says if you're being oppressed. Shit, the Israelites were oppressed for 400 years under the pharaohs, and they didn't do shit.
Okay, so what's your point here? What are you trying to say?
That's what I'm saying. And saying that you're implying shit that we're like strawmanning us in a way, saying, "No, read your Bible, do this, do that," but then you're wrong. And so, what's your point then?
This all started with the right of subjugated people, right, to protect themselves, to bear arms, right? So I thought that that should have been in the Bible. Not if that's not in the Bible, then it's another reason why take it and throw it away. I know that's gonna trigger you like hell, bro, right? If in your Bible you don't have the right to protect your family, it's worthless to me. You understand? I don't care what your Bible says. I know, and every person in the world besides you guys, right? And I know that's going to trigger you too, knows that everybody has the right to self-determination, no matter what the book says. I could care less what it says. So the Palestinian people have been subjugated, apartheid, open air prison. One of your presidents says that. Now, if that offends you and triggers you, bro, get offended. That's my message to you.
It doesn't. I can't change their outcome and their destiny regardless of what I do. So I mean, if they defend themselves, they defend themselves. I mean, it's bad on both sides fighting for some shit that they have no idea. There's generations from past tense and shit. They're all beefed up about some shit that happened with their grandparents, and they still go over and over because of land. Okay.
No, brother, this is the story. These people have been living there for 700 years. 700 years. 3 times the amount your country has been in existence, bro. You got to come to reality. Get away from this fantasy stuff, right? Look at reality. They've been living there for 700 years. So, the British defeat the Ottoman Empire, take that land away from them by force, right? And give that land. They take that land away from the people that have been living there for 700 years and give part of it to the Israelis. Now, how do you think that's going to work out, bro? Tell me.
I don't know what you want me to say about that. I mean, it's this
Just
is not my.
And we shake hands and we walk away. Say it's wrong. Should be corrected. Should be fixed.
How long ago was this?
700 years, bro. They had check out the
How long
Ottoman
ago?
Empire.
How long ago did they take the land away?
70 years.
And what are we supposed to do about that?
What we're supposed to do is stop being one-sided. Give the Palestinians a piece of land they can call their own, where they can control their water, control their children's education, food for their children, dignity, respect. What every human being on this earth wants for their family. You give that to the Palestinians, you give them their country, and that's it. If you have to put a UN peacekeeping force in the border, like they have in Cyprus, right? The same thing happened in Cyprus, right? The Turks came in, invaded, took half of the island, right? But there's a peacekeeping force. Now, the Greeks and the Turks hate each other. They've been hating each other for 400 years, right? It's never going to change. So you gotta do the same thing. You gotta give the Palestinians their land, the Israeli gets their part, and you put peacekeepers in the middle. That's the only solution. And everybody knows it, bro.
Sweet.
I mean, I'm not some sort of wizard politician. Everybody knows this.
So what about the First Nations?
Why are you changing the subject, bro?
I'm just asking you because if you want them to give up back their land, right? And that was 70 years ago. The First Nations that were in Canada, you know, the Inuits, the Metis, you know, why are they not getting their I mean, get out of their land and give it back to them?
This is a separate
It
thing.
is-
This land was given to them by another power, right? Then they fought a war. Now, where they are now, I'm not saying to give them more land, right? Because that's what they want, of course, but they lost that in war. So I don't know about that one. They want to go back to the borders, right? I'm not so sure about that one, but at least give them what they have now, at the very least.
So it's Gaza was not
And the
one.
West Bank.
Well, now what was not Gaza won by war?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And who won Gaza?
Well,
Who
the
was
Israelis
fighting? Who
won.
was fighting?
The
Right?
Israelis
Who
won
was
just
fighting?
about everything, if you want to look at it that way.
Right. Who was fighting for it? So I mean, if they were fighting for it and they won the land, why do you want them to give it back up?
They already gave them the land. Gaza is under control of a certain entity, and the Gaza Strip is under control by the Palestinian Authority. In essence, they already have it. The problem is they don't have control of it. They control the water, they control the food, the electricity.
You know what they say in business, right? Control everything, own nothing. Ownership comes with liability. Just because owning something essentially gives you the liability, but controlling gives you the benefits. So if you don't control the thing that you own, you essentially are only losing. You're not winning.
Yeah, but guys, this is not a video game or a movie, right? Just understand the people we're
No one
talking
said
about.
it was. That's
but
the
you
kind of
guys are not.
rhetorical shit that's pissing people off, though. Like, no one suggested that it's a video game. That's just rhetoric. It's not a fact.
So why don't you understand the severity of what I'm saying? Why does it not resonate with you guys? 70 years. You're telling me, well, didn't the Indians do that? It's like you're trying to make excuses, man. Like, are you people listening to what you're saying right now? Like you're saying, oh, it's war. Oh, well, if it happens. Are you maybe worried about the sins that your country committed to the Indians, and you're trying to like
I am.
whitewash this? Or
I am.
this is disgusting, man. I mean, I feel dirty right now. Tell me
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
wrong. Tell me I misread something. Go on.
My
Yeah, I just don't
question,
understand what is it you want us to do about something.
my question would be, who is the originated inheritance of the Israel going back to its origin, or
We
Jerusalem?
can go back to the caveman. It doesn't matter. Present day Israel. Listen up. 6 million people live in prison camps, open air prison camps. Do you understand that? They control the water, the food, the medicine, every square meter of things that go into that. Do you understand that?
Well,
Like,
if
is
I
that
can,
not fucking clear to you people?
if I can clearly visit it with an airplane and go there without any like big problem.
Not
and the
clear. That's not
people
even.
stay
That's
there,
not even.
I don't really think they're in a prison.
Holy shit, man. You know what, man? I'm going to save my breath. You guys are just completely clueless, man. Maybe go read a verse or something, bro. That'll make you feel better. I had enough of this bullshit.
If they went to somewhere else, I mean, what I'm trying to ask you, let's see, we can't even control what our government do. What is it to us about their government that we think we could do over here?
Why don't you understand what I'm telling you, man? It's because of your government, bro. Your government has been giving them $6 billion a year for 70 years, man. Are my words not clear for you?
Okay, I understand that.
Why do you not understand that?
I do understand that one. My question is, we can't control our government, no matter what we do. What makes you think? What can we do about it? And see, that's what I'm trying to ask you.
Oh, probably nothing, because your government is bought and sold for. So that's a whole different issue. But at least admit the problem. See the problem.
I mean, I do see the problem, but there's nothing. I don't see what's the point of getting mad and saying this. You're a Bible thumper and don't think shit about this and that. I mean, I don't get it. See,
Because you're giving me pushback. That's why.
Pushback about what? You're trying to blame us for something that the government, even your government, you can't control because they do what the hell they want. What?
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
so why are you giving us shit about it, dude?
Well, because the way the conversation happened. I mean, play the tape back. It's not like I just started yelling at you and calling you crazy or something. There was a chain of events that happened. Questions were made.
Gotcha. I mean, I do understand your point, man. I mean, like, I do agree with you. Anybody has the right to defend their family and whatever, their own home. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for the people that are treated that way. There's nothing I can do about it. I mean, unless I want to go over there and start fighting with them and then get killed in the process. That's not my home. I'm not going to defend that. So, I mean, if they decide to grab arms and defend their place and decide to go to war and take that country back, I'm not with them. I mean, they do what they want to do. That's their problem.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
part
you
of
remember
it
apartheid?
is. Sorry, I see.
No, here comes Andy. I spoke enough.
I was just going to say that if you've got this idea in your head from this old book that says that God's will, that they've got to find this red heifer and then build this third temple, and you're just not going to do anything, obviously. You're going to say it's God's will and sit back and wait for Jesus to come back.
What
That's
are you
the
going
point.
to do, Andy?
Dude, there's no listen.
Andy,
Let's
what
just
are you
for
going
a
to do?
second
Are you
there.
going
Let's
to
just
travel to
suppose
Palestine?
for a second there. Let's
I'm gonna sit
suppose
back and watch the Grabblers
Andy.
do what they do, because that's what
Andy,
what else can I?
Andy,
that's such a big
Andy, hold my
difference,
beer.
isn't
Can
it?
you hear me?
Well, at least he's
Let's
speaking
just.
out. Jeez.
Am I coming through, Mike check?
God, the hypocrisy.
Hello, Mike check.
All we can do is speak truth, mate. That's all we can
Yeah,
do.
Prof, you definitely coming in on.
Yeah, and say, oh, it's the
Okay,
elite.
I was
It's
just
the
gonna
elite.
say, Andy, if there is a God, what makes you think you could do anything to change his will? Like, if there
But
was a God, it doesn't matter if you sit back or do something. If there was a supreme being who had omnipotent, all power, there is nothing you could ever do against him. So there would really, like, that point is kind of mute. It wouldn't matter if you struggle or don't struggle. There would be nothing you could do.
That's true, but I'm just saying that from what I've seen, from what I've observed, from the videos I've watched, it doesn't look like God's will to me. It just looks like a load of grabblers.
I
A load
agree.
of psychopaths.
I agree with that. I agree with that. There is a
And
lot of
so
psychopaths.
if you've got a lot of America, they're under this spell, like, oh, it's God's will, then they're definitely not going to do anything about it, are they? They're going to even support it. Gleeful, in fact. They're going to be like, look, whoo, Jesus is coming back. And it's like, nothing's going to be done. So that's my point, anyway.
Why would people be excited for Jesus coming back? Has anyone read the book of Revelation and what the events that happen before he comes back? No one would be excited for that if they read the book. No
Well, I
one
don't
should be
know
excited for
too
Jesus
much
coming
about
back.
it, but it
Why
seems
are-
like
Why is everyone so focused on biblical things when we talk about something where we don't even need to bring the Bible into?
Well, yeah, actually we do, because it involves a people whose claim to fame is that they're the people in the book.
Yeah, they are
It
his
actually
people.
kind of is like integrally related.
But the book also tells us that his people will be put will be restless until they turn themselves to him. You know, when you go to Israel and you preach Jesus Christ, you will see a lot of demonic things manifesting, and you will be thrown rocks at you and spit at you. So
That's
they
right.
have a big problem with
Yeah.
their creator, the
Well,
Jews themselves.
That's not good for them, because then that means they're
Yeah.
cursed and you're blessed. If you go and preach to them, they spit on your face. You should be happy. You are blessed by God, and they should be fucking scared because they are cursed by God. So
You don't even have to be preaching. You can just be walking by. They'll see a cross on you. They'll spit on the ground right in front of you.
well, good,
That's what they
rejoice.
do.
You're blessed. I would
Well,
rejoice.
But that's
I'd be stoked.
prophesied, right?
That's a blessing
that
from.
has
That
been.
Of
means
course,
I'm
it's
blessed.
prophesied. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. That's normal. Unbelievable.
It's not normal, but it shows that there's a curse, right? I mean, it was the Pharisees and that ultimately wanted to have the Messiah crucified, right? So they had the Messiah and they killed their own Messiah, you know. And now they're thinking that there is going to be Messiah for them to come back, even though he was already there.
But it's not their Messiah.
It is their Messiah. They just don't accept him as their Messiah.
No, it's definitely not their Messiah. It's everyone's
Absolutely not. Absolutely not their Messiah if you're talking about Jesus.
Yeah, it's absolutely not.
It is. It's his people.
John,
Oh my God, bro. Are you serious?
John 10:1.
Even I know.
John 10:1.
Even I know that the Jews are waiting for their Messiah, and when their Messiah comes, they're going to
I just
take
said that.
ownership. They're going to take ownership of all the world, and we're going to be their slaves, their workers.
Yeah,
Everybody knows this.
they call him Mashiach ben David. They say that there's two in their Talmudic writing. They say that there's two Mashiach. There's Mashiach ben Joseph, and there's Mashiach ben David. And essentially, they think that Jesus Christ was Mashiach ben Joseph, who essentially came as like a Trojan horse to defeat all their enemies, but wasn't a good guy. He was like an evil guy. But his actions essentially determined that all the Gentiles would lose. And essentially, the Mashiach ben David is the one who ensures that the Jews would win. So they actually have two messiahs in the Talmud.
The truth is the Messiah is already come. That's the truth they can't accept. And they believe that that it's not the Messiah, and the true Messiah is still yet to come for them, which is not the truth.
Oh, we have the second coming of our Messiah, right? The Christian one?
Well,
Isn't that the second?
the
Yeah.
second coming of Christ is after the revelation of Jesus Christ. The second coming of Jesus Christ comes after essentially the world has gotten to a point of no repair. Essentially, after the devil has wreaked havoc enough to a point where God has enough wrath to destroy the world, that's when Jesus comes back. So if you're stoked about Jesus coming back, it's not a good thing. He's coming back to destroy the world. Because
Yes,
the
it's a
world is
good
going to get,
thing, man.
and right before he destroys the world is going to be so evil that he's going to have to come and destroy it. So no one should be stoked about the world becoming so evil that it has to be destroyed.
It's a good thing. He's gonna cleanse it with fire. I had a vision about it. It was peaceful. But the good thing is, like the flood, he gives plenty of time for repentance, you know? Right now, he can be our friend.
It's a period of grace, is what it's called. A grace
Yeah.
period. But yeah, the Talmud just fucking vastly differs from the scriptures, even in the fact that there's two messiahs. Well, clearly, there's only one.
They think of you as sheep, bro. Nothing more than just workers. They spit on you. They despise you. But yet you treat. Oh man, this is like the Twilight Zone, man.
They did the same with our Messiah. That's the key thing to understand.
That's true. They did the same thing to God. Can you imagine? Like, hey guys, I'm God. I'm here as a human to teach you how to work how to act as a human and how to be a human. All right, let's murder him. You fucking kidding me? Like that's
This is
beyond
like the
retarded.
biggest 3-card Monty game ever played on people. It's unfreaking believable, man. How it just continues. It's freaking mind-boggling.
It's a beautiful thing that he gave us life in order for us to have eternal life.
It's a beautiful thing how people have been conned.
Imagine you would give I don't know if anyone of you has children. I don't have children, but imagine giving your child to people who spit on it, who torture it and then hang it on a cross to bleed out and die, just to save people who actually have not done anything to gain eternal life. Or actually,
I mean, I can't. I don't know if any of that's true, though. You know, I mean, it might be true, it might not be. I mean, this is why I keep encouraging you, Clay, to look into the Orlinda book, because that's your people. That's you know, and they constantly warn about these crooked priests that keep telling these stories and stealing the children and giving them, you know, constantly. So, and they often say at the end of like they'll talk about these wicked priests and they'll say watch, watch after a paragraph, you know, because
but
it seems
because it was written
that the
after the
one
fact.
sec, dude, one sec. It seems that there's been this force trying to enslave humanity for eons, you know. That's what it seems to me, anyway. And now they're right there, aren't they? They're right there, ready to, as he said, they will reap, and everyone else will sow, and they'll profit from the sweat of everyone else. And the hubris of these bloody rabbis that I've watched, when I think of how America's taken them in, and this is what they'll say. They'll go on and talk about how brilliant the Americans have been, and they because they've taken in the Jews, they're blessed people, and so they're blessed. But at the end of it all, then he'll say, "But America's going to be destroyed anyway." Like, just it's the shit they come out with. It's like, what the hubris on these people, honestly. And I don't know. It's like I shouldn't watch Adam Green's content because it grinds my gears. It really does. I hate this supremacist bullshit.
You know that no
Meant to
stone
grind your
will
gears.
you know that no stone will sit upon the other. or will be what is the English words?
Yeah, no, that's what it is, Clay. No stone will go unturned.
Yeah.
What does that even mean? I don't know.
Means everything's gonna be fucking decimated to the point where not even a stone will be on top of another. That's how badly the world is gonna be destroyed.
I mean, yeah, that's another thing I've
That's how
heard them
angry God's
say.
gonna be.
Well, I've heard these people say that 2/3 of the Earth's population is going to be wiped out. So,
Well, I'll just say this, dude. First off, the Book of Orlinda is fraudulent, and it has predictive power because it was written after certain events happened. So if I watched something like 9/11 happened and I published a book entitled "Written in 1845" and I predict 9/11, that's not actually like a prediction. That's just me forging a book and saying I wrote it in the past. And then secondly, with Adam Green's channel, I mean, his channel is literally there to get you angry at Jews. So, like, if
yeah,
that's
I've
what
thought
you're
about that.
if that's what you're experiencing, like, that's what he's there to do. But I'm not justifying these group of people. They're obviously evil. Even in the book itself, it calls them vipers. If God came to Earth as a man, and guess what he called these people? Sons of Satan, vipers. So I don't understand. I don't understand how there's a disagreement. Really, I mean, I understand there's disagreement between Essie and Clay, but like, I mean, most Christians, if they read the book, would agree that these people are evil. And their own Messiah, God in the flesh, called them, like sons of the serpent.
I think that's another little thing that grinds my gears a little bit when I talk to hardcore Christians, the Bible people, is that anything else is basically satanic or fake or some issue with it. It's like, I don't know. I don't like that kind of thinking. You know, so I don't think it's fraudulent, that book, at all. I think there's some good information in there.
That's how they're taught, Andy. They're taught anything besides that is evil, and like all other religions, right? Ours is the one, and everything else is evil, satanic. Don't look there. Ouija boards, black magic, and blah blah blah.
Well, I wasn't taught that.
I just want to read a verse
in a
real quick.
family where there was no one believe. No, to this point, I'm in a family where no one has been born into religion or forced anyone to go to church or believe in the Creator. Neither my sister, my brother, or my dad has anything or at all to do with faith in Christ or God alone. For example, I'm the only one that was beforehand addicted to cannabis and drug abuse and had to do with a lot of other bad stuff that almost ruined my life. And then I came up with just imagining my mind that, the Messiah is my Lord, and, making a whole religion up in my mind because someone told me so. Like, it's ridiculous, man. If someone tells me this, I can only think either wanted to be this way, so it matches his assumptions about a religion, or he just doesn't really care.
Okay, bro, I'll say something good about religion now.
man.
I'll say something good, right? Which is rare. Now, it seems to be a common theme, right? Like people that were addicted to drugs, people in gang situations, people in jail, right? Somehow they were able to break this addiction, this bad life, because they found religion, right? And I'm all for that, bro. If that's what did it for you, I mean, how can you talk bad about that? So that's one good thing that I see, and I see that a lot. Yeah.
Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you are like whitewashed tombs, which outwardly appear beautiful, but within are full of dead people's bones and all uncleanness. That's what Messiah said to the Pharisees of his day. And we know that today rabbinical Judaism is rooted in Pharisaical Judaism. So these are not God's people. Messiah himself rebuked them to their face, and they tried stoning him.
Yup. Lion of Yah is right. This is what I've been trying to fucking say. Zionism is fucking anti-Bible. If you're a Zionist, you can't be a Christian. It's just not. It's just against the scriptures. You're like a fucking poser. If you're saying you're a Christian and a Zionist, you're a fucking poser.
And yet there's so many of them in the States that, yeah, that's why this stuff goes on down there.
Well, yeah, because the states are run by fucking Satanists. Of course, a fucking country run by Satanists is gonna have posers in it, posing to be Christian. Wouldn't that make sense? If you were satanic, wouldn't you fucking have your country filled with posers and pose as Christian? I mean, isn't our fucking, there's that guy in the fucking, like that top general in the Pentagon who's like an open Temple of Set? Like the guy made the Temple of Set. It's like, is that a good thing? Do we want that guy as our general? Do we want a guy who openly admits he started the Temple of Set being our fucking info guy? He's supposed to be like the top intelligence general or admiral or some shit. An open Satanist. Like, I mean, they put it in our face, dude. They're evil. I mean, they don't even hide it. And then what is it? 9/11/01. That's Jesus's birth. They mocked us on Jesus's birthday by fucking bombing our towers. Isn't that kind of funny? Jesus was born 9/11/01. And guess what happened on 9/11/01? 2,000 years later, they mocked us. I mean, it's pretty
And
bad,
they
dude.
use the pagan date, by the way, right, bro? That's the pagan date. Because
Well,
Jesus
yeah, but that's
wasn't born. Yeah.
well, yeah, but if we were gonna take the day and translate it to the Gregorian calendar, it would be 9/11. It would actually be 7/11 because there was the months were moved forward twice.
Yeah,
2
7.
months.
September 7th.
Yeah.
But 9/11/01 is in the Gregorian calendar. 9/11/01 is Jesus' birthday, like actual birthday, not Saturnalia, not Christmas, but his actual like historical birthday is 9/11/01. And it's just funny because if you write out the date that they had this attack on the Twin Towers, it writes 9/11/01. It's like the birth of their Jesus, in a sense, almost mocking the Messiah.
And touching on that for a quick sec, if I may, Noah, is if you guys have ever checked into it, 9/11 is literally to the day 15 weeks to Christmas. So it could be 9/11's on a Saturday. That means that whatever day that's on, 15 weeks later, you'll have Christmas. How interesting is that? Did you catch that? Noah?
I don't know. I just know that's kind of funny how they just blew up our tower on the date of the birth of the Messiah, essentially mocking. And then they took the fucking 10 Commandments out of like the state capitals and they replaced them with Baphomets. I'm sorry, bro, but like, you know, America was great before. It was only great because it had Christians in it doing good shit. And now that everyone's an atheist scumbag, this whole country is going to go to shit really quickly. It already kind of has, but it's not quite visible yet. But essentially, like, the protection is gone. We're fucked. Bro, you put Baphomets in the fucking capital, dude. You're fucked. Like, you're fucked, dude. You're done. You're fucking hilarious.
So
Can you
one of
imagine?
the reasons that they kicked these people out to 109 places, besides they were trying to obviously gain control of the money system and all sorts of degeneracy, I imagine, and whatever else. They also sacrificed. They believed in like human sacrifice. Is that true? But then Jesus
Blood
comes
Bible.
along. Jesus comes along and said, "You don't need to be any more sacrifice." Is that right? He sacrificed himself or something like that. Is that how it goes?
Nah, man. You've been listening to Static in the Attic way too much, bro. That dude don't
I
know
ain't listened to
nothing.
that dude much at all, to be honest. That was my
Yeah,
guess. To
I've
be
heard him say
honest.
the same thing.
Oh,
Well, in the scriptures themselves, they talk about human sacrifice. Both Judah and Israel, the northern house, were guilty of human sacrifice. That is true. The book tells us cannibalism, there was rape, there was all kinds of stuff.
Right. So where was I wrong? Sorry, I missed that.
No, they weren't sacrificing people when he came, though. Like when he came to
Right.
Jerusalem, they weren't sacrificing people then.
Right.
that was
I
like
thought that
600,
the whole
800 years
point of his
prior.
sacrifice was that so they didn't need to sacrifice anything anymore, like animals or whatever. No, is that wrong?
Well, the whole point of
The
animal
blood atonement,
sacrifice was
yeah,
a
for the
shadow,
sin.
of him, right? So he was the unblemished lamb. Earlier you were talking about the heifer has to be unblemished without
Oh yeah,
spot.
yeah.
Well, the reason that is because there was a shadow foreshadowing his coming. He's known as the Lamb of Yah. When John the Baptist seen him approaching, he said, "This is the Lamb of Yah that's going to cleanse the sins of the world." And he offered himself on the altar figuratively, unblemished, perfect. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
That's all it was.
well, yeah. There's the law. What is it like? With sin, death entered the world. So whenever there's a sin, the payment, i.e., like if you go to 7-Eleven and you get a candy bar, there's a payment. You have to pay something in return. You have to pay for the candy bar. When you sin, you have to pay for the sin. And the only thing that can actually pay for sin is death. So something
And
needs to die to pay for the sin that you did. And
Oh, that's
before, back in the
interesting. Yeah.
day, yeah, before back in the
you get
day,
next.
yeah, before back in the day, they would kill the animals to essentially atone for their sin, because the blood was required. But essentially, with a with a with a human, or not like a man. Sorry, I don't know. Human, I think, is like a legal gay term, legal necromancy term. So I'm just gonna say man. With a man that essentially went from birth to death with no sin, essentially breaks that mold, right? Because how can a man who hasn't sinned die? He would have to take on sin from something outside of himself. And what that sin that he took on from outside of himself to die was all of our sins, all of the sins of the people who essentially, uh, all the sins of everyone, essentially. That's how he died, because he didn't sin in his life. He took your sins. If you're in Christ, your sins are on him, essentially. Go ahead, Lion. I'm done.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, when we kill an animal, we don't think nothing of it, or we don't even kill animals because we're used to grabbing our meat from the grocery store. But there's a Native American idea, right? When you kill an animal, that was a sacrifice. You're sacrificing that animal's life, and you're going to receive sustenance from it. Well, when the Hebrews would sacrifice an animal, they didn't just sacrifice an animal just to sacrifice it; they would eat it afterwards too. But they would give glory, they would give thanks to the Creator. That's what all sacrifice is. It's not like this demonic, satanic ritual where you're killing animals. They're gonna eat it too, bro. It was a barbecue.
And that's where the mercy seat comes into play, because when that blood was spilled for the forgiveness, atonement of the sins of the village, they would put it upon, the blood would be spilt upon the mercy seat.
That kind of does make sense to me, actually, in it like a karmic way. Like if you take something from here, you have to give it here. That kind of makes sense to me. This sounds like wizardry. Like I've seen sort of wizardry be a similar thing. So that's why I sometimes wonder if they made it into a contract realm for that reason. Like you know what you're doing, look, because we've told you, and if your silence is complicit, basically. If you, I love how they do that, where they like you get three attempts, basically. It's like if you don't do anything on the third attempt of us trying to contact you, then yeah, it's basically you've just agreed to it. It's so clever. But
Well, yeah,
I do wonder if they've passed it. They must have passed it because these are obviously. I'm thinking, okay, these dark wizards, they fucking know. They know all this. So,
of course,
what are they pushing other people forward? Like they'd push a king forward, as if he's going to get all the karmic shit. I don't get it because they must know. So
yeah, they do know. Well, essentially, there's two types of like spiritual laws. There's a spiritual laws that affect you in this life, and there's a spiritual laws that affect you in the next life. What these, I guess, wizards or whatever do is essentially they offset all the bad karma that's going to come to them in this life with the blood magic. And that's why bad shit never seems to happen to bad people, because they're actually adhering to one half of the law, the half of the law that affects them in this life. They are doing the blood sacrifice and atonement, but the thing is, it won't save their soul in the next life. They're still damned to hell. So they can essentially manipulate the law, or I guess play up to the law to where no bad things happen to them in this life. But it's not going to work, because essentially to be saved in the next life, you have to accept Jesus, right? And they're not going to do that. So kind of like their bargain, because the devil has the scriptures. He knows he knows it. You know what I mean? And he'll reveal secrets to people on how to essentially manipulate the laws. Not manipulate them, but follow them in a certain way to where you can essentially do evil shit and none of the bad shit will happen to you in this life. But you will still end up roasting in hell for eternity. So you will go to a place where fire never fucking is never quenched and the worm never dies. But while you're in this life, in this vanity of a life, you'll live a good one.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty scary. I mean, anybody in an instant, fear response would be like, "Well, better do the good thing." I don't know. It just sounds like trauma-based mind control to me. But there's definitely wizardry as well there. I don't know. I like to try and figure it out for myself, but I don't know. I see a lot of it as totally insane, and so yeah, that's why I say, please asking me, what are you going to do about it? Well, I'm going to sit back and watch all insane people kill each other. That's what I'm going to do. And I watched, in Benjamin's stream the other day, and he was in a bit of a despair hole, for lack of a better term. He was in a bit of a funk about the whole thing, and I could definitely see why. You know, I mean, I constantly talk about this stillness, and that's my sane place, and that's very peaceful to me. And I'm not going to keep banging on about it, but once you go into that stillness, it leaves you. Basically, it's always sort of in the background, and that's what keeps me sane. Well, yeah, I didn't half feel for Owen, because he was just releasing his new stand-up set, and he couldn't really enjoy it because of all the terrible things that are happening, and he obviously looked into it a little bit and was a bit invested, and it were upsetting him, and it were visible, he were being what did he call himself, a whiny bitch or something like that, because he were in a bit of a despair hole, So yeah, like I said, what can I do about it? Not a great deal. I can come on in a public forum like this and talk about it. I suppose that's all I can do, really. It's not much. Yeah, that's something I said earlier, Pete. I said there's no such thing as my truth. There's my opinion. There's just the truth. But anyway.
Yo, is the chat dead? Or is my shit just bad Wi-Fi?
Yeah, somebody could unmute Pete. That'd get people talking, maybe. Or Pete, certainly.
Yeah, I was
Like,
gonna say,
I'm all for unmuting him, but and I'd love to hear what he says. But last time I interacted with him, bro, I asked him a question. And he just started shit talking to me, and then just wouldn't stop. Like it wasn't even an argument; it was just personal attacks. I was like, dude, like, why? Why would you do that?
Why?
Yeah, bro. I used to like Pete. I don't know why he just starts attacking me and calling me stupid.
Yeah, I had a similar run-in, but he, he's like, "Sorry, Killian, didn't realize it was you," or something to that effect. But Pete, when he gets rolling, gotta let him roll, I guess. All good. Everybody is everybody. Many colors, many different cloths. Hopefully, we can cut the same way. But yeah, the 9/11 perversion is pretty interesting. Counting back again, like it's interesting that even in within the government confines, when the whole abortion law was heavy talk, when Kayleigh McEnany was with Trump, they talked about abortion and how old is it before you consider a baby, and all these different things. And then I thought to myself, wait a minute, how much of a stretch is it from 9/11, September 11th, to December 25th? Like, how many weeks? So I sat, counted it out, and sure enough, to the day, it's exactly 15 weeks to the day.
Okay, what does 15 weeks mean, though? Like you've mentioned that twice now, and I don't understand what.
Getting there, because again, in Kayleigh McEnany, one time they were discussing the whole abortion law and everything, and they had come down to basically stating that at 15 weeks, that's basically the 4-month mark for a baby, right, in their development, that is where they're starting to consider the baby's actually starting to take form, take life, right, take shape. So it's interesting, just from an observation standpoint, strictly. I'm not making any accusations because it's almost too unrelated, but kind of related things, just to state that, again, 9/11 to December 25th is exactly 15 weeks. And that is also the period of time where a baby is considered to be a baby within the development of the placenta within the womb of the female. That's all.
I don't want to start talking about that barbaric shit, man. I really don't. That shit's just fucking disgusting and barbaric. And anyone who's going to claim to be a first world country needs to do some long, hard thinking about if that's healthcare. It's just fucking disgusting, man.
Well, dude, it's again, I hear what you're saying. I'm not attempting to bring abortion law into the discussion, right? It is strictly just the observation from a standpoint of observing timing, that from September 11th to December 25th is exactly to the day 15 weeks. That doesn't change, right? So you say right? That there's this perversion that, you know, their Jesus was born on 9/11 or something like that. Or there could be two potential saviors or whatever, right? But again, from a standpoint of that catastrophic event to the commercially known Christmas being December 25th, advertised as Christ's birthday, from coming up as a parent, you didn't have just anybody showing up within the first like 3 months of the baby's birth because of fear of them catching something, right? Strangers, things like that. You have family visit, wash your hands, so on and so forth. The baby's developing, right? They get sick a lot during the time. So even having three wise men visiting them from someplace far away, that's you know, it could maybe Jesus in fact was 15 weeks old when he was visited at Christmas. Maybe he was in fact born on September 11th, right? And he was 15 weeks old at Christmas when we saw him being almost 4 months old in the manger and things like that. So again, just spitballing, theory crafting.
Weren't the wise men there for right after his birth, though? It wasn't 4 months later. It was the same night. They had to go find the back of the inn or whatever.
Brother, exactly. I'm saying to you that in scripture, that is what's written, that Christ was born. They left their place wherever they were. We still don't know exactly where they were from, but they saw the star. And they left their place. They took a different way. Or sorry, they went there, they visited, and then on the way back, they took a different way for the warning that came out about the firstborn child throughout the nation, that they need to report it back to the leader so that the leader could execute all firstborn children. So from a standpoint of... Go ahead.
Do you mind if I completely divert? Like, completely and utterly? Or do you want to keep discussing these dates?
My friend, you have the floor. Please go ahead. No stress.
Yeah. Have you heard of... I just came across this last night, but all these fucking statues, these Greek statues and shit, are like hermaphrodites or something like that. Have you heard about this? And that essentially anyone who's holding that the caduceus, the rod with the wings and the two snakes wrapped around it, all those guys are hermaphrodites. And I was fucking looking into it, and they were showing like Cleopatra has like the neck the size of a man and shit. It's like, all right, that's clearly a dude, right? And then they have Alexander the Great has a fucking pussy under his ball sack on the fucking, like he's a hermaphrodite or whatever. Have you come across this theory or heard about this? I just came across it last night and I was freaking out because like a bunch of these statues like literally had vaginas and like male and female genitalia, I guess, in a sense. All these royal... Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I haven't come across it. I don't know if anybody else listening in chat has come across it, but to answer your question directly, no, I have not.
Dude, I'm going to send it to you, bro. Like, it sounds weird as fuck, but like, it's... I don't know, dude. It was just like a guy ranting, but then he kept on showing a clip of these marble statues. And then I remember, bro, because I was looking into these statues of these fucking Greek and Egyptian like emperors and pharaohs and shit, and all of them look to be like gender benders in a sense, and in a lack of a better term for it, right? But this guy was saying that they're not. It's not that they're dressing up. It's not that they're a man dressing as a woman or a woman dressing as a man. It's that they're actually neither. They're a fucking hermaphrodite, and then he ties it back to this Baphomet or whatever, and says that all the Nephilim, all the giants were hermaphrodites, and essentially they got smaller over time. They didn't leave; they just got smaller. And I mean, honestly, like when we look at our artists and our fucking presidents and our fucking rulers and entertainers, they all look like fucking trannies. But maybe they're not even that. Maybe some of them are actually these fucking this hermaphrodite race. This, I guess, seed of the angel and woman and the woman. produces a hermaphrodite, essentially. And they have these old fucking Egyptian fucking things of men getting pregnant and shit. It's not possible unless you're a hermaphrodite. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, I'll send you the video, bro. It was fucking tripping me out, man. Ancient trannies or ancient hermaphrodites. And Hermes is a hermaphrodite, like in the fucking mythology.
Yeah, Israel was guilty of. The scriptures talk about them like turning their children's into transgendered, like they were like raised them like that, bro. They would castrate them and make them eunuchs against their will, right? To basically, yeah, I'll try to look up the scriptures, bro. But yeah, man, this is an ancient tradition. They used to do this back in the Egyptians used to do the same thing. To castrate some of their people or their children, and the scriptures refer to doing that, castrating your children and making them transgender as handing them over to Baphomet or handing them over to Satan. When you do that, you're handing your child over to Satan. But there's good news though, because let me see if I can find it. It's in Isaiah 56, bro. There's good news for the eunuchs out there. I don't know if I can find it right now, but let me see if I can find it. It says here, blessed is the man that does this and the Son of Man that lays hold on it regarding the covenant, that guards the Shabbat from polluting it and guards his hand from doing any evil. Neither let the son of the stranger, and that word stranger there is the same word for goyim, or basically anybody that's not of the ethnic Israel. It says that has joined himself to El Yahweh. Speaks saying, Yahweh has utterly separated me from his people. Neither let the eunuch were people that were castrated. Say, behold, I am a dry tree. For thus says Yahweh, unto the eunuchs that guard my Sabbaths and choose the things that please me and take hold of my covenant, even unto them will I give in my house and within my walls a place and a name better than the actual sons and daughters of Israel, it says here. I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. And eunuchs were like they were effeminate men that were castrated for that purpose, to be cast, handed over to Satan. It says, even unto them will I give in my house and within my walls a place and name better. It says also the sons of the stranger that join themselves to Yah to serve him and to love the name of Yah, to be his servants. Everyone that guards the Sabbath from polluting it and takes a hold of my covenant, even them will I bring to my holy mountain. Even the hermaphrodites, even the gays, as long as you had to put the flesh aside and your desires of the flesh aside.
Hey, Killian, did you get the link?
Yeah, dude. Checking it out, man.
I'm not gonna disagree with this guy, bro, because I've seen this shit. I just didn't think it was hermaphrodites. I thought it was men dressing as women, essentially. And then with our political leaders, also women dressing as men, it's quite obvious that's what's going on, right? But this guy is saying that it's not even that. Like they were born that way. They're hermaphrodites. Like they're not made in the image of God. essentially making the case that it's not like a genetic malformity. That's their race. Like that's how they're formed. That's what they look like. It's not a fucking mutation. They're just not human. So, or not man or woman. They're something else. I mean, it would explain why they're so fucking evil and just can remorselessly kill everyone and murder people and fucking molest little kids and shit. Have no fucking morals. It makes sense. They're not even human. That's why. Hey, it really makes sense to me, man. It makes more sense to me than them. It's either that or they had some sort of fucking potion where they could make the hormones themselves back in the day. Because, bro, just look at Cleopatra, dude, and tell me that's not a woman. I'm just gonna tell you right now, that's not a woman. Now, is it a man? Maybe, or maybe it's a hermaphrodite. But Cleopatra ain't no woman. That is not a fucking woman in God's image.
So, there's a verse, bro, that talks about like literally what we're seeing today, bro. Like this whole transgender movement, and you know how they're trying to push like gender reassignment surgery to our children. This was going on back then. The gender reassignment surgery was going on back then, bro. There's nothing to do under the sun, and Yah spoke heavily against doing that. And depending on what translation you use, but I do have a teacher that I take classes with, and he's the one who actually showed me this. There's a verse in Leviticus 18:21 that talks about, it says, "And you shall not let any of your seed pass through to Moloch, neither shall you profane the name of your Elohim. I am Yahweh." But when you look at that word "pass through," depending on the interpretation, it can actually talk about cross borders, transition. It literally in the Hebrew, transition, cross borders. Let me see what else it says. But when you read the context, it's all about sexual deviance. The whole chapter is about
Yo,
sexual deviance.
Lion, have you heard of strange fire?
Yeah.
Strange fire, right? You've heard of that.
Yeah.
Is that a yeah? Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. Right, so that's the fucking. They say that they burn in lust towards each other with a strange fire. That's essentially the strange fire is that homoerotic lust, I guess, would be the best way to put it. That's the strange fire. So, I mean, passing through the fire, is that fire the strange fire that they're? Maybe it's not a physical fire.
That's exactly depending on what translation you use, they don't know how to translate this verse, bro. Some translations say pass through the fire. Some just say pass through. But if you study the word lechabir, it literally means to transition. To transition through, like go through a transition, right? And when you read the whole chapter in context, it's all about sexual perversions, cross-dressing. And when you do this, and we know that Moloch was a transgender. If you see the pictures of Moloch, he has tits, right? But it's a dude with tits.
Right, but
When
I'm
you
saying he's a hermaphrodite.
yeah, he's a hermaphrodite.
And you're putting yourself in the image of him instead of the image of God, essentially, when you do this transition ritual.
There's
Essentially,
power. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done. You go ahead. Sorry. I should be listening.
There's power. There's power in human sacrifice, and there's power in handing your children over at a young age and transitioning them, right? Gender transitioning them against their will. They didn't do it for nothing. These people, it's a spiritual currency that they get from doing these things. The Egyptians did the same thing. If you study the Egyptians, the men were very effeminate, no facial hair. The men wore makeup. They had wigs. Maybe not all of them, but there was like, yeah, there was a lot of like flamboyant stuff going on in Egypt, bro. And why would you castrate your children is beyond me. But apparently it preserves their youthful look. You know, if you cut your balls off at 8 years old, you never go through puberty. You don't ever actually develop into a man.
Oh yeah, you maintain your feminine look. Again, you don't grow hair, facial hair, none of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. So,
Yeah, but how
Lion, be
perverted?
it that you brought up Egypt, question being, where would you go to if you wanted to look to the history of Egypt prior to, well, the history of Egypt prior to, say, the flood?
Prior to the flood, dude, there's literally no records, dude. Besides, yeah,
There
I don't
was
know, there's no records that I know of.
there was a
So,
civilization, but that civilization was not Egypt. Egypt is Mizraim. So
well,
Egypt, Mizraim was the son of Ham, right? That's definitely after the
Yeah.
flood.
because I start, you know me and Ron Wyatt. So I was blessed with One Piece, and I never really went through his full channel. But
I'd be
his wife, pardon me?
I just be careful with that guy, dude. I'm not saying he's wrong or anything, but just I don't know, bro.
Here's
It
the
just seems like
problem
a little.
when.
It seems like a
All
little too
right,
many
listen. Noah, I'm gonna just cut you off, just respectfully, right? Just because. Here's the thing, brother. I'm gonna say this from my heart. When somebody finds things that are objectively observed, you can't. All of a sudden, the person is no longer in question because you're staring at the objects that the person finds. And that's the thing from my perspective, in my 44 years on, almost 44 years on this place. For me, when somebody has an object and they're talking about it, I stop paying attention to the person and I start looking at the object. And the collection, and this is where I say again respectfully, Noah, my friend, from my heart, the collection of objects that Ron Wyatt has found continues to run through my mind. Right?
Yeah, that's
And the
my
only
problem.
reason I bring in his name is because of the fact that he finds the objects. Please go ahead.
Yeah, that's my problem though. If it is true, like if the shit that he's claiming is true, and I'm not saying it's true or not, I just said be careful. I didn't scream liar, right? I just said be careful, right? So that when I say be careful, that doesn't mean not true or true, but it's just like the claims, bro. This guy is better. If those claims are true, this guy is the best archaeologist that's ever lived. He's far surpasses fucking Indiana Jones. It just seems a bit. I don't know. I would just be careful, dude. Like I'm not dissuading you or just yelling at you or trying to pass.
No.
It's just I get worried, bro, when I hear these outlandish claims, and it's just like I don't know, dude. Like I'm just be careful, bro.
Right. And okay, you said, oh, sorry. If somebody's getting in, please go ahead.
I just want to say that Ron Wyatt is awesome, and I believe he's genuine, but I don't believe that what he discovered as Noah's Ark is Noah's Ark. But his other discoveries, I do believe are, but I'm still questioning Noah's Ark being in that location because it doesn't biblically fit that location at all.
Okay. And this
We can
is
go
where
about.
I
We can
was
talk about
like,
it one-on-one.
guys,
They
whoa, no.
I don't know
I've
where
been
they
waiting
went.
patiently, please.
I can call him. You guys just gonna be here all day. I just finished this where the last thing I have to do is this rectangle, which is very small. So I'll be done with this maybe half an hour.
No, you hot making?
Less talking, more working, Noah.
Okay. I was waiting patiently and we're getting a little repetitive, and that's why I was waiting to jump in. Now, remember, boys, his theory began on the heels of Captain Durupinar back from the 1900s when they were scanning that area looking for enemy. I think it was like missile deposits or something like that. Right, like this was actually a military mission. Captain Durupinar back in the 1900s, aerial photography, and he's the one that was like, "That looks like a ship." That was literally the beginning of the claim. So all Ron Wyatt did was like he followed the clues, and I'm just saying clues based on what's written in scripture to be able to find Noah's Ark. And when he found Noah's Ark, the issue was he went out there, he saw it as it was flat. He couldn't make heads or tails about it, just flat. So went back home, prayed about it, ended up having an earthquake, and this thing opened up like the rib cage on a human being. So all of a sudden they could start scanning it, and that's what they've been doing. They've set up the Noah's Ark Visitation Center in Turkey, Ararat, just at location. So it's vetted. Whether you guys want to believe it or not, it's been vetted and done.
I can walk with you. We can go through scriptures, bro, and I'll show you how it can't, irrefutably, it can't be Noah's Ark.
Why not? I'm just curious.
We can, all three of us can go to a separate chat and we can break it down, and I'll show you why it can't be Noah's Ark.
Actually, yeah, I mean,
but I don't want to, you know what I mean?
Is there anyone else in here that objects to our discussion currently? That's not me, Killian, or Lion. All right, silence is acquiescence. No fucking complaining about Bible talk, guys.
All right.
Just ask.
Well, quick, right? If you study where the ark landed and where his children dispersed to, let's just say it landed in Turkey. Well, his children, according to scripture, went west from where the ark landed. If you go west from Turkey, where do you end up? You end up in Europe. So that right there, that's a big problem. Second, scripture says that when the flood happened, right, that it flooded the earth 15 cubits above the highest mountain. Well, the highest mountains that we know of are in Mount Everett. 32,000 feet up.
Correct.
Yeah, Everest, 32,000 feet up. And when the water started receding, Noah's Ark ended up basically getting stuck on one of the tallest, like near one of the tallest mountains, which is near the Himalayas. Nowhere near Turkey. That mountain in Turkey that is called the same Mount Ararat isn't the actual Mount Ararat. The actual Mount Ararat is in the Himalayas. And then when they went westwards, it would make sense because they went westwards from the Himalayas. You would end up at the Fertile Crescent, right? Another thing. When you study the material, the list of materials that Noah used to build the ark, nowhere does it say that he used anchors, nor does it say that he used metal at all. And yet they find metal nails inside this ark, and they found metal that actually balanced out the ark, and its hull was filled with scrap metal. And they say, modern archaeologists say that smithing wasn't invented or wasn't discovered till way later. They weren't working with metals, but they were working with metals.
Yeah.
Yes, that isn't true. I know, because we know that from the fallen angels that they did know how to make metal. They did know how to make swords and this and that.
It says in Genesis. It says in Genesis, Tubal-Cain.
Tubal-Cain, that's right. Yeah.
Tubal-Cain was taught
Exactly.
artificing by the fallen angels.
Exactly. So the materials that this ark was made out of do not fit the criteria that we find in scripture. Not only that, the sizes doesn't match up. I know Ron Wise says that they match up because he used the Egyptian cubit, but he didn't. If you use the Hebrew cubit, that size doesn't match up, right? Another thing, the nails that were found in that ark were made out of titanium, bro. Look it up, titanium nails. Noah was not using titanium. They weren't using metal. Noah didn't use any metal for the building of that ark. That ark is not Noah's ark. It is an ark. There is an ark there, but it's not Noah's ark.
Wait, why is there an ark on a fucking mountain then that isn't his though? Is my question.
That's not even top 20th. That's not even top 20th tallest mountain in the world. And we can get into conspiracies of whose ark is it. I don't know whose ark is it. But from my understanding, it wasn't Noah's Ark.
Alright, you done?
Yeah, there's so much more. That's just quick bullet points. Go ahead.
Well, I think I gave you a word. I gave you 3. So what's written in scripture is that the ark would come to rest in the hills of Ararat. That's all it says. It doesn't say Mount Ararat. Doesn't make that distinction. It just says in the collection of Ararat. Now, in regards to the size, which would be Genesis 6:14, it says the length shall be 300 cubits. And again, Moses was raised by the Egyptians. The Hebrews never came around until later on. So why wouldn't, and I'm asking this as a rhetorical question, you don't need to answer it. Why wouldn't Moses have written it as an Egyptian cubit when he in fact was raised by Egyptians? So that brings us to a length of 515 feet, which matches the length of this claimed ark in the hills of Ararat, Turkey. The next part is that the samples of wood show a laminated veneer lumber. And this is where, again, in Genesis 6:14, it states, build thee an ark of gopher wood. Now, the angels apparently, and this is, I say apparently because I don't have it written in scripture, helped him in the construction of this ark. The Tabal Cain was in fact a worker of metals. And now when they took the rivets that were found within this 515 foot long dirt pile, that the metal rivets that were used contain aluminum, titanium, iron, and magnesium as well. Traces, we're talking like percentages. The last thing is the 2 points that I have for consideration is the animal samples that were pulled. So they had confirmation of like cat hair, human hair, antler pieces, as well as feces. And the last part is the scans. Again, showing a central gangway going up the middle, 3 stories in height, which match again scripture. Later on in 6:14, it's described the height and the breadth of it, the width. And these scans of this entire structure show, in fact, rooms, like, again, to use my favorite word, rectilinear walls, dividing walls, and again, this central gangway going up the middle. So, dude, like, damn it, one more last point is the dredge stones that were all left with carvings showing 8 humans inside of an ark. I'll withdraw at that point. Thanks.
I mean, that's pretty convincing for the Ark. I just find the whole story of a guy who found the Ark of the Covenant, Noah's Ark. Did he find the Holy Grail too? Like, he essentially found all the biblical artifacts. Like, bro, listen, if that was the case, that you found all the biblical artifacts, you're hands down the best archaeologist that's ever lived.
Okay.
Like, Indiana Jones can't hold a candle to you. You know what I'm saying? It just seems like really far-fetched that one guy would fucking discover everything and just be essentially Indiana Jones in real life.
So, like, imagine.
I'm not saying that's not a boat. That's not the Ark.
No, dude. But hear me out. I'm gonna appeal to your logic right now. And showing that. Imagine you're like, okay, Noah's Ark is in play. I've just found it, and now the Middle East. I don't even know how to say that, but I'll take what's written in scripture, and I'm gonna start to kind of follow along and see what kind of makes sense, if I can make sense of what's found. Now, he goes to the region, he finds sulfuric deposits confirming Sodom and Gomorrah.
Right, that's another one.
Well, but he finds the sulfur balls and he sets them on fire and they stink. Like, what?
You know, the way that you just described it, if you were the guy who was the Ark his first discovery?
Yeah.
Or which one was the?
That
That kind of makes sense though. Like, if you made a discovery and then you were like, oh shit, like the way you just described it kind of just made it make sense to me a little bit. But I would still, I'd still be careful. I'm not saying that he's wrong and he's lying and that's not the arc. I don't know, dude. Anything
We're
that's not
not.
the future, it worries me, you know.
Guy, I
But
listen again, Noah. Like, I'm just appealing to you right now. In you know of the creator, you know of the sun and things of that nature. You also know about like the Red Sea crossing, right? So he's like, "Yo, my sons, let's go get scuba gear, and I think we're gonna go to this spot because it makes sense. This is the most narrow spot." Right, and upon arriving at that spot, he finds one pillar that's been tipped like a column pillar that's been tipped into the ocean, and then across the way he sees another pillar that's upright within, like, from that distance he can't see, but he sees the pillar upright. He can't see, but as he approaches it later on, there's inscriptions on it in Hebrew, and that's where
really,
it's like, okay, wait a second, right? So he gets into the water, him and his son scuba gear, and he ends up finding traces of wagon wheels, gold hubs, things and human remains. So the idea of the Red Sea crossing, all of a sudden he has this confirmation. Coral deposits that have been onto the wagon wheels themselves, that have decomposed the wagon wheels, but when coral like forms, it eats what's underneath it, but then the shell takes shape of that object. So as long as you don't touch it, because it disintegrates, coral, like, it goes to powder basically, right? But like, seeing these visual things and then seeing gold traces of wheels and things of that nature. So this guy, like, he literally just broke down scripture and then this is why I said earlier when I got into this whole thing, from an objective standpoint, and he started just literally breadcrumbing himself. That's it.
what is his list of discoveries? So he has Sodom and Gomorrah. He
I
has the Ark of the Covenant.
well,
He
yeah,
has the Red Sea crossing.
yep.
He has Ark of the Covenant, Noah's Ark, the Red Sea crossing, and then there was some Sodom and Gomorrah, and there's something else we mentioned, right? Or am I wrong?
Hang on, I'm gonna hop on his channel. Oh, yeah. This brings in something that we can talk about actually right now. He has a theory of how the pyramids were built and actually presented, like, how the structure was constructed, to allow them to lift these blocks multi-tiers. And his claim to this was he examined the hieroglyphics that were on site of the pyramids and basically saw the drawing of this fulcrum. So he took like a lever system. So he took the drawing of the hieroglyphic, he broke it down and developed this lever system, and he demonstrated it, built it on the side of a pyramid, and was literally lifting blocks, or lifting. Well, he stood on the platform himself, and two people hoisted him up and into place onto the next tier. I'll put that into chat. So he, discovered how the pyramids were built, which is interesting.
Yeah, no, I've seen when my parents went to Machu Picchu, bro, like a little fucking guy, a little native guy, small, like a real small fucking shit, right? How they have this fucking stick that's like attached to another stick, and there's some sort of cord that puts them together. And this guy was moving a stone as big as him
Yeah,
just by fucking leveraging it. So like when people,
exactly.
it had to be a levitating alien fucking UFO with fucking vibration. It's like, nah, bro. Like they probably just used a fucking lever, like Archimedes did. Like I don't know, dude. Like I literally seen a little fucking midget. Well, he's not. He's just a normal sized native, but I guess they're small in the end. They're small peoples. But yeah, this guy was moving like 500-pound fucking blocks of rock with that fucking stick mechanism. And I was like, listen, how the fuck are people saying that it's such high advanced technology, bro? This looks pretty simple to me. Like, ugh.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. But yeah, so discovered how the pyramids were constructed. um, did you hear about the metallurgy that was discovered at Mount Sinai?
No. What is that? Another Ron Wyatt thing?
No, well, no, it's one of the guys in his crew. But what's interesting is they found setups for like three we'll call them kilns, I guess, which would be like high temperature areas where you work golds and metals and things of that nature to make stuff. So they found these three kilns that were just offshoot of Mount Sinai, and these
Oh, for the
deposits.
golden calf.
Yeah, dude. Now, one of the things that is said is in scripture when Noah led the Exodus out, he had the village set up at Mount Sinai, right? And he was able to he was able to get water, and they found the stone that he hit, and it split, and water came out of it. Like they found that confirmed with like traces of water, how the rocks would have been worn with water running over them for periods of time. They found evidence of a lake, and they also found further evidence of where the animals would have been drinking from, like an offshoot of that lake. So these three kilns that were found, they also then found stone molds that would have been left, so you could use those to create different things. So if you had the liquid gold, you could then pour it into the stonework as the cast, and then be able to withdraw whatever it is you're trying to make out of gold.
Wait, they found a bull cast? Or they found a cast that was in the shape of a bull?
No,
Is that
I'm
what
not
you
saying
just said?
they didn't say bull. No,
Oh.
just different casts, right? They found stone casts that they would have used to pour gold into in order to make those items that they were trying to form. You with me so far?
Yeah, I know what a cast is. Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
no, it's cool. I'm just making sure we're good.
Yeah, no, we're on the same page. I'm listening.
What's crazy is, right, and Noah, this is where it's gonna, like, this to me is where we're seeing the war breaking out, beginning to the end. We're gonna go back to the beginning into Genesis, where the Lord said to Noah, or God said to Noah, make me, I think he said, make me a sacrament. I think it was, he said, make me a sacrament. I don't want to screw it up, but basically, make me what I believe now he was telling him was the Ark of the Covenant. And in him giving him that order, what they have found, again, stonework, is traces of the angel wing that he
Oh,
would
the
have
cast.
used to cast the angel wing for the mercy seat, which Ark of the Covenant, right? And you can see you can see the lineage, the scraping in the stone, right? That would be the striations of the feather. You can see
Mhm.
the high arc, right?
Like my
So then
fucking pec muscle.
the guy that,
Sorry.
bro, don't start. The guy
Sorry.
then takes his feet and he shows it's 3 feet in length. So then he takes his measurement, he goes to Pythagorean theorem, and he actually works it out and shows the actual length of the Ark of the Covenant based on his findings of the stonework, which would have been 6 feet in length, or which is 6 feet in length, I should say. So, dude, like, to have literally cast stone evidence of the Ark of the Covenant, Mount Sinai.
So here's how I see it, Killian.
Yeah.
Either this guy did actually just, I guess, start following the shit and essentially making all the discoveries, or he's essentially a fraudster, and they're turning out frauds like at like a new pace. You know what I mean? Like they're just coming up, forging one thing, and then forging the next, and then forging the one after that. Those are the only two options here, right? Either he's fucking forging all this shit, or he's actually discovering it. But my question is, why wouldn't someone have went to go discover these things beforehand? Like, where were the other archaeologists? Why is he the one that found all this shit?
Noah, and you know what, dude? I'm gonna say to you, you sound like a Glober, right? Because they're like, why would they lie, bro? I don't
How does that
know.
sound? How does that sound like a Glober? I said there's two options here.
No.
Either he discovered all these things, or they're all forgeries. I don't. That is just logic. Anyone could agree those are the two options. That's irregardless of what shape of the earth you believe in. Those are the two options of what it could be, right? There's no other third option. And then my question that I pose after is a very logical question, dude. Why didn't any archaeologist discover it beforehand? Like, and I don't understand me questioning something and not even saying liar or you're wrong. Just me questioning. Just me like, can I get more information on it? Shouldn't be like a reason to go into some sort of rhetorical battle. Like, man, I'm just asking a question. Why didn't other fucking
Dude.
people discover it?
Noah, again, when I say like you sound like a Glober, I'm being completely silly in saying that, brother. I don't know, right? I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is like if we're gonna go by God's divine plan and timing and everything that's involved, to me, like looking at this from a honestly respectful level, this wasn't found until like 3 months ago, and this war is now broken out, right? So it's literally just as told: alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end, right? Nothing will be revealed until it's time. And if it was just to be that this, like Ron Wyatt, born 33, died 99, 66 years old, 369. I don't know. Like that, these are the types of questions that only the good Lord can answer, brother.
Yeah, I just want to add because I just looked up some verses, bro, and you said that it said a hill. No, it does not say a hill in the scriptures, bro, regarding where the ark rested. It actually says in Genesis 8:4 KJV, and the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains, plural, of Ararat. And when you look at Ararat right now, it's not mountains. It's literally a hill over there. It shouldn't even be considered a mountain because it's 12,000 feet too short compared to the Himalayas. I mean, it is a mountain, but it's not even the 20th tallest mountain in the world. And if you read the account in Genesis, it says that the floods continued, right? Until it says here, but it says here, the floods peaked in the 7th month on the 17th day. That's when the floods peaked. And that's when the ark rested. And it rested on one of the tallest mountains in the world. And it can't be that little hill in Turkey. And then if you read Genesis 8:9, just a couple verses later, it says, but the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark. And this is at a point where the ark had already rested, and there was still no dry land around. Because it says here, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. And at this point, the ark had already rested. And I'm telling you, it rested in the Himalayas. And if you read scripture, it says that his children went westwards. Let me see if I can find the verse. There's so much, bro, that doesn't add up, bro. And so people have said, well, maybe this is what they say, that the ark was dragged by lava. That's what the official account is, because they know it doesn't match the scripture. So they said that it was dragged down by lava, and it was dragged down the mountain. That's why it rested where it's at now, where we find it today. But even then, because when the flooded the earth, it destroyed all the trees. There was no lumber, dude. And Noah would have broke down that ark and used the lumber for fire. You know what I'm saying? There was literally no lumber anywhere. So there would be no remnant of the ark, in my opinion. And that ark does not, listen, it does not fit the building materials that's in scripture. Scripture does not talk about any metal, no nails, none of that. The only ones that used metal back then that we know of were Cain and Cain's descendants.
Well, all right, man. I appreciate what you have for
No, no,
consideration.
no, I'm just passionate, bro. I'm not trying to get. I'm not trying to be like dogmatic and nothing, bro.
No. It's something that I posted a couple pictures in chat that some of the stones they're like 20, I think 23 dredge stones with these holes in the top of them that he would have used to anchor at the bottom of the ark.
Yeah, those
And
were never brought up in scripture either.
they had these carvings on them, but
They get it.
Whoa! But yeah, am I on mute? Is Dodo still on mute?
I'm gonna grab a picture that's cast
It doesn't
work.
even, it doesn't even say Pete is muted on the server by the server. What do you guys think about Pangea?
We can get into Pangea if you want, but before that, did I hear somebody say somebody figured out how they build the pyramids? I was driving. I thought I heard that.
Yeah, man, that was me. What's up?
So, but what happens? You say they found how they build the pyramid?
Well, the main question with pyramids, from my understanding, is how do they lift the blocks into place?
Yep.
Correct?
Well, one of them. There's two other ones: how they cut them and how they move them. But yeah, let's go with that one.
Okay. So the claim with regards to where the rocks came from, apparently it was a quarry, sorry, at some distance. I don't know how they transported them there. I have no idea. I'm not even bother answering that question because I can't claim. But what I do have evidence of is this system actually sitting down to my system. I'm going to pull up the video and I'll share the screens with you guys in chat. Just give me a couple minutes to queue things up. I'll be right back. I'm just going to switch accounts. Give me a sec.
Yeah. Gotta hear this. After all these years, Killian has solved the pyramid building mystery.
Oh, I see. I swear I love you.
You know I'm messing with you, right?
Of course, man.
Alright.
So let's see. You got it? I was
Here's the
gonna
main
give a
video.
rundown on the
No,
methods. Okay.
Here's the main video. Now, this was the hieroglyphic, which is really interesting because I'll post the hieroglyphic. That's what he looked at, and then that's what he looked at, and hold on. This is what he ended up with. And that's the whole idea, is that you have a whole system of these lifters, cantilever lifter type systems in place that are strung together. And
Okay, this is new.
Pardon me?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm saying this is new. I don't believe I've seen this before.
Well, it's Ron Wyatt, right? And you think he's a snake oil salesman, so I don't think you would have seen it.
No, I didn't say nothing. I'm just listening, bro. I reserve judgment.
No,
I haven't seen this. Yeah.
Did I not fairly represent your claim of Ron Wyatt?
No, I don't even have an opinion on him. Like, to be honest with you, I don't even know who he is.
Right. Well, no, last time I brought him up with the whole Jesus's blood, you're like, I don't know, guys. This guy sounds like a snake oil salesman. That guy. This is Ron Wyatt. Same dude.
Oh, that dude. Oh, yeah. Then definitely. Yeah.
Well, then there you go. Right. So I poisoned the well for you. But that's what we're looking at, dude. Oops.
Interesting. Okay.
Here's
So what? They
him,
put a stone there and they wedge it on either side and it goes up? Is that it?
Yeah, they basically frame this thing together. Hang on, I'm gonna find a better. Here we go. This is pretty cool.
And they were using wood? Because wood was pretty scarce back then, if I remember my Egyptian history.
So then to have
Oh, that's pretty cool, man. I never seen this before.
then when you like it again, that's obviously him breaking down the hieroglyphic. So that creates the system.
Yeah, I wonder, could that like make enough leverage to move like a 20-ton or 30-ton rock? We won't even get into the 70-tonners because
I'm about to answer that question for you. Give me a quick sec, because you know me in the pictures. I love my pictures.
oh, this is good, man. This is good. The first time I see this, I don't know about the rest of the people.
Alright, so this is a drawing of it, and then what's cool is he does it with a car.
Nice, interesting. How the hell has this escaped us all this time? And this was on hieroglyphics to boot. Wow. So they lifted a car? Really?
Watch the video, dude. Probably the easiest. But yeah, man,
Yeah,
fully
yeah.
functioning, and
Yep.
they lifted this car. Pretty dope.
This is good lever, but still, this still doesn't explain the king's chamber and the.
I wanted to mention that, there was different pyramids that were built after the flood, and the Egyptians did try replicating some of the antediluvian pyramids, but they weren't successful. You could see some of their F-ups. They gave up on certain pyramids that they tried building. They tried replicating the antediluvian ones, but they could never match the antediluvian pyramids. They tried, but they could never match those pyramids. There's hieroglyphics of what looks like to be 15-foot tall men carrying 2 blocks on their shoulder, right? But but they weren't. Even then, they were using giants to build the pyramids. Even then, they weren't equivalent to the antediluvian ones. Those
There's even
antediluvian
a guy.
pyramids were discovered by them.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, my bad, bro. Sorry, I thought you were done. Go online. Finish off.
No, there's hieroglyphics of what looks like to be a 16-foot Egyptian carrying two cubes on his shoulder. You know, he's got a pole and he's balancing it like a fulcrum on his shoulder. We're talking, and compared to the average Egyptian, the dude was like double the size, and even then they couldn't replicate the antediluvian pyramids. I'm telling you, they discovered those things, and the Great Pyramid of Giza was not built by the Egyptians.
Oh yeah,
There's no hieroglyphics to it.
Yeah, there's even one hieroglyphic with a giant carrying elephants, like they were freaking dogs or something.
Yeah,
elephants, bro.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pete gave up.
Yeah, so this is
Oh, yeah.
interesting though. This wood thing, I never seen this before. Got to look into this.
Here, I found it. I'm gonna post it. But come on, man.
One of the things that they came across was the grain shoots. Have you guys heard about the grain shoots in the Egyptians?
Yeah.
The what?
The grain shoots.
What the
silos?
So basically, at site of the pyramids, there would be these grain chutes. So at grade, you would have 3 big giant deposits that you would come and pour grains into, and those grains chutes, 3 of them would lead into one, and then the central feed would lead to a subterranean level. Now, when the famine hit, Egypt was handing out grain, making money. So lineups would be outside of these pyramids. These people would come into these channeled sets and get channeled into these areas where you would see a man pay a fee, he'd get a bag, and then you would go further into another area and the workers would distribute the grain to you. You would then leave through a separate area and go out and start your stuff. But yeah, dude, the grains, that's how they made a lot of their wealth, and a lot that whole the movement of that is what created that psychology of everybody working together to build this community that they were literally building, because they were the ones that were feeding the people at the time during the Great 7-Year Famine. I think I coined that all right. Sorry, please go ahead.
Because of Joseph, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're referring to?
Imhotep was his name in the apparently.
Imhotep, yeah. But the grain
Joseph
is Imhotep?
That blew my mind.
Apparently, there's a lot of parallels between Imhotep and Joseph. And during Joseph's reign, Egypt was literally quadrupled its domain. The territories of Egypt, right? Egypt's domain went all the way up to Europe, bro. Like Egypt controlled there's never been a country like Egypt at its prime. The famine was so great in the world at that time that all the people literally migrated to Egypt for food. And Joseph took advantage of the governments around the world, and he made basically contracts with the governments around the world, and in return he gained territory for food. So like he would give food, and then in return they would give him territory. And Egypt grew. There's so much to it, bro. I'm not.
Wait a minute, and
I
guys,
suck explaining stuff.
It's
Go ahead.
okay, dude. Don't worry. Trust me, I'm about to follow it up with a really stupid question potentially. But did Moses ever return to Egypt?
No, he died outside the promised land.
All right, cool. Thanks for that. Appreciate that, man. Because that's the thing that I heard in a reading I was listening to, or a breakdown of a reading the other day, and they were saying that there's evidence of one biblical name matching Egyptian record. And when you said Imhotep, I wasn't sure if that was a connection to Moses or if it was in fact Joseph. But yeah, you said Joseph, so we'll go with that.
Check that out, Lion.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Wow.
A man carrying 2 elephants. Like they were, what would you say, like
Yeah, I
pigs
see
there?
it. Yeah. I see that.
So
Well,
this
I mean,
giant business has been around for quite a while.
well, you saw
And those aren't
it.
baby elephants. They got tusks.
Every single fucking culture has giants, except for the modern Smithsonian culture.
I see. You saw my my slide on Noah's wife's finger. Did you? Do you remember that perchance?
Noah's wife's finger. No, I don't think I did.
The bones. So one of the things that Ron did before he left,
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
bro.
What?
He raided her grave, went to her grave, and yanked out 3 fingers. Came back to the States, had it checked out, and human bones, finger bones, showing evidence of arthritis. But based on calculations, they were able to extrapolate that this human was like between 12 to 18 feet in height, which matches again, like giants, they say were like 300 Ls. I don't know how high an L is, but 12 to 18 feet tall isn't like 300 Ls. That's for damn sure. But yeah, the claim of giants versus the
Giants versus Titans.
Titans, yeah. The Fallen created the Nephilim. No, the Nephilim, that's what I was looking for, the Nephilim. But let me look for this picture. I'll throw it in chat once I find it, dude.
You know,
That's
it's
another
really
thing. Sorry,
hard to
go ahead.
find the like the Egyptians carrying the blocks. Like I'm looking, dude, it's hard, man. Like why can't I find it? Cut out. The one I posted is cut out. I'm trying to find the full image. It's like they suppress it.
You know, sometimes I think, could it be like we found like, like we have Superman comic books and stuff like that? Could it be these things are just like stories like that from their culture, or are they depicting what they really saw? I wonder sometimes. Like imagine in the future somebody finds a Superman book and thinks that we were able to fly and stuff like that, right? Just saying.
True.
You know that Superman, all these Superman has red and blue color scheme, and then like I think Spider-Man also with this red and blue color scheme. There's like a bunch of main characters in movies and TV shows were all essentially in the red and blue color scheme. Seems to be some sort of thing that the entertainer, the script people who write the scripts and shit, the protagonist of the story is usually dressed in red and blue.
Red and blue. I never really noticed that.
Yeah, either red and blue or blue and orange, essentially. But like, yeah, like when you watch a bunch of movies, just It's so subtle, dude. But I was watching like a guy break it down the other day, and I was like, that's fucking crazy, dude. And it was so many. It was like a fucking amount of examples that just it couldn't be a coincidence. Like there's something about it.
Yeah, there's some freaky stuff like what Killian just posted. Now imagine that's real, right?
Bro.
Now imagine the rest of the body. If that's a woman's pinky, imagine the man's pinky.
Look like chicken bones.
Damn. Wouldn't want to run into him.
I heard that there was plenty of bodies found around Turkey where the alleged Noah's Ark was found. There's like tons of bodies, and they're all giants. I don't know what, but this stuff's always suppressed. Like, I don't know, the media just finds it quacky, so they don't talk about it. Like, no one talks about it because everybody's scared about their reputation. Academics are scared, so it's just goes to the side. It gets pushed to the side.
Yeah, because they're the fucking other race. They're the fucking serpent seed on the earth. And they're still here. They're just human sized now. They're not fucking huge like they used to be. They don't want to get fucking. Nobody wants us to know that we're not the apex predator. If imagine you were the apex predator over humans.
Look, we all seen these, right? But are they real? Look what I just posted, right? And I have giant skeletons and all kinds saved. How do we know if they're real or not? Imagine if that footprint is real.
I mean, it's you can't fake these things because anybody, you could tell if there's markings on it, fresh markings on it. It's been, you can't just carve that out with your hands. It would require tools, and those markings, those foots don't show any markings.
Check this out, bro.
There's a bunch of those, man. There's a bunch of those been discovered. Giant footprints.
Look at that other thing.
Wow.
Now that there is a fossil, right?
Yeah.
Now imagine, man. Who knows, man? Who knows? Just imagine what it was like back then.
That is a crazy peanut dish.
I've done some research on this stuff. Look at this one.
You call that a head?
Holy crap, that can't be real.
Dude.
That's what I'm saying, man. Are they real or not?
That last one,
so big.
where is that? How come we haven't heard about that one? That one's nuts. I don't doubt their existence, but to have one that survived, that one has all the teeth perfectly shaped. Like, nah, man, that one looks like they just made it.
That's imperfection.
What I find crazy is that you find people nowadays that have this condition where they look like almost infants, but they move, talk, and behave and have the mental capabilities of a 40, 30-year-old. But then when you say they must have been giants, back in the days, and they are giant people, right? But let's say even bigger people, in a comparison to these very small, infant-looking tiny people, as an opposite to it. Why is that then so hard to grasp or to believe? You know what I mean? Like, if we see nowadays these anomalies that there's like people that can live like with the same mind as a 30-year-old but looking like an infant, almost like a baby, how is it so, crazy to think that there have been giants?
So that's actually one of the things that I was kicking around the other day. We'll take Methuselah as an example. 969 years he lived to be. And when he died is when the flood started. Now, from an aspect of us understanding, we grow within our set age of man being set within Scripture, I think 120 years after the flood. But before that, again, to Methuselah, 969 years, imagine you actually grew for, I don't know, 600 years of your life. I don't know, 500 years of your life. You literally grew, right? So we're no longer talking about a set time where you only grow for, let's say, I don't know, 25 years of your life, 30 years of your life, 40 years of your life. You're now growing for a period of time much longer. You're in a system that has a much different pressure gradient. It would actually lead to things being proportionately much larger due to the contributing factors, especially the pressure gradient being increased. Additional oxygen supply would lead to bigger hearts, more blood flow, right? Like a knee-jerk reaction. More oxygen would lead to more blood within the system, and that would lead to further growth. People would eat more. Interesting. But yeah, dude. Imagine the knowledge depth you would have, the knowledge pool. Imagine being able to sit in front of like 10, 15, 10 generations of your family. That's insane. That's a lot of power right there. 1,000 years of life.
Yeah.
Walk it up, walk it up, walk it up, walk it up. Line's still got that cadence, bro. Live by live, 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 live by live.
That's my white bitch, bro. My bad, dude.
No, it's no stress, guys.
But yeah,
You're good.
Essie, you gotta delete some of those, man. You're gonna make us look bad, dude. Those are Photoshop. No, not the last two, but man, you could tell.
The huge heads? Yeah?
Yeah, those are fake, dude.
That's why I asked if they're real or fake. I just remember saving these and saying, nah, that can't be, right?
It's all good, though.
Look at those trees. Look at the size of those tree trunks.
Well, that's where we go to Devil's Tower. Like Devil's Tower, just to observe that on its own is pretty crazy.
Is Noah still here?
He's in chat. I don't know if he's at his mic.
I was just gonna ask him if he believes in because there's a lot of different doctrines being pushed right now, man, and it's unfortunate. But you have people that think that there's people among us that aren't actually people, which is a very dangerous doctrine because you can, the rabbinical Jews might think that blacks are inferior, right? That think that they could say that the black people are Nephilim, right? And then there's black Hebrew Israelites promoting that. Oh well, the J people are lizards. You know what I'm saying? They're reptilian and that. You know what I mean? But we're all human, man. We're all human. There's nobody that's less than human. I don't think we have that in the world today.
Hey, I posted something you guys might find very interesting to watch. The similarities between the Anunnaki and the different religions.
Oh, I watched that whole thing the other day. I think it's my second time watching it. I watched it before and I watched it again. It's good. That's a good one, man.
Freaked out, huh?
Wait, maybe that's not is that the one you posted the other day?
Yeah.
Did I reply to you? Yeah, man, that's a good one. Let me see.
Like the similarities are like just, yeah, freaked out.
I'm just gonna leave that in chat and see what comes about. Thanks.
Tesla.
Bro, who's putting light bulbs on top of a roof? Asking for a friend. Ain't nobody
Yeah.
interested in that job. If one of
Those
those
are all
lights go
wireless,
out,
by the way, if I
say what?
remember correctly. That's all done wirelessly, I think.
Bro.
They're not connected with wires, if I remember correctly.
So here's the crazy part. Here's the crazy part. Based on harvesting the ether, if I was simply within the construction of those buildings to supply nodes, power points, if you will, of collection that were within the skeleton of the building, the structure, the spine of that roof, if you will, because that'd be a metal seamed roof. All of a sudden, those nodes are just collecting, lighting up the energy they're collecting from the already available ether. Right? Like crazy plot twist. Because all of a sudden, instead of pushing out the power, I'm actually pulling it in. Just thinking out loud, of course. Spitballing.
Well, the way he explained it was he had an apparatus. He would turn it on and it would start to work, right? But it would be like, think of it like a glow, like a cloud. Think of it like a cloud of power emanating outwards all around this mechanism. And then if you're in this cloud, you have access to electricity. Think of it like that.
Don't you need a receiver though? Something to receive the power.
Well, the light bulb, not really. No, he would like vibrate it and such. Apparently, the way he explains it, that they can vibrate it, they can make it go through steel or through wood or whatever. You can tune the frequency, is how Tesla said it. So
Right.
no wires needed. It's like Wi-Fi, but think of Wi-Fi electricity. Right?
Yeah, but
As you're
okay.
getting your
Isn't that magnetism though? Isn't that done with induction normally? I mean, that's how they have wireless phone chargers.
not this one, not his power. He explained it as radiant energy. In other words, he explained it like it's not a electromagnetic energy. It comes from that, but it splits off. Like he would put it through a magnet. He would put a charge through a magnet, and he would see like the regular sparks on one side, and then he would see this other flow. He called it ether flow energy. That was another term he used, and it was like white. It wasn't. I think yellow was the other color of the regular electricity. So this is like another form. I know it sounds crazy, but that's the way he explained it.
Yeah, I've heard his shit that essentially he would create a current, and then that a current is composed of two things: the flow of ether and the flow of electrons. And essentially, he would do some sort of system of pulsing. Essentially, separate the electrons from the ether, in a sense, and separate the two of them, and that's how you'd get the pure form of one.
Yeah, sort of like that. Yeah. The way he explained it, he would run a regular DC current, or I think he was even able to use AC as well. He would run the current through a magnetic thing, and that would separate it. And it was a pulse. It was based on pulse, a pulse energy. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of this before. Yeah, I've heard the exact same thing you've heard then.
Yeah, really crazy stuff.
So here's my understanding, and I thought that this was as such. Like Tesla was literally just harvesting the available energy within the ethereal field.
That's two different things. He
Huh?
did have an apparatus
Yeah.
that would collect radiant energy, he would call it,
Wardenclyffe.
coming from the sun and just from space itself. He even had a patent for it.
I thought Wardenclyffe was based his tower. Wardenclyffe was based on the idea of harvesting the available electricity
From the
within
earth.
the ether.
From the earth. Yeah,
That's what
he had
The water.
rods.
Yeah, the water.
Yeah.
the Wardenclyffe was specifically for harvesting energy that the earth put off. So, like, essentially, if you had a bunch of these, if you had one of these, you would hook it up and essentially take energy out of the earth and use it for yourself, in a sense.
Right.
So it's energy that's already there. It's not like he's creating it. It's not that. It's not what other people would say is 0 point energy. It's not 0 point energy. It's like the energy is actually there. They're not creating the energy. They're just taking it from somewhere else.
Yeah, so he's pulling it from the ground. Wardenclyffe did that.
Yes.
So next question is,
And then he broadcasted it into the air with that, where he would take the energy from the earth, turn it into electricity, and then he would separate the electrons in the electricity from the ether, the flow of the ether, I guess the ether current. And once you have pure ether current, then you can essentially shoot it through shit and have it received on the other side.
and
With
that's
the
what
wire.
I'm saying. So that picture that I posted with all those soffits being lit up, right? What I'm saying is the idea of those energy points all along those structural lines, wherever they choose them to be, they build in diodes or nodes, whatever control points that can receive the energy from the ether to light that, basically light up those areas that they mark with those energy points. Think of them as like incoming versus outgoing, because I don't see them pushing power out. I would see them receiving it based on there being an available electric field. Don't you think?
Exactly. It's exactly what it is.
It is that, but not in the field that you think, not in the conventional field. It's completely. Let me give you an example, right? You can transfer that, so you could understand. You can transfer that energy, the way he explains it, through your body, right? Touch a metal bar and melt that bar without anything happening to you.
Based on the alternating current model, right?
Based on the way you tune. Yeah.
If it
It's
was
not alternating. Take alternating current out of your brain, bro. This is totally different. It's not
Totally
electromagnetic electricity. It's something completely different from it.
Okay, hold on a second here. I thought that there was two models on the table: Edison with direct current, and Tesla with alternating current. And the whole thing with the horse, they killed the horse, and like, oh my god, they killed the horse, and they were attempting to show
Yeah,
the
but this
safety of
isn't.
direct current.
He's not talking about alternating current. SC. See,
Right.
Tesla had
But-
many inventions, not
but-
just alternating current. And what SC is referring to with the wireless energy is not alternating current. It is a different invention entirely.
And
Yeah, think of it as electricity 2.0.
But that's
What
what
we
I'm
have
alluding
now
to is
is
how do you generate the electricity, right? Can you steel man the model for me and explain to me how you're able to extract electricity from what? Like, how do you create it? Because I understand it to be alternating current or direct current. Those are the only two available ways to create electricity, right? So for you to come now with a third idea, this Wi-Fi idea of electricity, I'm now curious to know, how does this work?
The third idea is not
I'll
electricity.
explain it. The third yeah, this is crazy. I know, but check this out, right? So you can start off with a regular generator, right? DC or AC. And then he puts it through a series of pulses, right? like discharges. Violent discharges is the best way I could explain it. And somehow that output is what he calls he called it two things. He called it ether flow and he called it direct energy. So there you go. That's how he does it. And there's a guy that explains it now. What's his name? Dollard. I'll see if I can find the video. He does a demonstration of it. And it's really remarkable because you'll see the light bulb, it like glows and it has like an attractive quality. If you put like something to it, it draws it to it. Whereas a regular light bulb, it does nothing, right? You gotta, if you want to like learn more about this, it's really freaked out, bro. I'll try to find the video.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the video I posted?
I saw the link. Have I watched it? No, I have not. Dr. Silly. Hope all is well, dude.
Thanks, man. Yeah, no, it's that video. There's a engineer that has a he hooks up basically, it's basically like a kite string, but it's copper cable, copper wire, and he hooks it up to a drone, and he sends the drone up to like 90 feet, and then and it powers. It's his little electrostatic, it's a Corona motor, starts spinning. And one thing I like after I found that, one thing I remembered is some of the Tartaria, quote unquote Tartaria photos or whatever that people circulate. But there's the ones with like the balloons or like the blimps, and they have all the copper wires going up in the air. That's pretty interesting.
That's definitely the chronomotor is pretty simple. There's a difference in potential in the air than there is on the ground. That difference is known as voltage. So you have voltage like pre-built into the world essentially. As you go up, your potential changes. So all you need to do is put a conductor between the two potentials, and then you have a current. So yeah, this chronomotor is just very simple and elegant in a sense. I'm almost thinking of fucking hijack going to like a building and just putting a fucking wire up there in the fucking top of the building, running it down and taking energy from the air, hitchhiking off of like a skyscraper or something, dude. We could use this.
I know, bro. Yeah, like I know you. I was like, dude, like if I, because if you tried to like, now they have like, especially since drones, they have a cap. Like you can only go so high. But could you imagine if you had like a blimp or something, bro? You would like you could. I think you could collect a lot like that. I don't know. I'm not an electrical engineer or anything, but there's some potential.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that they can't really put a meter on it. Therefore, if they can't tax you, it's an illegal activity and they're going to shove a gun in your face.
Well, let's leave the bureaucratic bullcrap off the table.
Any non-taxable activity means gun shoved in your face.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that. I mean, it's just interesting because, like, I don't know. I would really like to see, like, if you got, because you can make like a hydrogen balloon, right? Like that would be really easy to do. You can just do it with water, and that would have a ton of lift, and you could hike up for free. I mean, once you made the hydrogen, a large amount of cable, I would imagine. So, I mean, essentially, after you did that, like, just what you collect is what you collect, right? Like,
Bro, I'm all for us making chronomotors and harvesting natural electricity from the environment for free. But like I said, you'll quickly get a gun shoved in your face. like shoved hard, like the gun will be physically like getting into your cheek and into your nostril and shit, and like an angry man will be yelling with a red face.
Am I gonna start like spitting at the mouth, foaming at the mouth from this level of aggression of gun being shoved
Yeah,
in
like
my face?
if you attempt at helping the economy or other people without paying taxes, a man red of the face, foaming at the mouth, with way too many firearms, will shove a shotgun roughly in square into your nose. And then people on YouTube will laugh about it and make fun of you.
Yeah, and they'll have some, some government, there'll be all these drones going, well, it's dangerous to be getting free electricity. The government says so. It's going to cause problems.
Yeah, I mean, dude, they'll literally make fun of you. Like, yeah, that crook, he was trying to harvest free energy from the environment that just God gave to us for no cost. He should be sentenced. He should be charged.
Yeah, that was a really bad Lackey impression. It'd probably be something like, I'm sure they'll say it's dangerous. Oh yeah, they'll just be like, the government's just protecting people. He's a con artist trying to get that free electricity.
I had a situation where I wasn't taking free energy. I was paying for every bit of it. And they came to my house, dude. The power company basically alerted the police department, and they came to my house and said that I was breaking a city ordinance or violation, and it was a hazard. And yeah, it was just a big old ordeal, dude, over fucking me using too much power. Like, where does it say when you sign up for the power company that you can only use a certain amount? So, go figure.
I know what that came from. I just realized. Back in your flower days, if you will, huh?
Yep.
Oh snap! You're giving off that big heat signature. They probably had you like they'll do don't they do aerial scanning for heat signatures too? Or am I way out there with my accusation of technology?
Nah, it wasn't a heat signature. Everything was mylared off. It was literally the power company said I was using too much power, and instead of contacting me and taking it up with me, they literally just sent the police to my house.
They knew it was up. Like, what?
Well, they thought they knew it was up, but when they came in, there was nothing there, so they thought they knew.
Noah had like a particle accelerator on his kitchen table.
Don't mind the furniture. Nothing to see here.
I'm just saying, dude, like they can do and say whatever they want, dude. It's not right.
Land of the tarred and home of the coward.
Oh, yo, Noah. Here's some of the pictures from Mount Sinai, one of the kilns. But I'm gonna go through this video now and get some of the stuff I was referring to. So this was the cast I was talking about earlier.
Sorry, there was that homeless naked woman. What were you saying, Killian?
No stress, dude. No, I was just putting the images up of Mount Sinai. We were discussing earlier about the kilns that were found. I'm throwing up pictures in the chat if you want to see.
I mean,
Yeah,
that
look.
definitely looks like a cast. I mean, I'm not gonna say it right out. That's definitely a cast, but then I mean, if we're gonna be reasonable here, that does look like a cast. I mean, it could be a fucking soup bowl mashing thing or whatever, but I mean, pretty good. Let me take a look at this. Yeah, bro, I don't know what that is, but that could definitely be a cast. Most sure. Oh, and then that's the furnace. What's a break room? Is that like where they break the cast?
No, where they literally. Well, it looked like there were. That's where the guys that were touring the site, discovering the site. They happened to sit down there, and they're like, "Wait a minute!" And they realized like it was a good distance away from the furnace itself, or the kiln, whatever you want to call it. That they weren't affected by the heat, the potential heat that would have been the offshoot of them pouring gold in that area or melting gold in that area.
Yeah, bro, have you ever been around molten rock or metal before?
Oh, hell no. Dude, I have no idea. Go ahead.
Well, doing pretty well. Yeah, bro, if you've ever been around melting fucking shit, dude, you can't get close to that shit, man. It fucking hurts to be in the same room as melted metal and rock.
So, well, I would imagine like
it physically burns your skin, and you're not even near it. Like you're not touching it. It's just that fucking heat is just radiated it out of the fucking metal. It fucking hurts, and that's why, bro, I don't believe these fuckers when they say they're getting close to fucking volcanoes and shit. There's no way you're getting that close, man. You ever seen those pictures where the fucking lava is like spraying in the air and they're wearing like a tinfoil suit and they're like walking up to the lava? It's like there's no fucking
to take
way.
samples and shit.
Yeah, bro. Listen, I've been around molten rock before. That shit is so fucking hot, dude.
What happened to Lion? Did he turn Jewish or something?
What's up, man?
You look like a rabbi in that picture.
That's an old picture. That's like 3 years old. I just put it up because all the stuff going on with Israel. So not that I back Israel up, but there's a lot of if you do anything Jewish and you resemble anything Jewish, you're getting persecuted right now. Because the left right now, even in America, man, they're going hard against Christians and Jews.
Yeah, those pesky Palestinians, I tell you.
And BLM.
It's like, what are they thinking, dude? You got your shit stolen fair and square.
That's the picture I was looking for. So that's the evidence of the stonework at Mount Sinai for the Ark of the Covenant. So that's what they would have used to pour
I'm
the
gonna work
gold
on
over.
this one.
Hammered it in, or hammered it out.
But you know that part of Gaza was never actually Israel's. Never. It was supposed to be.
Philistine. Right? Palestine means Philistine. The Philistines, right?
Yeah, they never successfully were able to eradicate all the Canaanites from Israel. Remember how they made a deal? They made a peace treaty, actually.
Yeah, they were told not to.
Yeah, they were told not to, and that's what I'm saying. That part was never actually Israel.
Philistines. Was Goliath a Philistine?
Yeah,
he was, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Goliath was a Philistine.
Yeah.
He was like 9 feet tall, right? Bro, I'll tell you, bro. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've been in the club in Vancouver. And I met a lot of Arab dudes, and they're all fucking tall. They are a tall people. I'll tell you
Big
that.
people.
They're not bitches. They're fucking big, dude, and wiry. But they're not like beefy. Kind of like skinny and tall though.
Well, King
They're not really
David.
weak either, dude. They're a stout race.
David became king of what? Israel, right?
Yes.
So that would make sense, man. Totally makes sense. And that's the craziest part is like we have all of these written record of like Pontius Pilate being in command of that region in 29 AD. We have written record of King David. And like, dude, who do you think fought Goliath? Like, who do you think hit him in the forehead with the stone? Like, just as written in scripture. Like, how come you don't believe scripture is real? I don't understand. We have all these
Jesse's
objective
dad
things.
was David's dad Jesse was Ephrathite.
What now?
Ephrathite. Like yeah, so the line of David, like the royal line of Israel, is not pure Judah. Like it's not a line of pure Judah. It's Judah
Pure
and
descent.
Ephraim. Yeah. It's a mix of Judah and Ephraim. Really. Because Jesse was the Ephrathite, right? And that makes sense because Joseph, whose two sons are Manasseh and Ephraim, was blessed twice by Jacob, as opposed to once. Or some of them were even told off. Like Simeon was told that his inheritance was going to go to Judah, and that's why when you look at the maps of northern and southern Israel, Simeon isn't even mentioned because Simeon's land is actually to be inherited by Judah. And Jesse was actually part Ephrathite. So the royal line is actually is essentially Jacob. Both sides of Jacob, Israel and Judah, in one.
And Joseph's wife was Egyptian, bro.
I didn't know that.
Joseph and Asenath, I think, or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce the name, but so Ephraim is Joseph's son, with which he had with an Egyptian wife, and Ephraim represents the northern house, and
Judah
it literally represents the nations, the Gentiles. The northern house represents the Gentiles.
You know what's kind of weird? Is there's kind of a parallel in history to that in Europe. The southern half was like the civilized Roman half, and then the northern half was like the barbaric, wild German tribes. Kind of weird.
Yo, Lion, did you take a look at those pictures I threw in chat?
But yeah, wasn't Joseph was second next to the Pharaoh? Like, the only person above Joseph in Egypt was Pharaoh himself. So
Yeah, Pharaoh gave Joseph his daughter, and Joseph was monogamous. He only had one wife. He never had any concubines or anything like that. He had one wife, and that one wife, he had Ephraim and Manasseh. And then Joseph was basically Jacob's favorite son and youngest son. And Joseph had the coat of many colors that was gifted to him by his father. And the coat of many colors represents the nations, all the different races, which that prophecy in Genesis 48, it prophesies the Melo HaGoyim in the Hebrew, which is the fullness of the Gentiles that Paul speaks about. It's a deep study, but it represents the covenant that was given to Abraham, that from Abraham would come a multitude of nations. And when you look up the word multitude of nations in both the Septuagint and the Hebrew, it literally translates as fullness of the Gentiles. So when Paul talks about the fullness of the Gentiles, he's referencing Genesis regarding the covenant that was made with Abraham, that from Abraham would come a multitude of Gentiles. And Ephraim represents the Gentiles.
and that's why they call him Father Abraham, right? He was the father of
The
all the
thing,
sides.
the thing is that Yah knows the end from the beginning, so he knew that Israel would be rebellious and he would eventually exile them. But this was all within his plan to exile them, so that they would mingle with the nations, and that's exactly what they did. Before they were exiled, they were already mingling with Assyria, and Judah was also mingling. Both Judah, Shimon, and Shemuel, there was a bunch of people, bro, that mingled with Canaanites, mingled with the nations, people that went, but it was part of the plan. And when you look at, that's why I keep saying, when you look at population growth and how fast population grows, bro, we've all mingled, bro. We're all mixed, all of us. We're all a big melting pot of genetics. And Israel purposely was spread out throughout the world to mingle with the nations to complete the prophecy that eventually all the world would have Israel blood in them, whether they realize it or not. As much as you hate Israel, I guarantee if you track your lineage all the way back to 722 BC, even before the Exodus, right? Because when Abraham was given the promise, he was already a stranger in a foreign land, and Isaac was a stranger in a foreign land, and Jacob was a stranger in a foreign land because they never reached the promised land until Moshe. They were all strangers in a foreign land, mingling their seed with the nations. So it's hard to pinpoint exactly who's who and where. That's why Ephraim represents the tribes, all the tribes amalgam together. But we're losing people like flies, so I'm gonna mute myself. Yeah, man. All right, man.
Yeah, you interrupted Jeremy's Bible study he was going to give.
Jeremy.
He's got 10 pages he was going to read, but I don't know. Maybe he'll be back. He found some encoded gematria, so I don't know. Maybe he'll share it later. Lion, you ever met Righteous Force?
Oh God.
FED, yeah.
Yeah. He's doing
Very
a
interesting.
Bible. What's that?
Go ahead.
I was just saying he's doing a Bible study right now. If you want to go check it out.
Huh? Where? What channel?
FED.
FEB. Why does that sound familiar?
Flat Earth Discord.
FED. Yeah, Flat Earth. I could send you an invite if you don't have one.
No, I think I'm in there already. That's why I think I'm already in there.
Yeah, they're doing a Bible study right now. You should go get in that.
Yeah, send me a link, dude.
I might have to go over there and do it from there. So
As
give me
this
a minute.
stuff.
Huh? I think you're hot mic.
Yeah, but we can talk about whatever. I just been following the current. You know, these guys been
Yeah,
going back and forth. I just been pitching in.
I don't know why your name doesn't come up for me to give you an invite. So I don't know. Bible study's over anyway. It's all good.
FED, the OG Discord. I don't know people still went to FED. But that shit was played out.
Yeah, it pretty much is, dude. There's not a lot. I don't think they've got a lot of people that go there anymore.
That was such a shit show, and that used to be a thing, dude. That was so funny. That was such the after show, huh? That shit was legendary. Just complete non-production of anything. That shit was so funny, man. I laughed hard every day when I used to go to FED.
Why?
Don Geo.
Oh yeah,
Geo.
Don.
Dude, that guy is the.
What happened to Don, bro?
I don't know.
Where's he been?
Nobody's heard from him.
My favorite druid.
What's up?
Who's here? Damn, cold-blooded.
I like Don. He talked about the Anunnaki a lot and stuff.
Yeah, Don was funny. Not the smartest guy, but definitely funny guy.
Yeah, he didn't believe that we landed on the moon, but he believed in the globe. Interesting.
I'm pretty sure he was a flat earther.
Nah, he was a Glover, bro.
Well, like I said, not the smartest guy, but definitely fun.
Yo, y'all see them pictures I posted up prior?
Oh yeah, I was looking at him.
So like
The symmetry.
the third last, well, I mean, the fact that he showed the wing calculation is one thing. The measurements matching scripture, but the close up of the one wing stonework, right? So the idea is that they would have had the gold in somewhat like the piece they would have had ready to go, but it would have been in a malleable form. They would have brought it out to the stonework or cast, and then pounded it out to the shape. But like the striations, you got the fall off on the left hand side, the main structural parts for the wing, two markers going from the bottom up to the top right. That's pretty damn crazy, dude. And again, like it would have to be mirrored, right? Because they're making making it from the casing or the cast. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, Mount Sinai. Anyways, thanks for listening, boys. Appreciate it.
Yo, is any of you guys here?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. What's up?
Yo, you know what's kind of funny is I just had a phone call with my friend yesterday. I lived in Canada for about 5 years. The latter 2 years being during the scamdemic. And he's a paramedic now. He just got this job as like a paramedic. Well, he's been working it for like maybe a year now. You know what he said is the biggest. You know what he says is the biggest like dead, like I guess population of dead people that he pulls up on or whatever is homeless people who've died of myocarditis. They just die on the street, and then as a paramedic, you have to come pick up the body, obviously. But yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. He says 90% of the dead bodies he picks up off the street are dead myocarditis homeless people.
So how is everyone doing since it's so quiet in here? No, I guess everyone's dead.
So, man, I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
No, someone's alive. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good too.
Any updates on the eclipses? You seen? What do you think about the solar burst that we seen went through the moon?
No.
What do you think about that?
The one footage which had like compression errors. Where there's like a single
Compression.
frame. Yeah, there's a single frame picked where there's like few brighter pixels and someone assumed it's an explosion on the moon, although no other footage from amateurs revealed it. And there was like literally how it's called, like the most usual of usual compression error of that weird cubes with colors on them. And you can see them like going through the screen. But,
I mean,
yeah,
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. If there's not a second witness, like if there's not a second observer,
there isn't. It's just one footage which some photographer picked, like a single frame from. No other footage, no other amateur captured the burst or whatever. It's not even a burst, it's like a line of pixelation going from right to left. I didn't
what if
find the original.
more footage comes out? What if more footage comes out showing the same exact thing?
That'll be interesting, but so far I've watched like 4 or 5 time lapses of the said solar eclipse, and there have been no thing like that. And I think if amateurs captured something like a burst on the moon during a solar eclipse, everyone would talk about this because that would be fucking great. Like if someone has the footage of it, they would share it everywhere. But there's just one example of it, and it looks like compression errors. Do you have the original footage? Because I can't find it. I saw it somewhere on Twitter.
Second. SC posted it this morning. Let me see. I just typed in.
Yeah, but even in the original video, you can see that it's compressed because the color isn't smooth. Like there isn't a smooth color transition between, yeah, that one. You see that half of the moon is like a crescent with a different color to it. That looks like the footage has been compressed and it doesn't have the bit depth of colors. Wait, let me. Yeah, that either looks like very much compression error or something flying in front of it. But yeah, oh yeah. Look at what Seafoam posted. And there is even errors on their like name. So it's not an eruption of any kind.
All right, all right. Yeah, I think you're right. Honestly, but I'm not entirely sure. But it does look like an artifact.
And when my new laser collimator arrives, I might stream from my telescope on here. I was supposed to do it on Saturday, but my laser collimator broke, and well, I couldn't collimate my telescope. And I think Jupiter is getting close to its opposition, so it's good because it will appear bigger. So I can get maybe slightly more detailed than usual on it. Because I've been going through the data that I've collected like in past month, but it seems like majority of my footage is in a bad seeing, so I don't think I can get anything out of it. Although I'm surprised on how ridiculously expensive the laser collimators are. It's like a piece of laser in an aluminum body and it costs like $50.
What's going on in here?
I don't think there's going anything in here. Most of the people here are dead.
They're dead?
Yeah, no one's speaking.
Are these dead people in the room with you right now?
Yes. They're in my basement.
But they're not saying anything.
No.
Very good. You take 2 of these in the morning, 4 of these at night, every day for the rest of your life, you'll be just fine. What's up, tactical friend TFC? I'm gonna call you Demnit Shot. Are you French?
No, I'm Polish.
Okay, but you know what I just said, right?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Spierdale kurwa.
Wow. Those are great pronunciation of 2 words.
I don't speak Polish, but I do know
Yeah.
that. Didn't you guys elect Jesus Christ as your king?
I don't think
Is that
so.
true?
No.
Who's the king of Poland right now?
We don't have a king.
I'm looking it up right now, dude. It says that Jesus Christ is officially the king of Poland.
What the hell?
As of September 19th, 2019.
Huh.
What's up, Platypus, man? You missed out. We've been having biblical talks all morning, dude. Killian and Noah were going at it.
My bad, I got a phone call. It was a quickie, though. So that eclipse was pretty cool.
I didn't see it. Unfortunately,
It was
me
kind
neither.
of like next one's in 6 months.
Yeah.
Next one in here for me is in 2 years.
My friend is really into sunning his loins, and he said that it was like an extra awesome session during the eclipse. I don't do that. I don't really have a place to do that. If I did, I'm not 100% sure that I would be doing. You say you wish?
No, yeah, I would love to do that, but I have nowhere to do that, bro. Like, I literally would just suntan my whole body out. I can't.
I hear you. Yeah, no, I hear you. If I had like the privacy, I would absolutely. I think I would give it a try. But he said he was just born with like the golden ratio in the bathroom where like the sun comes through his window perfectly for like a certain amount of minutes, and he was able to just get it done. But
You have to open your window though, because the window pane filters out some of the rays, like the UVs.
oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the UVB, UVA, UVC, it gets filtered out by the window, and that's what you want.
Dude, windows are a scam. I freaking knew it. Why would they make them out of glass? You know, that shit breaks and cuts you. Super expensive to replace.
Moving like, you ever seen like old ass windows? How they look like funhouse mirrors? It's because the window the whole time it's sitting there is actually slowly sliding down and gooping up towards the bottom.
Oh, I didn't know that.
more you learn, right?
Yeah. Here's a fun fact. I'm really good with spatial relativity. Perfect example. I just pulled up to Costco to get some gas, and there are two lines. Now, when you pull up, one line looks longer than the other. But if you're paying attention, the shorter line wraps around longer. It takes a longer path. I also did a quick check. I saw that there was one semi and an RV, which kind of like artificially lengthens that line. But I had to make the choice. Do I take the longer line with the shorter path or the shorter line with the longer path? So far, I made the right choice.
Holy shit. Yo, people don't know how to fucking drive. This is funny.
Yeah, I'm hoping that in 6 months I have my cam equipment.
Yeah, you're gonna take some cool photos.
Yeah, I want to take some videos. I mean, I already have a pretty cool camera for it, but we'll see.
Check out that shadow. Is that the eclipse was making apparently? Like how the ground looked like it was underwater? Or the light looked like it was underwater?
Oh wow. Who just said that?
I did.
That's dude. You just put words to okay. I was trying to describe it as like kind of being on mushrooms, like psychedelic mushrooms, without actually having any body or head high, just like only visuals. Because it was like there was this shadow, kind of, but it wasn't a shadow. And that what you just said, like the light was underwater. Yes, yes, that's exactly what it was like.
That kind of reminds me of that book that talks about like the firmament separating the water from the water kind of shit, right? I remember a book talking about
Oh, that one. Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, that one book, right?
I know of this book. So last night I went down this like kind of weird rabbit hole. You guys know that the Jamaicans have their own language, and they recently just translated the entire King James Bible into Jamaican. It's pretty awesome.
Okay, I'm just picturing Bob Marley reading the Bible to me now. That's all.
No, dude, it's like the Lord's Prayer is like, and if some gonna do the bad thing to you, you know you done do the bad thing to them. Like it's dude, it's fucking sweet, bro. It's so tight.
No, check this
It's
out.
like,
So my
big Lord,
favorite
forgive I and
audio
I. Go ahead.
favorite audio version of the Bible. Can you think of one?
Favorite audio version of the Bible? No, I can't.
Listen to it read by James Earl Jones, okay? Nothing will like trip you out like having the Bible read to you by Darth Vader. All right?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I've done a little bit of audio Bible in my travels.
But yeah, no. That would be hilarious. I would want to get a hold of that Jamaican translation you were talking about right now. That sounds funny as hell.
You could just the Lord's Prayer Jamaican, and you'll find some videos on YouTube.
Yeah, when I was in Riverside in California, right? I had a buddy that was from the Virgin Islands. Obviously not Jamaica, but I mean, dude, if you look at them and you listen to them, You're kind of hard pressed to tell a Jamaican person and someone from the Virgin Islands apart. But don't ever confuse them in person. Like, you know how like Asian
Yeah,
people get
I have.
mad when you call like a Chinese person Japanese or something, right? How they get all pissed off. Same thing.
Yeah. Huh.
But yeah, no, he it was always fun
I'm
talking to
racially.
him. Dude, am I cutting out or are you cutting out?
You're
It
good.
could.
He's cutting out a little bit. Platypus.
My bad.
We jamming.
Well, dude, that's like the idea that the Catholics brought Christianity to what is it, to Africa, right? Trying to get Christianity into Africa. But haven't they had Christianity for a long time? Right? Isn't like the Ethiopian Bible kind of like the isn't it I need to double check this, but isn't it like the oldest Bible like in the world?
Yeah. It's one of the oldest compilations in the world.
Yeah, keyword
Doesn't it
compilation for sure.
doesn't it also have the some of the other apocryphal books that some of the Christian denominations really don't like at all, right? Doesn't it have like the
It's
book
not
of
that
like
they don't.
Jubilees and Maccabees and shit?
No, 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 no,
Yes.
no, no. It's not. A lot of people get it twisted that they don't like those books, and I don't. There might be some denominations that don't quote unquote like them, but those books they're just not meant to be read during liturgy. They're meant to be studied at home. Our focus is on the gospel, with context from the Old Testament. And if you want context for the Old Testament, you read the apocryphal texts, really. That's my understanding, though. Correct me if I'm.
Yeah, it was the Protestants that took the books out, though. Like, it's one thing if you don't want it read. It's another thing to completely take it out.
Well, took it out from what? Because they weren't put in the Council of Nicaea. They weren't in there, from my understanding.
Yeah, they were.
Oh, okay. Where did you hear that?
So basically, yeah, I'll try to give you a quick summary. So basically, you have all the compilations of antiquity included Second Ezra, included Baruch, included Tobit, the Prayer of Azariah. Man, I could go on and on and on. So many of these books were taken out by the Westminster Confession. So you have you have the William Tyndale Bible, which is the first English translation of the Bible ever, right? Now there's some literature that was translated by Wycliffe in the 1300s from the Latin Vulgate, but he never actually finished translating, and he never compiled the Bible in English. So starting with the William Tyndale 1526, you had all the apocrypha, and it wasn't called the apocrypha or deuterocanonical. It was just part of the Bible. And then you go from the William Tyndale, you have the Miles Coverdale Bible, also an English translation. Miles Coverdale adopted the William Tyndale, and then you have the Matthew's Bible, which is where you get the 1560 Geneva. The 1560 Geneva is what the Pilgrims brought to the Americas. Now the Pilgrims were Sabbath keepers, and they also in the 1560 Geneva Bible is one of the greatest Bibles ever translated, according to historians. And it also included the Apocrypha. And it was not classified as Apocrypha or deuterocanonical. It was just part of the Bible. And then beyond that, beyond the 1560 Geneva, you have the first authorized King James Bible of 1611, which also included the Apocrypha. That's when they first started labeling it the Deuterocanonical or Apocrypha. And they included the Maccabees, they included Second Ezra, Baruch, all Wisdom of Solomon, what else? Ecclesiasticus or Sirach, included all that. And it wasn't until the Protestants, because of Scottish Rite Masons, right? There was push from the Scottish Rite Masons from Scotland. Literally, the Presbyterians, they pushed after the death of after the death of King James, they went to King Charles' son to try to persuade him to take these books out. And they came together at there was a political meeting called the Westminster Confession. And they said that because of the Holy Spirit led them to take the books out, they took the books out. And then you end up with the 66 modern Bible of today. But for basically, when you look at the Syriac, you go back to the first century Christians, right? They had all the Apocrypha. The Septuagint had all the Apocrypha. So you had multiple compilations for basically a millennia that included the Apocrypha and didn't label it Apocrypha until the Protestants had a problem with it. Way later, just a few hundred years ago. In 1800s, they took it out. In the 1800s, they took it out. And then a lot of the Western churches in America don't really know their history, and they get kind of brainwashed to believing that these are like less than scripture. And then that's what happened. Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know. I heard it different. Yeah, you look up the Westminster Confession. There's a letter, bro. There's a letter that they wrote down, and they explain why they took those books out, and they said because it doesn't vibe with their doctrine. But who made them the arbiter of truth? And these Protestant Christians, though they meant good, though they protested the Catholic Church, they still carry with them a lot of Catholic traditions like Sunday observance, Easter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Sorry, I forgot I was still on mute. Yeah, I mainly just try to like speak out when people say that like, oh, it's not the Bible or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fine. Still has like scriptural relevance, you know. Like it's not a. Yeah, I don't know. Some people get it real twisted. Yeah, there's the Ethiopian Orthodox Church had one of the oldest compilations of the Bible before the Nicene Church. There was already compilations like the Septuagint that was actually, if you look at Origen was the one who actually compiled the Septuagint from older manuscripts that he found in a jar, and that originally originated in Egypt. But it's called the Hexapla, and he did a lot of work compiling the Septuagint. But there's Syriac churches, which also included the Book of Jubilees and the Book of Enoch. So the word canon is a Roman term, and canonization is a very complex topic. It requires a lot of wisdom regarding the historicity of our scriptures, and I can't really elaborate on every little detail. But what we have now is a 66 book canon. That's a de-evolution of what we used to have. Yeah, because I brought up some of Enoch and stuff to some Christians a couple of years ago, and even some
some pastors at the churches I was going to some Baptist churches in North Carolina and stuff. And they were like, "Oh yeah, that's like, he didn't write it, or it's just not scriptural, or you shouldn't read that. It's like demonic or whatever." But then I joined the Orthodox Church a couple months ago, and the father is like, "Oh yeah, no. We just don't read it during liturgy. Like, you should 100% go home and study all the apocryphal texts. These are what, the prophets read. These are what the people who wrote the Old Testament, that was like their Bible. Enoch and other apocryphal texts, that was where they were getting the precedence. Well, it's where the Bible gets scriptural precedence for things like angelology, demonology, biblical cosmology, all that stuff. And I thought that was pretty neat.
Also, when the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, it gave credence to a lot of these apocryphal works. Because, like, you had the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, which is an incredible compilation. And I wholeheartedly believe that the Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs are legitimate. Most people have never read them, but that's what the ancients were reading. Before Moshe compiled the Torah, they were reading the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, Jacob's sons, who each wrote a testament. And a testament was something that the Hebrews would do on their deathbed. So all the patriarchs, we have testaments going back to Methuselah.
Yeah, and I've heard a little bit about that. I recently was just hearing there's like some Orthodox Christians that believe that Noah carried a book or a copy of Enoch with him on the ark.
Yeah, it's in the Book of Jubilees that he did so.
Yeah.
That he had the writings of Noah and the writings of Enoch. I mean, hold on, let me put up the scripture.
I know what you mean.
I always thought the 66 book canon was a little sus.
It doesn't. I would say it doesn't make it sus. Like, okay, obviously, like things like the Schofield Bibles, very sus. Like, I don't need to get into that. I think if you've heard of that name, heard of that term, you know what I'm talking about. Don't look it up. But yeah, I'm sure people have tried to fuck with the scriptural text. But the thing is, they know they couldn't burn all the Bibles in the world. They know that they've already learned that, like, trying to extinguish this text from the world will only create more Christians and create more copies of the book. Because we've seen it happen. We watched the Muslims try to wipe out the Christians. We watched the pagans try to wipe. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. You kill one of us, 1,000 pop up, right? So they can't destroy the text. They can only just try to, like, corrupt it, but it's still there. The majority of the message is still there. The most important parts of the message, in my opinion, love your neighbor and love God, are there, So
Yeah, so in Jubilees chapter 21, and this is a book that was found complete, multiple copies were found amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls, verifying that the Zadoks themselves, which the people that lived in the Dead Sea, refer to themselves as the sons of Aaron. And it says here that for thus I have found it written in the scriptures of my forefathers, in the words of Enoch and in the words of Noah. And this is Moses speaking. but he's referring to Abraham. So Abraham was reading the book of Noah and the books of Enoch. It says Jubilees 45:16 also references, and he gave all his scriptures and the scriptures of his fathers to Levi, his son, that he might guard them and renew them for his children until this day.
It gives you so much more context for why Abraham would be so willing to sacrifice his son, like during this, like, you know, dialogue with God, because it's they're not unfamiliar with the idea of like angels and spirits and God Himself like speaking to man. You know, it's not like it's the first time that happened or something.
And you have multiple scriptures referencing the books of Noah and the books of Enoch by the 12 patriarchs themselves, the sons of Jacob. You have Simon, chapter 5, verse 4, referencing the book of Noah and Enoch. You have Dan, chapter 5, verse 6, Levi, chapter 10, verse 5, Naphtali, chapter 4, verse 1, and Benjamin, chapter 9, verse 1, all referencing the books of Noah and the books of Enoch. As that was their literature. Before Moses, what did they read? This is what they were reading. The books of Enoch and Noah and Methuselah.
Yeah, and it's crazy that they were reading that, and like the people who were not reading that, like the types of behavior that they were engaging in, and like the way societies were structured, like was insane. That's, oh man, that's crazy. After church, some of my friends and I were hanging out last night, and we were all talking about how, like, we wish that we could have like a benevolent dictator, you know, like a King David, but it's just like not gonna happen. Because we were just talking about like, oh shit, like next year is a election year, like everybody's gonna be losing their minds. It's gonna be nuts. We were just saying it would be tight to have like a King David type leader, but we know that's not gonna happen.
So Enoch 82, depending on which translation, it's either 81 in the R.S. Charles or 82 in the Richard Lawrence translation. But Enoch, this is what it says here. Chapter 82, verse 1 says, "Now, my son Methuselah, all these things I speak unto you, and write for you, to you I have revealed all, and have given you scriptures of everything. Preserve my son Methuselah, the scriptures written by your father, that you may reveal them to future generations. Wisdom have I given you to your children and to your posterity, that they may reveal to their children for generations forever this wisdom in their thoughts, and that those who comprehend may not slumber, but hear with their ears, that they may learn this wisdom and be deemed worthy of eating wholesome food." So Methuselah was Enoch's son. And Enoch's basically telling Methuselah, or somebody's telling Methuselah, I think it's Lamech. I gotta figure it out after, but I don't know who's narrating this.
Dude, and 2 Ezra talks about. He talks about. I mean, this is just like a Google search, but he talks about the 70 secret works. 90. Let's see. After 40 days, he had produced 94 books, the 24 books of the Hebrew Bible, because he was like restoring it, right? And then 70 secret works, which he is not to reveal to the masses. The vision is omitted in the Latin translation of the text. But at any rate, I'd have to pull it up or try to search more. But Ezra talks about a lot more books than what we have today.
Yeah, so it goes Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, then Noah. And you have writings of Noah, Lamech, Methuselah, and Enoch before Moses that they were reading.
Hey, what if the ISS is actually a submarine?
What if what was actually a submarine?
The ISS.
Oh, the ISS.
Yeah.
Nah, I think it's just airborne trash, dude. Honestly, I think that it's just a gizmo. It's a gadget that they have the technology to just keep floating up there or hovering, whatever the fuck it's doing. And there's nobody on it. And yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's also a great idea. I'm just saying, what if when it says that
You can't break through the firmament, my guy. Sorry, I'm sorry. I should have been more clear. No human being is breaking through the firmament. Period.
But let's say it like this, okay? Let there be a firmament in between the waters to separate the waters from the waters. So
last time they tried to break the.
One second. So God made the firmament and separated the waters beneath it from the waters above, and it was so, and called the expanse heaven. And there was evening, the morning, the second day. So what if we have interpreted a little bit to a point? What if there is like a pond, and after that pond there is actually the firmament, which then divides to where heaven is? So the only thing they can literally do is send up a scuba rocket that hits the pond up there that is in front of the firmament. And it's kind of like this water underwater, right? Thingy. If you ever seen like these videos of what is it called again? I forgot. There's like rivers and ponds under the ocean floor, like under the water. Kind of like that. So, and they just found a way to put the ISS in that water that is in front of the firmament. And that's why every spacewalk and everything about it just looks like water, because it is in water.
No, it looks like it's in water because they film it in a pool, my guy. I promise you, the scriptures were not mistranslated or misinterpreted.
I didn't say that.
No, I know
you
put.
put.
I was just saying.
Yeah.
Hold on. Play the space station is only 62 miles up, bro. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson has admitted that the space station is not in actual space, that it's in low Earth orbit. It's only 62 miles up. They've done independent tests where rockets they hit something at 72 miles.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying, it. I mean, we don't really know what these waters above are, you know, or the division of these waters, or even if we can interpret as if the ocean is that one water that is separated, and then there's air, and then there's directly the firmament. I mean, if it just says he divided the waters which were below the firmament, and the other side behind the firmament is called heaven, what if there's just, you know, a front of hovering water, as crazy as it might sound, in front of the firmament? I mean, it's not like a possibility that can be completely dismissed, because we have seen these weird videos of, you know, the SpaceX rockets hitting something, and it moves as if it's in some kind of liquid, you know. I'm not saying that I know what I'm talking about. I'm just here like a little child, you know, like just bringing forth some things that were roaming in my mind. Speculating, yes.
No, it's all good. Yeah,
No.
it's all good. I mean, I guess it's in the realm of possibility, maybe, but I don't know.
You know, there could be all kinds of miracles happening. You know, they could, you know, everything could happen. But I would never, you know, go away from my firm belief that, you know, we are in an enclosed system and the Earth is not a spinning rolling ball. I mean, they could shoot me up in space and maybe I would see a deceptive picture of Earth or whatnot. I would still not believe it. You know, because I know it's that what the truth is. It's in my it's in my spirit. You know, that makes sense. I know that there's a heaven, and they hate the fact that there's heaven. They can't get back into it. Especially the fallen ones, you know. I mean, people always, many truthers think, you know, it's like man that is the issue here. No, actually the biggest issue is the spiritual fire with these angels, disembodied spirits that have used, you know, man since the beginning for their evil deeds. But if the ISS is like a scuba tank in these waters above, in the midst of the stars, I mean, the verse where it says that the adversary would, you know, exalt himself between the stars. Wait, what? Let me 1 second. He will oppose and exalt himself above every so-called god or object of worship, so he will seat himself in the temple of God, proclaiming himself to be God. Hey, which was the verse among the stars? Ah, yeah. How you have fallen from heaven, O day star, son of the dawn. You have been cut down to the ground, O destroyer of nations. You said in your heart, I will ascend to the heavens. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. I will sit on the mount of assembly in the far reaches of the north. I will ascend above the tops of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. So, you know, eventually, Satan can only use creation, which would be also including us, to build stuff, to make a throne that would ascend above the clouds, you know. So the highest thing supposedly within Satan's kingdom would be the ISS. Anyway, I you know, it kind of, it's also interesting how you know the Tower of Babel, as if he tried it the first time, and it didn't work, and now he kind of made it possible with, you know, I'm just speculating, man. But it's very interesting to think about it, because I'm still trying to understand. So, I mean, if the firmament is something firm, why do we have these weird anomalies or this great video from SpaceX where it's clearly in some kind of fluid like state, you know? Even it is just, you know, waters below the firmament. I mean, we live in a pond down here, and what is the problem of there being a pond above our head, and behind that pond is a firmament? You know, if we don't believe in gravity, then who fully knows how all this electrostatics? Because I believe it's electrostatics, which what if there's like some kind of equilibrium you would reach if you jump in that pond, and then you get this zero gravity effect in the submarine, which is called ISS. I mean, if it's just water, it would make sense how they can have water all the time, and also oxygen, because submarines have also, no problem of making oxygen through water. So anyway, it's just speculation. It's just all speculation.
What if the ISS is the actual the fallen one, and when it comes down, that's the purple rain, and all of the other lights in the sky that we call satellites that we can see from Earth are just the devil's cronies, sort of like the Watchmen. Yeah,
I mean, it says
because it does kind of look like the ISS has wings, and there's lots of depictions of things in the past with wings, and maybe that's what they're depicting is the devil himself is the ISS, and it's always been there, and they've hijacked it.
It's interesting.
Because maybe the devil can't actually make himself in the image of God, and the devil can only come in the form of something that looks more robotic.
Yeah, it must be formed through the abuse of the children of the Most High. So he needs to use minions. You know the movie Minions with the yellow thingies? So he has his minions, which would be, a majority-wise the Masons and the Jesuits, making structures for him as some kind of a fellow symbol, if that makes sense, or embodiment for his spirit, right? Whatever. But anyways, it says here, since you have said this, and the angels who did not stay within their own domain but abandoned their proper dwelling, these he kept in eternal chains under darkness, bound for judgment on that great day. There's like astronauts talking about how the darkness in space is like a bottomless pit. It almost has like a texture to it. I think that was, what was his name again? The guy with the beard. That also made the Major Tom music video. Whatever. Anyways. And they always say the smell of space is like unto sulfur. Isn't that
I don't know,
interesting?
man. We got to be level-headed, man. You can't, you know what I mean? Like, you got to be.
We're just
discerning.
speculating,
No, I know. I mean, I see the space. You can see the space station, bro, with amateur cameras, and it's not no like crazy. Like, it's got solar panels on it. You know what I mean? It's definitely human made.
Yes, that's what we're saying.
It's space, dude. It's just trash. It's a prop up there. That's all it is. It's a prop.
I mean,
for them to sell their agenda.
If you can have trash up there, why don't you can have a human inside of that trash pile? I mean,
Yeah, it's in. because it's uninhabitable.
But how do you know? I mean, it's also speculation, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Well, because one, like, there's so many things wrong with it. One, the radiation, the heat, the cold, the seals, as he talks about the seals all the time, the rubber seals. There's so many reasons why the space station is uninhabitable, bro.
Well,
You would need maintenance done on it, and it hasn't had no maintenance. Those seals have never been replaced. In
But
order to
that's when
replace
you.
those seals, you would have to bring the thing down.
But that's when you assume the speculation that what they telling you about the so-called realm that they in is true. You know, that there is, some kind of thing of these extreme heats and the absence of matter and so forth. But what if it's just the waters above and it's just a swimming pool? Put in a swimming pool that's right above our head. And behind that is the firmament, and behind that firmament there is heaven and his throne and his tabernacle.
Well, scripturally, there's at least 7 firmaments between us and the throne.
Yeah, why not?
There's 7 layers. Levi.
But you get my point, right? You get my point. We can only speculate if what they are giving us as the circumstances of that of the place that they're dwelling in supposedly are true. I mean the circumstances could be also complete opposite. Could be completely harmless. Just like taking a swim in a pool. And another thing I thought about is if there is maybe this layer of water between the firmament, would also make it interesting to see if there has been giant trees in the past, and I firmly believe there's enough evidence on the plane to see that there have been giant trees. If they have reached this layer of water, and you can actually Google that there is trees that are capable of digesting water from their leaf and branches, they could have grown so big because they use the waters from above, and it's like a direct pillar to the ground. All nations were underneath these high trees. Anyways, it's just all speculation. It is all speculation. It says in Enoch 76, 4-7, and he will imprison those angels who have shown unrighteousness in that burning valley which my grandfather Enoch had formerly shown to me in the west among the mountains of gold and silver and iron and soft metal and tin. And I saw the valley in which there was a great convulsion of the waters. And when all this took place from that fiery molten metal and from the convulsion thereof in that place, there was produced a smell of sulfur. There's so many astronauts saying that when you come from a space rock, it smells like sulfur. And it was connected with those waters, and that valley of the angels who had led astray mankind burned beneath that land, and through its valleys proceed streams of fire, where these angels are punished who had led astray those who dwell upon the earth. So the other question is, if you say there's 7 layers of a firmament, what is between these layers? What is more up there? Is that a speculation, or do you know that?
Testament of Levi describes a suspended ocean above us, just like we have here on Earth, right, with a coast. There's one of those above us, in the third heaven.
Yeah,
you want me to pull it up?
I don't deny. No, I believe you, man. I don't deny that. I'm just purely speculating. I'm just taking the fun of speculation, which is I mean, we got so used to one common top theme. Why not just think about some other alternatives? Doesn't harm anyone, right?
So it's interesting because the ascension of Isaiah, he also, like, you had multiple patriarchs that went to the third heaven, not beyond that. Paul went to the third heaven. Levi went to the third heaven. Baruch went to the third heaven. Isaiah went to the third heaven. Who else? I'm not sure who else. Enoch must have. Enoch, yeah. So like there's multiple patriarchs that witnessed and testified of what they seen when they were able to actually in a visionary experience or astral projection, right? Not in flesh and blood, but Yahweh gave them the ability to maneuver the realms through visionary experiences, and they describe multiple layers stacked up, and in between those layers there's firmaments. So it's not just one firmament, there's multiple firmaments, and the different classes of angels don't have access to all the realms. There's certain angels that are only locked between 3 layers, and you have to be a certain class of angel to be able to access the higher realms.
Right.
Literally.
So, and I love that you bring this forward, and I'm gonna go back in the realm of speculation. So what if these angels have given man the knowledge or technology to build something that they can have a small dwelling place in a specific area close to the firmament or in front of the firmament or within the waters thereof? Who knows? I'm just putting something out
I
there.
mean, I believe that's what the space station is. The space station is near the firmament, but it's not through it. It's before it, right? 10 miles before it.
Yeah. So I mean, just purely out of speculation, what if there is just a little bit of layer of water right in front of the firmament, which just gives these effects like we have seen with the SpaceX rocket, that glides through some kind of substance, or with the stars twinkling, I mean, it can be also explained by camera focus. I know that, but I personally think have you ever seen these rivets of waves going over the moon's surface, as if
No.
there's like water? No.
I personally haven't seen it. I've seen footage.
Oh yeah, footage. Sorry. Have you
But
seen
I had
footage?
a dream. I had a dream before I ever seen the footage. I had a dream where I did see the moon ripple, and I don't know what that dream meant. And this is before I ever seen a footage of the moon rippling.
I've seen the wave live, dude, on a bad Mamma Jammer setup, dude. Like a family member of mine probably has like 150 grand in telescopes, and I saw it with them.
Yeah, so what if it is just misconceptions to say that, because we read firmament, that the firmament is the thing that is right next to us. If we would go up to the maximum altitude, like you would just touch like a barrier firmly. What if, when we read it a different way, that there's just another pond? So we are on one pond with surface area to live upon. Then you go higher, and then there's going to be another pond after some deepness, or you can't even cross it. There's going to be the firmament, and then upon that there's going to be a staggered pile of other firmaments. I mean, what I can prove that there is I just posted a video. We have, for example, underwater rivers under the ocean, which look magical almost. I mean, that just looks something straight out of a science fiction movie, And the funny thing is that they are impenetrable. So there's like video footage of them actually in submarines trying to like go down into these ponds, and they swim like halfway on the surface, like it just emerges halfway in, and then it just swims underwater. I mean, it's so crazy to think about it, but I don't know. I'm just speculating.
I just think that the space station is locked in place. It's on a certain trajectory. It's taking advantage of the same energies that the luminaries are taking advantage of. So the luminaries are on a specific circuit, and the space station just hopped on the same circuit.
Yeah,
It's
I think that's
or you can
that's
call
good
it a
speculation.
jet stream. It's not a jet stream. It's not a river, but it's a magnetic current that the space station is locked onto.
Dude, trust me, I find that's a great speculation, and I think I had a similar, a similar idea in my mind as you just mentioned. You know, maybe I should pray about it, you know, and ask the Lord for some guidance and visions. You know, that's something I actually rarely do, which is kind of a shame. I mean, maybe he wants to show me stuff, but I never asked for it, you know. I mean, it's prophesied he will give us visions in the last days, right? But I mean, from these false signs and wonders that the adversary is performing, that are deceiving many people, especially globers, also flat earthers, unfortunately. It really shows me we're in the end times. Like, I mean, the deception is so great. It for normie to get out of it is very hard. It's almost like a miracle by the Creator of grace to get someone unstuck from deception, the major deceptions that are going on. Anyways, it's very quiet today. Oh, one more thing. Lion.
Yo.
Have you ever seen a video of a boat in the middle of an ocean that goes through extreme waves, and then suddenly, as if they hit a wall in a computer game, they get into another part of the ocean. It's just complete flat and still water. There's a video on
Yeah.
this. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, that
It's like
blew my mind.
where two oceans meet. Yeah, it's pretty insane. They're different colors, different salt content, completely two different oceans meet. Yeah. I don't know how it's possible. I have no idea.
Yeah, if you fly to Alaska, you see it all the time. It's always there.
It's crazy. I think there's so much about water that we have been dumped down on, if that makes sense. Especially about the firmament, about the creation story of the division of the waters, and so there has been, you know, there's just something about water that has yet to be more looked into. I mean, why is the flat Earth community not talking about these underwater ponds more frequently, and why they're unpenetratable and so forth, and maybe it can tell us more about what is up if it's down below so deep.
You know what? You know what's kind of funny, like, you know, talking about how we don't know much about water. I really think that science isn't really science, right? Like the way people think of it. It's basically just like corporate. It's in a lot of ways just kind of like corporate ideology almost. You know, I mean, because like I guess what I'm trying to get at is like any kind of scientific study it has to be funded, right? And then the funders have an agenda. You know what I mean? So the only thing that gets research are what these corporations want, and then they really like the researchers that are like, you know, the researching, they just they know what the corporate sponsor wants them to say, right? Wants them to find. And so that's really, yeah. Honestly, I feel like we've just kind of been marched into the dark ages, by all this, I don't know, corporate scientism. That's really just kind of a cult at this point, because a lot of it's not accurate. It's just what rich people want them to say.
Yeah. You're right. There's so much to unveil in your mind. Like, I think I should actually take a time, 1 or 2 weeks soon, and just put that time into rethinking, like writing down what are the things that I already firmly believe, but maybe I need to take a revisit because I've overlooked something, right? I mean, we're by far not perfect, and sometimes we just rush away of ourselves. Even though the things are right in front of us, we have just, overlooked them too easily.
Yeah. And what sucks too is, like back in the 50s and the 40s, I mean, minimum wage was basically like making, $50 an hour, and the cost of living was like super low and yada yada. But like, there wasn't a lot of people like us like questioning stuff like we are now and wanting to do like all these experiments. If we were back in the 40s or like 50s, we would have so much more resources and time to be able to like tackle some of this stuff. But just like the financial system is really just standing on our throats, because you have to most of us have to donate a third of our life just to be able to eat food and have a roof over our head, so it's really disgusting.
Sorry, can you repeat that real quick? I'm so sorry, I didn't catch that.
I just was saying, like, with the way the financial system is right now, like comparatively to like, say the 50s or whatever, like we're really just we're in terrible bondage. And if we had if we were living in the 50s right now, we would be able to pursue and try to find so much more knowledge today. But instead we're just like, we have to give at least a third of our lives just to have food and shelter.
Well, the thing is, with the internet, we kind of have a good advanced tool for really making things easier, right?
I mean, yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, there's definitely, it's made things easier in some respects, but I'm talking about just the financial state of, at least the US. It's so bad, like just the way the monetary system really for everybody, I think right now is just, it's so terrible. We're just, it's like they're just standing on our throats. We know all this stuff, but we can't go out and experiment. We don't have time or money.
I just can't seem to find that video. It's like a woman and a man on a small boat going through wavy ocean water in the middle of the ocean, and then they're driving complete still, flat, non-moving water. I just can't seem to find it. Dude. I swear I can't seem to find this video.
Yeah, cool.
Are you saying something like?
Yo, Coach Show, what's good, bro?
What's good, man? Check your DM. Uh, yeah, I might. You know, I might. I might pick up a contract in Iraq. But I don't know if my girlfriend will let me, but it's for like 100K for 100 days.
You're taking a contract in Iraq?
Yeah, it's like for a company that does security at the embassy. So you just be like protecting the embassy for 100 days, like a
Are you
security guard or something.
fucking, you out your mind, bro?
Oh, you think it's a bad idea?
No, he ain't in the military no more.
No, it won't. But yeah, no, but I mean, it's a private contract. It's not. It's like it's a DoD contract, but it's like a private company, you know.
Yeah,
But
true.
yeah, I know what happened in Libya. So such. I told my girlfriend. I was messing around with my girlfriend. I told her because I don't know. We were just messing around. But I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go fuck some Iraqis, dude. And she thought I said I was gonna go fuck some Iraqi dudes. Now she thinks I'm gonna. Now she thinks I'm going there to fuck Iraqi dudes. What's up, you
Someone,
line?
someone's breaking up in the background. But that's funny. Yeah, he can go fuck some Iraqi dudes, all right.
Yeah, I said it wrong, and she won't leave it alone. But yeah. Anyway,
What'd you send to my DMs?
it's private.
All right, give me a sec, because I gotta get
It's the
out of
last.
here.
It's like yeah, no, I know. I got you. I got you. It's the very last part of the DM. There's a two-part message, but the last part is the pertinent private part.
Okay, let me go look real quick.
This is crazy. Guys, have you ever seen something like this? It's
Is there a
like
naked lady?
no, that would be boring. But it's way better, man. I really want to show you this kosher. It's like amazing phenomena. Can you see it?
Oh yeah, that's just the ocean.
Yeah, but watch what happens, man. Can you hear sound?
Uh, yeah, I see the guy. This is current on the banks.
Yeah, so you're saying the private part is the second part
Yeah,
about
it's
some.
the last sentence. The last sentence is the private part. Yeah,
Okay, well,
I just can't announce. I can't announce that openly. That's all.
mm,
You know how
about
it goes.
evidence for evolution.
Yeah. That whole thing. Yeah.
Why? Why
I just
can't
told you
you
it was private. I
announce
just told you that was. I told you that was private, man. You're saying it out loud now.
that? Well, I need more info, man. Like that's a massive. There's thousands of possibilities. I was actually helping a lab Okay, I got you. Yeah, just give me the
Yeah.
just tell me a bit more specifically, like what region is he looking for?
Coach, have you seen a video?
But I was helping a lab partner today. He got some dinosaur fossils from I think from Montana, and he's looking to try to isolate DNA from it, which is a long shot, but that's what his PhD thesis is on. Right.
Yeah, I've seen that story about that lady doing that. The lady who supposedly did that with the bone marrow or something.
Well, Mary Schweitzer, she didn't isolate DNA, nothing even close to that. But like, it's the remnant of organic compounds is what she found, because they had a bone so big they couldn't transport it, fully intact. It was so big they had to cut it. And when she analyzed the inside of the cuts, she found like the remnant of heme, like the breakdown product of heme, because what happens during the fossilization process is the lighter organic compounds get replaced with minerals, but heme, because they're heavier, but heme is already heavy, it's already iron based. So like the organic parts have decomposed, but the iron bits are still present, and people make a bunch of crazy claims from that. But nonetheless,
I got a crazy claim. I've transported tons, like literally tons of weight in an aircraft engine, several of them in a plane. I don't know how you can't transfer a bone. I mean, how big was a bone?
like the ones they were studying, I don't know what they had to transport them, but like they're huge, man. They're like the thigh bone, like the femur.
I was gonna say, I was gonna joke around and say, was it like a femur?
Yeah, they were the leg
Oh,
bones
okay.
of like a massive dinosaur. So like they're
Yeah,
pretty
fair enough.
big. Like they needed trucks literally to like you couldn't carry these with your hand. Like they had to put these on like semi trucks to transport them. But my boy in my lab, he's trying to find DNA in dinosaur bones as well. I think it might even be from the same formation that Schweitzer and Armitage found theirs. But nonetheless, right, and I know creationists are chomping at the bits for that. But the problem is, right, if we can isolate DNA from dinosaur fossils, it's just going to confirm, right? We already have the morphological and taxonomical links of the evolution of birds from dinosaurs. If we can isolate DNA from dinosaur fossils, it's just going to confirm it genetically and genomically. It's going to be like a huge shot in the foot for them. So I think they should be hoping that we don't ever figure out how to isolate DNA from these bones.
So you're trying to make a dinosaur, like clone a dinosaur from the DNA. I mean, I'm sure nothing can possibly go wrong with that. You do have the island.
I was joking when I said that, dude. I said cloning. I was joking.
Yeah, we're not trying to clone. We're just trying to find DNA. Well, we're trying to find a cell that would have DNA in it for us.
Yeah, but couldn't you clone it? Could you clone it?
Yeah, but the thing is, Kosho's dangerous. Like, he's stupid dangerous. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, his mind went there. The most dangerous thing you could possibly do with this.
You only think it's dangerous because you saw Jurassic Park.
I know, and without seeing that movie, there's no way I would have thought this was dangerous at all. I know.
It's not dangerous, dude. What you're talking about?
Yeah, nothing could go wrong.
I don't really do cloning of organisms in our lab. We can clone cells and proteins and stuff like that, but whole organisms. I mean, there are labs that could potentially do that, but yeah, like that wouldn't be a good idea.
Yeah, but in Jurassic Park, they not only cloned the dinosaurs, they also somehow magically made it asexual, so they could asexually reproduce. So it's like, without that, it's not dangerous. If you just clone a dinosaur, it's not dangerous. Well, maybe it is,
I
but
guess it would
probably
depend.
Yeah, nothing could go wrong with just having a whole bunch of velociraptors, maybe some T-Rexes. Maybe we'll try
why
to
would
be
you have a
safe
whole
and we'll
bunch?
keep them caged in. And maybe we'll try to be safe
You're
about
gonna,
it. We'll keep them in an island and we'll keep them caged in.
yeah, dude, you see, that's what I'm saying. You're just getting everything from Jurassic Park, man. Have you guys been to Toys R Us in Times Square? Have you guys been to Times Square where they had the actual T-Rex from they had a T-Rex from Jurassic Park, like the animatronic one? If you did this, you could actually make a real T-Rex and put it into real Toys R Us in Times Square and put chains on it or something like that. That would be awesome, dude.
Yeah, nothing could go wrong from that. We'll bring all the little kids to see the giant carnivorous dinosaur with tiny arms. Nothing could go wrong.
Yeah, it's not like King Kong. Dude, King Kong was a gorilla type monster, so he's able to climb the Empire State Building. This wouldn't be able to do that.
You know,
What
T-Rex
if
with
you put it
chainsaw
in an
hands.
electrified? What if you put it in an electrified, fenced-off area, but then something happened with the electricity? Let's say there was a computer hacker that wanted to wreak havoc, and he hacked this whole system to have the thing shut down.
It could happen.
Yeah, it could happen. You could hire Newman from Seinfeld and recreate the Jurassic Park movie. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, the only reason you think it's scary is because you've seen Jurassic Park.
Why does he?
Well, Jace didn't think it was a good idea either. Jace, why do you think it's not a good idea?
He's just being careful, man.
It depends on the dinosaur. You don't want to be cloning like a T-Rex. How are you going to control that?
Coach is
Well,
making like
Coach said we'll just put them in chains or something. Maybe we'll have an electrified fence and hope the electricity stays on. Who knows? This is what I'm talking about.
Dude,
He's
what do we do?
stupid,
What do we do at the zoo?
dangerous.
What do we do at the zoo? We put tigers and lions behind a glass wall, and we let the kids wave to it. Okay, what's the difference between doing that in Toys R Us and Times Square? It's not that different.
Oh, Coach.
Bro,
Maybe
you're
something
reckless.
like
You're
Archaeopteryx, like that, maybe, because it's just so small. Or even like Microraptor or something.
Wait, is that the thing that killed Newman? The thing that's like spewed out all that tar on his face?
No.
Dude, if you're gonna have a T-Rex, you obviously have to get an island. Okay, that's step one, bro. How do you not know this? You can't bring them into Times Square. You gotta get an island.
Have you been to the Toys R Us in Times Square, dude? It's a magical, dude. It's better than FAO Schwartz. I think it's better than FAO Schwartz, dude. Seeing that T-Rex in Toys R Us, dude.
I'm happy for you. Did they let you pet it?
Well, dude,
Did you
it
sit on
roars
Santa's
just like in the
lap after?
movie. It roars just like in the movie, dude. It was the
Bring
same.
it
I
to
think
the
it was
Bronx
the same
Zoo.
one they used in the
Wow.
movie. The Bronx Zoo. That's a great place.
No,
But
Jace.
on a serious
Jace, we're
note,
gonna.
you could just shoot it, bro. You could just kill it with a 50 cal right to the head, bro.
Dude.
That's all. You'd be dead.
Yeah, you would get fined
After
$1
it eats
billion. If you killed a T-Rex alone and put it in Times Square, dude, you would be a public enemy #1.
Well, how many kids do you let it eat before you shoot it in the head with the 50? That's what I mean, dude. This is just not a good idea. This is not a good idea, bro. I mean, let's just move on. Not a good idea. Even J. Ace knows this is stupid.
Because he doesn't know how to make money, dude. He's just a small.
We all know the rules of
small dinosaur. You want to make money, dude? You big T-Rex, man.
Yeah, you put T-Rex on Broadway.
We all know the rules of cloning dinosaurs. You have to get your own island, and then you have to go from there. You don't bring them to Manhattan.
You're gonna star
Oh
in
my
Wicked.
god. Bring them to Manhattan.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Well, where's this Toys R Us store?
Dude, have you never been there to the Toys R Us in Times Square? It's fucking awesome, dude. And they have the
Yeah.
real. They have. I think they tore it down, but they if it's still there, they had the T-Rex from Jurassic Park, the actual animatronic one, and it was in the fucking store, dude.
I
Are you talking about FAO Schwartz, bro?
No, it's better. No, I was saying I think it's FAO Schwartz. FAO Schwartz is cool, but they don't have that T-Rex, man. That T-Rex was in the Toys R Us.
You're saying that Schwartz is little?
Let me find a video. Let me find a video of this fucking T-Rex, dude. Because when you see, okay, yeah, that would be kind of cool, dude.
Anyways, well, so you're about to find DNA. Now DNA, you have no problem with that going for 50 million years or however many? 50 million
It's a
year
long
old DNA. That's
It's a long shot that we're gonna. I mean, other people have tried to find DNA in dinosaur bones before without success. So it's quite the long shot that we'll actually find any. But if we do, it's really I'm just kind of helping this friend in the lab, just because like this would be like a Nobel Prize winning thing, and I want my name on it. Um, but if he does find it, right, he's looking to genetically and genomically confirm the
that's how science
evolution
works.
of
That's awesome.
birds from dinosaurs.
Dude, how cool would that be if that was real?
Jurassic Park was real?
No, I just posted a clip from the Toys R Us at Times Square with the T-Rex, and it looks realistic because it's moving with animatronics. But if you had a real T-Rex in there, dude, listen, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna persist the point, okay? But I'm curious if you did have the DNA structure, like if you were able to, like, could you actually clone it? Like, could you actually well, you said you don't work in that department, but
There'd be a lot of kinks to work out, right? Like people have cloned certain animals, but you know, there's minutia and complexities that aren't fully quite understood yet. Like, yeah, it can be done for some animals, but it's not like perfect yet.
yeah, I think they said to clone a woolly mammoth, they have to actually use an elephant or something like that. Like they have to use the reproductive capabilities of an elephant with the DNA of the woolly mammoth or something like that.
Okay, now did you say that if they did find the DNA to this would absolutely destroy the whole creationist thing?
Well,
Of course, dude.
you had mentioned the hopes of creationists that like we'll find this DNA and somehow that lends credence to their claims, but it really doesn't, because if what they were saying was true, you think DNA would just be everywhere in dinosaur bones. We wouldn't have, it wouldn't be so difficult to find. But what it likely will confirm, because we've already confirmed morphologically and physiologically that birds came from dinosaurs, and so he's looking to test the genetics and the genomics, because modern phylogeny is a dual nested thing with morphology and genetics. So he's looking to confirm the second half.
Yeah, that's a weird philosophy you got. You think because some things made up of some similar parts that it came from that thing. I mean, did my wife's Impala come from the Ford Explorer or the Trailblazer or whatever it is? I mean, it's weird.
Not really a philosophy. Like, this was discovered back in the days of Darwin. He was the original one who predicted this too. And then he said, if birds came from dinosaurs, and only if birds came from dinosaurs, what we would predict to see is a fossil that has the fingers, because the three fingers of a dinosaur hand look like a bird's wing. The bird's wing just looks like those fingers fused together. And so he predicted we should see that process occurring, the three fingers of the dinosaur beginning to fuse together into a bird's wing. And then 2 years after he published The Origins of Species, where he made that prediction, they found Archaeopteryx lithographica, which was exactly that. And it even had feathers. the beginning stages.
Okay,
of
but
February.
just because something. Okay, you have a fossil of that?
Yeah, well, there's actually one at my university. There's about 15 specimens nowadays that have been found.